Chapter 151. Now it is difficult for Mark-Sai to use the traversing acceleration anymore. Sure enough, the Ravenclaw team is also very difficult. To think of a way to deal with it so quickly, it seems that he must have made preparations before. Professor McGonagall nodded and praised. It is true that the reaction is fast enough. The focus is to seal Mark-Sai, a flashpoint that can accelerate through the passage. Although it will also weaken the threat to other Slytherin teammates, that Roger is still very decisive. Lee Jordan's affirmative words spread to the ears of everyone in Ravenclaw, making them even more proud. Plus cool, Tiger. But when Ravenclaw's players looked at Mark-Sai, they didn't notice any panic as expected. Do you think I don't know someone will leak my information to you? Marks McClown sneered. It's Wood. Leo May 20th. G narrowed his eyes slightly. So you know. Marks McClown shook his head disdainfully. That idiot Wood. When he peeped at me and his duel, I already knew it. And since the two of you hooked up to score points in the Quidditch match, he will definitely tell you my information. Isn't it easy to reason out? Roger snorted heavily, and admitted without shame, McClowns, I know your trick. It's impossible for you to win us. Marks McClown laughed loudly and said, you are really shameless by giving you a face. Do you really think those 3 tricks against me are useful? Unexpectedly, you have to use a stepped defense to defend against my crazy dragon counterattack, and use an iron wall formation to defend my tornado recovery technique. Roger was shocked when he heard this. What Marks McClown said was the result of their discussion. But how could Mark-Sai know that there is an inner ghost? Roger looked at his teammates in a panic, but his teammates' faces were all shocked and almost hesitant. Plus cool, Tiger. With their own understanding of them, they are not suspected of being ghosts. Don't look at it, there are no ghosts. Marks McClown laughed and said, these countermeasures are all easy to guess, because you can only think of these things in your mind. Roger's expression became more and more ugly, and Marks McClown gave a special reminder when he shook the ghost flying ball in his hand. Fantastic, I'm going to start scoring goals. Roger shouted angrily, star him to death. A group of Ravenclaw's players also couldn't take care of defending the other Slytherin players, and they all rushed towards Mark-Sai. He wants to speed up again. Tom shouted, hurry up and harass him. The 3 people who surrounded Mark-Sai heavily, just after listening, rushed towards Mark-Sai in spite of them. Snapped. However, the next moment, the 3 of them went straight through Marks McClown's body, and they were really embarrassed when they bumped into each other. An afterimage again? Roger cried out incredibly. How is this possible? He has no buffer time to use the ride-through acceleration. Marks McClown's vague face suddenly flashed in front of Roger, and a light voice floated in Roger's ears. I will teach you today, this is called dislocation acceleration. Earth cannon. Marks McClown's palm slapped on Roger's face lightly, but because of the extreme speed, it slapped Roger's face fiercely. Goal scored. Mark-Sai scored again. This time it is a dislocation acceleration. Lee Jordan's excited voice spread throughout the audience, and you can feel how excited he is. It's the trick of the famous American Quidditch player Frank Schwab. Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Hooch stood up together in shock. Their eyes were incredible. The whole Quidditch field was boiling instantly. Frank Schweitzen's trick. Is it possible for me to go here? Mr. Marks is so handsome. Merlin's beard. Don't my eyes have flowers? I'm not dreaming, right? I have decided, I want to turn my fans. Mr. Marks will be my idol from now on. Roger froze in place, and he knew that without turning his head, Marks McClown must be mocking his back. Tom was equally stunned, staring at Mark-Sai in disbelief. Why is this? How could he have other tricks? Tom pointed to Mark-Sai's yelling in spite of his image, and also expressed the aspirations of most of the Ravenclaw team. This is impossible, Wood muttered unconsciously in the audience. The other Gryffindor players exchanged fearful eyes while shocked. Only Harry stared at Mark-Sai excitedly. with a look of admiration. "No way." Roger came back to his senses. This is their game against Slytherin, and they can't be disrupted by them. Roger shouted. All the players gathered together to defend Mark's eye. All the members of the Ravenclaw team flew in front of Mark's eye, staring at Mark's eye with enthusiasm. "Boss!" Joseph suddenly shouted. "Let's come, we won't shame the boss." Mark's McClown contained the entire Ravenclaw team, so the other Slytherin players had an excellent opportunity to attack. Mark's McClown smiled and shook his head, and said, "You have other tasks. Have you forgotten? And I want to see how this bunch of rubbish can deter me." Roger gritted his teeth tightly and roared, "Go!" 1.4 7 members of the Ravenclaw team rushed towards Mark's eye. Mark's eye turned around 2000 and accelerated into the air. Suddenly, the scene of 7 Ravenclaw chasing Mark's eye alone formed a funny game scene. The Ravenclaw team took a 7-in approach to catch up with Mark's McClown. "This is a desperate approach," Lee Jordan exclaimed excitedly. "Will Mark's McClown be successfully intercepted?" "Will it?" Rem left. Roger roared in the air. Tom copied from the bread. Chapter 152. Would this big asshole? Ravenclaw dispatched all the team members to hunt down Mark's eye. This is a gamble on Ravenclaw's face and honor. You must catch Mark's eye. If there is no such thing as Mark's eye, then Ravenclaw can only bear the shame of 7 are not as powerful as others. Mark's McClown looked at Roger's crazy face with a weird smile. Plus cool, tiger. Roger felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, and suddenly felt that this containment was a naked trap. Sure enough, Zai-Yi-Mai-Yan Mark's McClown jumped and kicked at the top speed of the Lightwheel 2000. And unexpectedly forcibly adjusted his head against common sense. When Mark's eye fell on Lightwheel 2000 again, Lightwheel 2000 had completely changed its direction at this time. Punny's fake action. Lee Jordan, Professor McGonagall, Mrs. Hooch. Everyone who has some insights shouted in unison at this moment. The Ravenclaw players rushed to the front of Mark's eye in an instant, and Mark's eye faced them, but retreated at 11 speeds. And the goal was Ravenclaw's goal. Mark's McClown scored another goal. Lee Jordan shouted excitedly. The legendary Punny's fake action. Fuck. Poona's fake action. Isn't that the famous trick of the Poona's team in the last century? Some students think about it, but their faces are incredible. Quu. But isn't that because the flying broomsticks of the last century were still very slow, so you can use the Punny's fake action? That's right. Why can Mark's eye be used at such a high speed? Even if the speed is slow, it may not be able to be used. Okay. This is a fake action by Punny's. The auditorium was completely exploded, and the atmosphere was boiling. Far in the air, the Ravenclaw team members who could not be far away from their goals all paled and looked shocked. The big liar would. Tom became angry. Isn't it saying that Mark's eye can do 3 tricks? Then what kind of trick is this trick? Rem paled. It doesn't seem to be. Would never said that, right? To shut up. Tom yelled at Rem. Captain, what shall we do now? A Ravenclaw player asked in a daze. Roger stayed in place, as if he hadn't heard his teammate's question. He just looked straight at Mark's McClown's figure. His eyes were already full of fear. In the faculty seat, Mrs. Hooch was already excited. This is incredible. It's too unreasonable. McGonagall had already turned around and asked Snape coldly, Severus, I think you need to explain Mark's eye's superhuman behavior. Snape was also shocked by Mark's eye's behavior, but on the surface he remained calm. Plus cool, tiger. He said faintly, Professor McGonagall, I don't know what you need me to explain. Aren't you and Mrs. Hooch always good at understanding Quidditch? Professor McGonagall looked at Snape seriously, and said seriously, Severus, I hope you can answer me seriously. Did you give Mark's eye any illegal medicine? As a master of potions, I think you can do this. Snape looked at Professor McGonagall gloomily, and said coldly, Professor McGonagall's expectations of potions are too high, right? Does it mean that potions can be omnipotent? If Professor McGonagall can really find this kind of potion that can't help but increase physical fitness and greatly improve technology, then welcome to Wholesaler Batch. Snape was stabbed in his words. causing McGonagall to eat a soft nail. Professor McGonagall wanted to say something, but was held back by Madam Hooch. Minerva, forget it. Professor Snape is right. The world-class Quidditch skills Marks McClown can use are not just as simple as physical improvement. Without long training exercises, it is impossible to use these skills so skillfully. Professor McGonagall thought about it carefully. It was the same reason, and he didn't plan to care about Snape. The Ravenclaw team in the air was already Red Eyes, and the formation was completely disrupted. Marks McClown seized the weakness of the Ravenclaw team and once again widened the score gap. Can't go on like this anymore. Roger yelled angrily, encircle Marks-Eye together, and death will not allow him to break through our encirclement. With Red Eyes, the Ravenclaw team surrounded Marks-Eye ferociously. They no longer keep a little distance from Marks-Eye in a defensive manner, but meet face to face, surrounded by meat in all directions. The Ravenclaw team actually surrounded Marks-Eye. Marks-Eye was in a huge crisis. Will Ravenclaw's siege this time grab the ball? Lee Jordan screamed excitedly, causing the audience to scream. Marks McClown thrilled to avoid the unfriendly robbing of the Ravenclaw team members. As long as he is not paying attention, he may be attacked by the Ravenclaw players and knocked off the flying broomstick. That 337 is not a joke. At this time, Marks-Eye's level 1 perfect control was fully functional. Every time Ravenclaw thought that he would succeed in the next moment, Marks-Eye would always avoid Ravenclaw's attack with the most impossible angle and the most impossible action. Steve and the Slytherin players were anxiously harassing outside the encirclement of the Ravenclaw team, but to no avail. You are still shameless. 7 people besieged 1 person. Seeing that he couldn't take it for a long time, Roger was feeling irritated and cursed. Shut your stinky mouth, you Slytherin rubbish. Marks McClown heard a chill in her eyes. Her eyes narrowed into a dangerous line. But he didn't speak, still looking for Ravenclaw's flaws. Steve is not a fuel-efficient lamp, so he immediately scolded. No matter what, it's better than you cowards of Ravenclaw. If you can't beat our boss, do your best. The 2 teams yelled like shrews in the air, and the language was as vicious as they were. They greeted the female ancestors of the 18th generation of each other's ancestors, vying to be the parents of each other. Harry Potter, the most powerful mage. Chapter 153, The Last Way. Lee Jordan explained, now the situation is a little stalemate. The Ravenclaw team surrounded Slytherin's Captain Marks McClown, and the Slytherin team also surrounded Ravenclaw, but the ball is still in Marks McClown. On hand. Marks McClown's reaction speed is really not easy. No matter how Ravenclaw attacks, he can't grab the ball in Marks McClown's hands. It seems that the competition between the 2 teams is also high, and it is difficult to judge the outcome of the ball for a while. Marks McClown dodged, and a small flaw appeared in front of her. It was a member of the Ravenclaw team who patronized and cursed Slytherin back, and the grabbing hand took a little slower. In Marks McClown's heart, this is a perfect opportunity. Steve. At this moment, Marks McClown suddenly shouted, "Cool Tiger!" Everyone's goal was locked to Steve in an instant, and Steve suffocated alive the words he was about to swear, and blushed and looked at Marks-Eye earnestly. Through a small moment, Marks McClown straightened up, and the ghost flying ball in his hand was about to throw at Steve. "Stop it!" Roger shouted hoarse. Almost the next moment, the 3 Ravenclaw players have stopped the ghost flying ball on the path to Steve. Lee Jordan shouted excitedly, Marks McClown passed the ball. He is going to pass the ball to Steve. But the Ravenclaw team player stopped it. Is this going to be a law? Marks McClown suddenly showed a bright smile, looking at Roger in front of him. There is fraud. Roger awed in his heart, but the inertia of his actions had no time to make any changes. The Guyfi ball that Marks McClown was about to throw forward, suddenly passed a weird turn of his tail finger, causing the Guyfi ball to deviate a little, and flew toward Xisa on the side. And the Ravenclaw team members on this path have already all pounced on Steve's path. The Guyfi ball steadily landed in Xisa's hands. Xisa was the closest person to Ravenclaw's goal, and the road was unimpeded. After receiving the ball, Xisa was stunned for half a second, Then his whole face flushed. "You must come in," Caesar roared, desperately urging the flying broomstick, and instantly approached Ravenclaw's goal. "Goal!" Lee Jordan exclaimed in excitement. Slytherin's Caesar scored. Marks-Eye used the most impossible angle to pass the ball. That miraculous pass, if I read it right, should be the Venus throwing. I recognize it. Quidditch cheered infinitely from the audience, all shouting Marks-Eye's name. Professor McGonagall was completely stupid, and murmured, "How could it be ... that was the Venus projecting?" The unspoken knowledge of the Venus team, known as the strongest Quidditch team. Madame Hooch was also stunned by the shock. Professor McGonagall slapped the table out of control. "Impossible. Do you think this is possible?" "It is absolutely impossible." After asking and answering, Professor McGonagall has forgotten that it is not his academy that loses on the court. Because watching Ravenclaw's bleak Konoha in front of Marks-Eye, McGonagall immediately remembered the fiasco of Gryffindor against Slytherin that day. "Everything is because of Marks-Eye." "It's you." Professor McGonagall seemed to wake up suddenly, and he reached out and pointed to Snape. "You must have given a World Cup Quidditch athlete the compound decoction to make him look like Marks-Eye to compete." Snape amusedly looked at McGonagall, who was completely different from the usual person, and said with disdain, "Oh, then ask Professor McGonagall to tell me, which World Cup level Quidditch athlete can use so many others? What about his famed stunt?" It was said that, but Snape couldn't help but looked at Marks-Eye with shocked eyes. "This kid really surprises people all the time." Of course, McGonagall can't tell at all which powerful player can be as versatile as Marks-Eye, because there is no such person in the world. She can only be completely speechless. The students in the audience, no matter which college they are from, have been washed away by a kind of fanaticism at this moment. Countless people yelled Marks-Eye's name, intensified, and there were fanatical students waving Marks-Eye's banner in the auditorium, yelling, "What Marks-Eye, Marks-Eye, I love you." The Slytherin auditorium was also detonated by this enthusiasm. Countless Slytherin students turned into Marks-Eye's #1 fan. The shout of "Long live the Slytherin King" resounded throughout the stadium. The entire Quidditch field was full of shouts for the Slytherin team, deafening, most of which were voices supporting Marks-Eye. On the contrary, there are no supporters for the Ravenclaw team, but in the great support of Slytherin, it appears to be extremely weak. Roger's face turned blue. It was not only Marks-Eye that put him under great pressure, but the shouts of the audience became the last straw that overwhelmed him. "Where are the people from Ravenclaw?" Roger roared in the air. "Is all dumb?" The Ravenclaw players such as Tom and Rem looked at each other, thinking, how could anyone support us? First, we scored points, and now we are beaten into dogs. Our people don't support Marks-Eye, they will already give the Ravenclaw team a lot of face. "Is it good?" Roger still yelled shamelessly. "Shame. Even if his academy does not support his team, then how can we win?" Seeing Roger showing signs of throwing his anger on the Ravenclaw audience, Tom had to bite the bullet and interrupt Roger. "Captain, what are we going to do now?" Roger gloomily looked at the happy Slytherin team, and said coldly, "We can't stop Marks-Eye anyway, so now there is only one way left. James, you catch the golden snitch as soon as possible, and the game is over immediately. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 154. James is a seeker for the Ravenclaw team. As long as he catches the golden snitch and ends the game, no matter how powerful Marks McClown is, there will be no chance to play. And their Ravenclaw team can also continue to crush the Slytherin team with the super high points accumulated in the past. James nodded, but said with a little timidity, "But I found that the Slytherin team had been staring at me. It was a bit difficult to grab the golden snitch." "It's hard for you," Roger roared again, pointing to James and screaming, "Is it for you to be a seeker to eat? You can't get the golden snitch, so don't stay in our team." James nodded in fear. Lee Jordan's voice sounded. Less than 10 minutes into the game, Ravenclaw has fallen behind Slytherin by a large margin. Slytherin team captain Marks McClown, who is the most active in the audience, has repeatedly used world-class tricks. In the face of such a big disadvantage, what is the Ravenclaw team's response plan? As soon as Lee Jordan's voice fell, Marks McClown took over Steve's pass and came directly with a beautiful long-distance curveball. Guy Fawkes, who is handsome, and scored, and Ravenclaw has nothing to stop Mark's eye. James. Roger roared, "What the hell are you idiot doing?" James is desperately chasing the golden snitch, but by his side, he always follows the 4 Slytherin Academy members. Every time James is about to succeed, there will be Slytherin players intervening, which will make James fall short. Marks McClown said to Steve earlier that they still have their mission, which is what it meant. This game is Mark's Eye's solo show. Can the Slytherin players just watch it? The answer is negative. Marks McClown said long ago that this is a game that requires the whole team to work hard together, because Marks McClown had expected Roger's countermeasures long ago. Once the Ravenclaw Seeker shows the intention of looking for the golden snitch, the Slytherin team will keep up with the Ravenclaw Seeker except for a few players who can cooperate with Mark's Eye. Hold on. BBBH. Ha ha ha, want to catch the golden snitch? Ask Xio if I can give it first. Xyza laughed arrogantly and chased James hard. He is the former Seeker of the Slytherin team. In terms of Seeker's experience, he is definitely not worse than James. Plus cool, Tiger. Therefore, Caesar will lead the team to stay with James, and James will never escape anyway. You Slytherin rubbish who only use despicable means. James blushed and shouted, stretched out his hand to catch the golden snitch, and was kicked away by Caesar again. Caesar said loudly, when it comes to despicableness, we can't compare to you. In the midst of their struggle, Marks McClown instantly accelerated again and scored again. Steve laughed loudly and said, the boss guessed that you have been twisted in your heart. You want to end the game? There are no doors. Roger said bitterly, don't be arrogant. We are so many points ahead, you can't catch up. Steve, who was beside Mark's Eye, yelled in dissatisfaction. You fart. How could the boss not catch up? Marks McClown didn't pay attention to the war of words between them, and gently tossed the Guy-Fi ball. Gwenglun 2000 swayed its tail, and hit the Guy-Fi ball hard. Another revised version of the Crazy Dragon Strikes Back. Score another goal. No, 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 no. Roger looked at the increasingly widening score in the game, and his spirit was almost collapsed. If you don't end the game, then this Quidditch game will surely become the biggest shadow in your heart and the biggest shame. Must end this game. Roger also noticed that Marks McClown only cooperated with Steve and Lisa, and all the other Slytherin teammates had all interfered with James to catch the golden snitch. However, Roger has no way to deal with this kind of strategy that can be seen through at a glance. All the reasons, in the final analysis, are because Mark's Eye is too strong, and the strong Ravenclaw team can't match it. Marks McClown and Lisa and Steve used an eagle head offensive formation. Slytherin scored again. Lee Jordan's voice sounded like irony again. Roger's hideous face showed a crazy look. Kill Mark's Eye. Only by killing Mark's Eye can you win. Marks McClown turned his head to avoid the attack of a Ravenclaw player, and the ghost flying ball in his hand was about to be thrown towards Ravenclaw's goal, and another ultra-long arc tossed the ball. Roger's figure appeared behind Marks McClown, his hand covered by the Quidditch match robe, holding a magic wand concealed. This angle happens to be the blind spot of the audience and the referee. Completely unconscious, Lisa beside Mark's Eye obviously saw Roger's little tricks, and said anxiously, boss and sisters. After that, she will rush out to stand in front of Mark's Eye. Marks McClown is Slytherin's only and greatest hope now. Even if she sacrifices her, she must not let Marks McClown make mistakes. Of course Marks McClown was aware of Roger's small movements. Marks McClown had already taken measures to cope with it, but was hindered by Lisa's impatient reaction. That's too late. Marks McClown grabbed Lisa with his backhand, and swiftly accelerated, dodged the curse that Roger shot from under the robe. While Roger was casting the spell, he was also controlling the flying broom, unable to control his speed for a while, and rammed into Ravenclaw's goal. The one who started with Roger, and the ghost flying ball that Marks McClown didn't rush to throw out. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this funny scene, the Quidditch field immediately burst into laughter. To the unsuspecting audience, it was Roger who wanted to hit Mark's eye, but was stopped by Lisa. After Marks McClown rescued Lisa in a thrilling manner, Roger, who couldn't control his speed, slammed into the goal. The scene was very funny. Roger hung on the goal in a dazed manner, yet he hadn't realized what was going on. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 155 moment in history. Listening to the laughter of thousands of students in the audience, Roger looked around blankly. It seems that every face is laughing at his incompetence, and he is just like a clown, desperately resisting the enemy he cannot resist. Suddenly, the frustration in Roger's heart could no longer be resisted. They lost. The difference in strength was too great. In the next game, Roger did not try to play Black Hands again. In other words, he can't even lift the heart of the Black Hand anymore, because in his heart, Marks McClown, who has frustrated himself again and again, can no longer be defeated. The name Marks McClown is destined to become Roger's _nightmare. Ravenclaw's goal was as if it were undefended. It was broken by the Slytherin team again and again, just as Roger felt his dignity was trampled by Mark's eye again and again. 100 goals. After a long time of explanation, Lee Jordan has become more energetic. Marks McClown scored the 100th goal. The score between Slytherin and Ravenclaw has become 1000:0. This is a result that no one can think of. Marks McClown looked at the Ravenclaw team and found that they were so decadent that they could no longer be decadent. Especially Roger, as if his soul had been taken away. Marks McClown nodded to the Seeker of his team, indicating that it is time for him to end the game. The Seeker was shocked when he saw it, and with a grinning smile, he smashed away the desperate James, and grabbed the exhausted Golden Snitch. The Slytherin Seeker caught the Golden Snitch. Lee Jordan shouted excitedly, "The game is over." At the same time, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the game. The members of the Ravenclaw team, without exception, all sat down on the ground, and today's results may affect them forever. On the Quidditch field, the very conspicuous score finally came to fruition. Slytherin's score against Ravenclaw was an unprecedented 1150:0. When the referee blew the end whistle, there was no sound in the game. It's not because the audience doesn't want to cheer, or can't react, but because in the game, the audience has already expressed the emotions they want to express, so when the game is over, the audience really don't know what to use to express their emotions. Woo! A whimper sound came from the Slytherin rest area. This was also the first sound that appeared after the game. Marks McClown looked over curiously, and found that it was a senior Slytherin girl who actually cried with excitement. Wow! As if infected by this cry, many Slytherin students also started to cry. How many years have passed? Slytherin College has never been so proud as it is today. What if the other 3 colleges and federations cooperated? What if it is targeted by everyone? Slytherin will never give up. A heavy hand was placed gently on Marks McClown's shoulder. Marks McClown looked back and found that it was Xyza's vicissitudes of life. "Thank you, boss," Xyza said softly, with a very gentle tone, but it contained thousands of tons of depression. Kaylee, who greeted her, reddened her eyes again, and nodded gratefully at Mark's eye. All the members of the Slytherin team looked at Mark's eye deeply. They did not speak, but the tears in their eyes flickered, full of gratitude. The students in the Slytherin rest area did the same. They didn't scream Mark's eye's name like before, nor did they shout the name of the Slytherin king. Their reaction at the moment was either secretly wiping tears or whispering. Marks McClown also felt it. If he defeated all the prefects of Slytherin with one enemy 6 and conquered Slytherin in strength and became the king of Slytherin, then he now conquered all Slytherin in the true sense. Lettering student. At this moment, he has become a veritable emperor of Slytherin. Find flowers. Middle. Not only the students who watched the game were extremely excited, Dumbledore and the Hogwarts professors also stood up to show their respect for Marksey's superb Quidditch technique, and Lee Jordan, who was sitting on the side, was not standing up with the professors, nor was it going to continue to sit, which was extremely embarrassing for a while. Papa. Dumbledore clapped gently, followed by applause from the teacher's seat, and then deafening applause from the entire Quidditch field. This has nothing to do with victory. This is a kind of respect and courtesy to the strongest in the Quidditch domain. I witnessed the greatest Quidditch match of my life today. Dumbledore's voice spread throughout the audience, expressing the common aspirations of many people, and the applause became more enthusiastic. Even Snape's gloomy eyes gradually revealed a glimmer of appreciation. Although Marks McClown is not very obedient, and often fights against himself and makes himself ugly, but in terms of talent and strength, he is definitely the best choice. More importantly, Marks McClown is a student of his Slytherin College. Having such a student is worth a lifetime of pride. Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Hooch did not hesitate to appreciate their appreciation, and the applause was as hard as possible. McGonagall was not a stingy person. Although she was a little gaffed before, her respectable character still remained unchanged. Besides, she was indeed deeply shocked by Marksey's Quidditch technique. Especially Mrs. Hooch, who is obsessed with Quidditch, now treats Marks McClown like her own son. After all, Marks McClown is really excellent in Quidditch. P.S. Thank you GDX for the 100-point reward. Harry Potter, the most powerful mage. Chapter 156. You were actually saved by a dog. The Owl Knight struggle is finally over. Ask for a reward. Ask for automatic subscription. No one noticed. Ritu and Barnabas, reporters from the Daily Prophet, were holding a camera at the figure of Marks McClown, which was a crazy shot. Rita had already heard about today's Quidditch game, came to Hogwarts early, and watched the whole game. After watching it, she knew that today's game will surely become the explosive news that will sensationalize the wizarding world tomorrow. Hogwarts is shocked to see that only Quidditch athletes are on April 27. The Golden Snitch Killer is a genius chaser. The star of Quidditch. Countless owls flew to various places with newspapers with similar words in their mouths. The explosive news suddenly detonated the wizarding world. It's this kid again. Why does the Daily Prophet report on him? Countless people have expressed their incomparable surprise. It's not true. Is it the killer of the Golden Snitch, and the chaser who scored thousands of points in a game? Looking at the posture of the Daily Prophet to report in depth, it's not like a fake. Have you heard? The coach of the national Quidditch team has also noticed, and is going to Hogwarts to dig someone. That said, it's true. Wherever there are a large number of wizards, they all talk about the same topics. Cool Tiger, and all the topics point to the same person, Marksey. Since then, Marksey's name has been hooked up with the talented Quidditch player, and no one knows it. At Hogwarts, the next few Quidditch games started very well. However, the three major colleges basically did not dare to score anymore. After all, Ravenclaw, the leader in scoring, has been abused by the Slytherin team and can be regarded as a shame. The consequence of scoring again is to put a bloody stigma on the academy. Not stupid. It should stop. More importantly, the eyes of the outside world are now watching Hogwarts, and Marksey's reputation has spread throughout the wizarding world. Under such circumstances, who would really dare to completely tear open the fig leaf shamelessly and score points without even covering up? And in the end, judging from the performance of the Ravenclaw team, scoring is not the way to fight the Slytherin team. Plus Cool Tiger. Because even if you brush points, you will never be able to match the points Marksey can bring by a chaser. It will only pull more and more. As the most beautiful character recently, Marks McClown is naturally sought after by countless people. First of all, the countless adoring visions from Slytherin Academy have completely conquered Slytherin's Cloud Knight from strength to psychology, and has become the most privileged figure in Slytherin. Even Snape asked himself, his influence, to a certain extent, may not be better than the influence Marks McClown gained in Slytherin in just 6 months. The other 3 academies also have many more admirers of Markseye, clamoring every day to worship Markseye as the boss, and many dream-seeking girls spontaneously formed the Markseye support group, claiming to be Markseye's fan group. This fan group is to maintain the reputation of Marks McClown. Who dares to say that Marks McClown's words are not good at Hogwarts will be chased to the horizon by them. And the biggest goal of this fan group is that someone can become Marks McClown's girlfriend. In addition to the school, many newspapers and teams outside the school also sent people to the school to have a dialogue with Markseye. Their purpose has been very clear. Obviously they don't want to let the star players like Markseye go. In this craze that swept Hogwarts, the people who should have been most affected by it, but strangely did not pay much attention to this matter, because during this time, Harry had been attracted by another thing. In the library, Harry's desk is stacked with a pile of heavy books. Obviously he is carefully looking for something in the pile. "Harry," Ron said with his messy hair, "why are you here? I have been looking for you for a long time." Harry turned his head and said, "Do you remember the man Hagrid said?" "Nicola May." Ron scratched his head and said, "Why do you still remember this?" Hagrid might be bragging. He certainly remembered that when they were talking to Hagrid before, he overheard that Hagrid had a pet dog named Mamau who was helping Dumbledore to guard something. In the meantime, Hagrid accidentally said that the guards were made by Nicole Leam. "No." Harry shook his head. "I went to the district last night, and there was Nicole May's name in the district. But time is too tight. I didn't see the content." "What?" Ron was so surprised, and a little unhappy that Harry didn't even call him when he did such a thing. "How did you do it?" Harry looked around carefully, and whispered, "Have you forgotten the invisible cloak I received at Christmas?" Ron didn't pay attention to this gift, but said dissatisfiedly, "Harry, why don't you call me when you do such a dangerous thing?" Harry nodded quickly and said, 1.9 I will definitely call you next time. Ron nodded in satisfaction, then asked worriedly, "What then?" "I was almost caught by Filch, face to face at the time," Harry said with lingering fear. "Mrs. Lorish ran to my feet and almost scared me to death. Fortunately, Mr. Marks's dog came out and called Mrs. Loris away before I was saved." "My God, Harry, you are so bold," Ron said in fear. "But were you saved by a dog?" Harry was a little embarrassed. "Ahem, this is not the point. The point is that I also heard the conversation between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell, and Professor Snape is threatening Professor Quirrell." Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 157, Jealous Hermione. But Professor Snape seemed to feel something was wrong, so he didn't talk anymore. "Then I saw my parents appear in the mirror." At this point, Harry's emotions became extremely lost. "Cool Tiger," Ron patted Harry on the shoulder as a relief. "I know." Ron was also seen in the mirror by Harley last night. Ron saw that he became the chairman of the student union, holding the Quidditch trophy in his hand, and stepping on the clouds to enjoy the cheers of thousands of people. It was just Harry's early adventure. He didn't participate. "That was the first time I saw my parents in so many years." Harry's voice became a little choked. Ron patted Harry's back softly, sighing helplessly. "That is the magic mirror of Eris." Hermione's voice suddenly appeared behind Harry. Ron was taken aback. "How do you eavesdrop on people?" Hermione ignored Ron and sat down beside Harry and explained. "The Mirror of Eris is also called the Realm of Desire. It can see the most urgent and strong desire in her heart." Ron said unceremoniously, "Miss Hermione, shouldn't you be preparing for Markseye's Christmas celebration party at this time?" Originally at this time, Hermione should have gone home, but because of Markseye Quidditch's big victory, she stayed there to help Markseye prepare for the party. Cool Tiger, it's just because of this that for the first time Hermione saw so many people with the same thoughts as her at close range. Hermione said coldly, "Marks McClown has so many fans, can something happen without me preparing for it?" The jealousy in her tone might not even be noticed by Hermione herself, even less for a kid like Ron. He only felt that Hermione seemed to have given him a special look. although in fact Hermione also had a certain amount of venting. Harry held down the two people who were not right and said, "Don't do this, you are all Gryffindor classmates. There is no need to fight as soon as they meet." Humphrey. The two uttered a thick nasal sound at the same time, expressing mutual disdain. Hermione looked back at the densely packed books on Harry's desk, and curiously asked, "Harry, what are you looking for?" Harry said helplessly, "Nicole LeMay, I heard Hagrid say that his pet is helping Dumbledore to guard a treasure. That treasure is said to be made by Nico LeMay. More importantly, I feel Snape is also looking for this treasure." Suddenly, Hermione frowned and exclaimed, "Wait a minute." As soon as the words fell, she turned and ran into the stacks of bookshelves. Ron shrugged to Harry and took a book to help Harry find clues about Nico LeMay. After a while, Hermione slowly walked up with a heavy book that could be called a behemoth. In Harry and Ron's horrified eyes, Hermione heavily smashed the book onto the table. Hermione gasped, "I borrowed this book as a pastime a few weeks ago." "This is also called pastime?" Ron looked incredible. Hermione ignored him, flipping through the book and saying, "Here, Harry, look here." Pointing to the original words in the book, Hermione read out, "Nico LeMay is the only known philosopher's stone maker in the world." "What stone?" Ron interrupted again. Seeing Harry also looked blank, Hermione rolled her eyes. "Don't you two read books?" "Sorcerer's Stone is a magical substance with amazing magic power. It can turn any metal into gold, and it can also make elixir. People who drink it can live forever. That's what Murmur guards." Harry said firmly, "Snape wants to find the Philosopher's Stone. Revive Voldemort. I'm going to find Hagrid. I'll go too." Hermione opened her mouth and said. Ron looked at the two of them and mumbled dissatisfiedly, "I will definitely go too. How can I leave me behind?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione came to Hagrid's hut, and Hagrid made pinging noises in the room, not knowing what he was messing with. Harry knocked on the door hard, but no one responded. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone," Harry shouted. Hagrid opened the door in shock, and the three of Harry filed in. Harry sat down and said immediately, "Snape is going to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid shook his head and continued to fiddle with what he was cooking on the stove. "Why on earth do you suspect Snape?" Harry said, "We know he wants the Philosopher's Stone, but we don't know why." Hagrid continued, shook his head and said, "Snape is one of the professors who protects the Sorcerer's Stone. He won't steal it." "What?" The three of them looked at each other with disbelief. Hagrid, with his thick arms, obviously had the heart to catch customers. "Well, I still have things to do today." Hermione suddenly said, 520, "McClowns, there are other ways to protect the Sorcerer's Stone, like spells and magic." Hagrid said with disdain, "Those are unnecessary actions. No one can pass the Murmur level." Humphrey. Hagrid's tone was full of pride. "No one can do anything except me and Dumbledore." The three of Harry looked at Hagrid with longing eyes, looking forward to the words under Hagrid. But Hagrid realized that it was wrong, and stopped quickly. "I can't tell you." "Well, I can't tell you." The three Harry had no choice but to exchange eyes. There was a sudden ping-pong sound from the stove where Hagrid was roasting, and Hagrid hurriedly fished out a head-sized egg from the stove. "What is this?" Harry asked curiously. Hagrid hesitated. This is ... N. "I know what this is," Ron said suddenly, "but Hagrid, how did you get it? Chapter 158. "Won it," Hagrid said hastily. "It was won by a stranger, but that person seems to want to lose to me." There was a strange tearing sound in the egg, and everyone present held their breath and looked at the egg. Fuck. A slimy claw with thin wings protruded from the eggshell, and an ugly lizard-like little creature with wings crawled out of the eggshell. Hagrid stared at the little guy blankly, admiringly on his face. Is this a dragon?" Hermione covered her mouth in surprise. "This is not only a dragon, but also a Norwegian ridgeback." Ron's eyes fixed on the little guy. "My brother studies dragons in Romania." "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Hagrid looked at the little guy lovingly. "Look at this little guy thinking of me as a mother. Hello Norbert." As he spoke, Hagrid held out a finger to tease Norbert. Noble? Harry asked suspiciously. Hagrid nodded and said, McClowns, this little guy also has a name, right, Noble? Huh? Who is there? Suddenly Hagrid yelled abruptly, and a blonde-haired boy outside the window was frightened and fled. It's Malfoy, Harry yelled. Hermione grabbed Harry and Ron's hands. Let's go. Malfoy must have gone to inform us. Harry and Ron followed Hermione out of Hagrid's cabin, and when they were about to run to the Gryffindor lounge, they saw Malfoy standing at the door with a treacherous look, and Professor McGonagall was next to them. I have repeated it many times. Absolutely not allowed. Walking on campus at night, Professor McGonagall said with a cold face. Each of you will deduct 50 points. The three Harry looked at each other, not daring to speak. Also, Professor McGonagall said coldly, punish the four of you in confinement. Malfoy's smug smile was immediately broken. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, I think I might have heard it wrong, but what you just said was 4 people. McClowns, Professor McGonagall said coldly, although you are kind, Mr. Malfoy, you have violated school rules and should be handled as normal. Malfoy's face turned blue in an instant, and Harry was secretly laughing from the side. A speeding car with the flag of England swaggered into the Hogwarts campus. Plus cool, Tiger. Many students looked at this arrogant speeding car curiously. As we all know, Hogwarts does not allow speeding to enter and exit casually. Generally, adult wizards who want to enter the school will choose to use the flying broomstick. However, this carefree speeding car was not obstructed at all, and stopped in the castle where the principal's office was located. The appearance of Professor Dumbledore wearing a luxurious down uniform and standing outside the castle made Hogwarts students talk a lot. How is this going? Who is it? It turned out that the famous Principal Dumbledore could wait for him. As soon as the car door opened, a short bald man stepped out of the car. He was flushed, and when he saw Dumbledore, he embraced Dumbledore exaggeratedly. Who is that bald guy? And why would Professor Dumbledore go to meet him? I haven't seen it. Maybe it is some old alumnus of our school, or some kind of former professor or something. In fact, they didn't know that Dumbledore's waiting was just formal etiquette. It was precisely because the visitors knew this very well that they treated Dumbledore very courteously and looked very cordial. Look at it. Look at who it is. Suddenly someone screamed, I can't read it wrong. Am I? Is it Nebufront? The student pointed to the tall man who got out of the car following the bald man. It was Nebufront, the captain of the England Quidditch national team. Fuck. Really? How come such a big man suddenly came to our school? For whom else? It must be because of Mark's eye. Even Nebu is standing behind the bald man. He'll go. Is it possible that the bald man is more powerful than Nebu? By now, someone finally noticed that the identity of the bald man was very unusual. Dumbledore smiled gently, and hugged the bald man. Dear Mr. Jackson Endley, why would he come to Hogwarts in person when he is so free today? Jackson laughed and said, as one of the directors of Hogwarts, you can't even look at the school, right? Like Lucius Malfoy, Jackson is one of Hogwarts board members. How could it be? Of course not. Dumbledore's wise eyes looked at the two in front of him. No matter when Mr. Jackson wants to come, I, Dumbledore, are welcome. Then please come upstairs. After all, Dumbledore made an inviting gesture. In Dumbledore's office, Jackson sat down on a large soft sofa and looked at Dumbledore somewhat jokingly. It seems that our Professor Dumbledore has been doing pretty well all these years. Dumbledore motioned to the frustrated Nilly to sit down. Of course, Nebu still respected the famous Dumbledore very much. Mr. Jackson, Dumbledore said lightly, I believe you are here, not just to greet me. Of course, Jackson said generously. Who would come to such a remote country without problems, right? With no students around, Jackson no longer needs to do too much polite language modification. Dumbledore did not change his mood, still looking at Jackson lightly. The reason I came is very simple. Jackson smiled. Hasn't Hogwarts recently appeared a talented Quidditch player? I have watched his recent performance, especially in that wonderful game against Ravenclaw. His performance is simply comparable to Quidditch players participating in the World Cup. Harry Potter, the most powerful mage. Chapter 159. Can you still chat happily? So, Dumbledore had guessed Jackson's intentions, but he didn't specifically point them out. Nebu stood up and bowed respectfully. We want to invite Marks McClown into our England Quidditch national team. Jackson nodded and said, McClowns, I also invested a lot of money in the national team recently. What do you call that? Oh, Marks' student gave us. With his level, he will definitely be able to play in the World Cup. Brilliant. Dumbledore nodded sensibly and said, well, let's ask the Dean of Marks' College to come and discuss it. Jackson dissatisfied. Aren't you the principal of Hogwarts? Can't this little matter be the master? Dumbledore smiled and said, this is related to the future of the student. Of course I can't arbitrarily intervene in other people's choices, right? Before Jackson could answer, Dumbledore went out of the room to find Snape. In the principal's office, only Jackson said angrily, Dumbledore is really arrogant. It's not polite to just hang me here. Neb hurriedly comforted Jackson and calmed his anger. After a while, Snape, who was like a huge old bat, came in. 133. I have to say that Dumbledore is really a cunning super old fritters. It's better to get out of Snape's stinky face like Snape to deal with a role that is not easy to turn a face. I'm the Dean of Marks. Severus Snape. Any advice? Snape looked at Jackson coldly, expressionless. What do you think of what I said? Jackson looked confident and confident. He believed that no student could refuse this temptation. This is an official player in the World Cup. Talking about consulting the so-called dean? Then Jackson felt unnecessary. I reject. Unexpectedly, Snape replied coldly. Incomparably straightforward. Snape certainly didn't want such an excellent student to be poached by the outside world, and if Marks was gone, what about Slytherin's Quidditch? You must know that he has spent precious spare time for this, and he is forbearing to teach Marks magical medicine. Jackson seemed to be swallowed, and coughed violently. Nebu hurriedly helped Jackson beat his back in a panic, and it took him a while to relax. Why do you help Marks call the shots? Jackson cursed. Snape shook his head irrelevantly and said, I didn't help Marks call the shots. You are now seeking my opinion as the Dean of Slytherin, so my opinion is reject. Jackson said loudly, no, you must let me this person. Snape rolled his eyes. Marks McClown is just a student. He is a layman on Quidditch. What does the national team want him to do? Have you seen such a layman? Jackson pointed at Snape speechlessly and cursed, you can find the golden snitch instantly, and you will be able to make many other famous tricks of the king's players. I want as much as you have for such a layman. Don't be so excited, if you have something to say. Dumbledore smiled and persuaded him to stand by, his face hanging up high. Jackson immediately said, Dumbledore, in short, this student, our England national team is about to make an appointment. I specially approved him to join in, and officially participate in the professional tournament this year. No, I will directly prepare for the World Cup. I will directly reserve one for the England national team. Snape curled his lips mockingly and said disdainfully, that's the condition. You still have it. Dumbledore smiled slightly when he heard the words, Mr. J.B.B.S.E.T. Curson, I advise you to forget it. Why? Nebu on the side also spoke. He was thirsty for seeking talents, and he was almost desperate. Marks McClown is a player that the England national team must recruit in front of other teams. This has been decided long ago. Just because Nebu has watched Marks' game, even he is ashamed. I originally thought it would be more convenient to rely on the Hogwarts school director status as the team sponsor, but I was overjoyed at the time. How do I think that it doesn't seem to be the case now? Dumbledore said helplessly, because on this condition, you really can't move Marks. What are you talking about? Ned felt unbelievable. How famous is this being selected for the England national team? How many Quidditch fans dream of the treatment? Snape sneered. Unfortunately, although he has only studied at Hogwarts for half a year, The most important thing is reputation. Jackson eagerly added, what about the money? Quidditch players at his level earn tens of thousands of gallons a year. Although cheesy is a bit tacky, I don't believe anyone can be unmoved. Nebu also repeated, McClowns. Even if he works in other industries after graduation, can he have this kind of income? Now even Dumbledore didn't know how to answer him. His expression was very subtle. Only tens of thousands of gallons a year. What a joke. That's the only son of the famous Marks family. It seems that he can really do it after graduation, and no matter what industry or business he does after graduation, it is impossible to have only tens of thousands of gallons a year. If you say tens of thousands of gallons a month, that should be about the same. Jackson was incomparably stunned. What? Neb was also shocked and looked at Snape in confusion. Is this true or not? Snape snorted, but didn't say a word, which was obviously the answer. Jackson was still very unwilling, but he didn't know what to say, and he was about to vomit blood. Can you earn tens of thousands of gallons a month? Is he famous at Hogwarts after only half a year? Him going to your sister. Can we communicate well? Where can such a perverted student exist? Nebu next to him already sighed. Oh. It's a pity. Harry Potter, the most powerful mage. Chapter 160. Excited to think about it. Snape said nonchalantly, since you know what you can't do, please go back. Jackson pointed at Snape angrily and cursed, Dumbledore, look at the good teachers trained by your school. Dumbledore still had a kind smile and said lightly, Professor Snape is just saying his own point of view. Don't care about Mr. Jackson. Jackson looked at Dumbledore wristly, Professor Dumbledore, I don't want to have a lot of right and wrong, but the person I've spotted will never slip through my fingers, nor underscore people stop me. Neither you nor you will work. While speaking, Jackson had already focused on Dumbledore and Snape. Him going to see Marks-Eye meet in person. That would only be wronged by Mr. Jackson and Mr. Neb to follow us to the Slytherin dormitory, Dumbledore said calmly. Jackson snorted coldly, and the large wizard robe flicked out of the office, and Neb followed out with the smiling face. Snape coldly looked at Jackson's arrogant arrogance, and asked in a low voice, Dumbledore, you won't really let Marks-Eye go with such a person? Dumbledore seemed to be surprised, and smiled. Why Marks-Eye will go with him? It is not Marks-Eye who will go with him. Snape was taken aback for a moment, nodded, and walked out after Dumbledore. Right now, the whole school was a sensation. With countless pairs of eyes watching, Jackson and Neb walked arrogantly in front of Dumbledore and Snape. The key is that the principal they respect usually has a mysterious smile on his face, while Snape is always stern. All this is very intriguing. He'll go. No, maybe they really went to Marks-Eye? That's the captain of the England Quidditch national team nib front. Aren't you nonsense? They are not looking for Marks-Eye. Can they still look for you, such an excellent Quidditch athlete? What's so strange about the national team's heart? That's not to say Marks-Eye will work with big stars like George Wynne and Pusner Alexander in the future. I really want to have a copy of their autographs. Some girls began to have love in their eyes. The Slytherin students were even more excited, talking about the moving stairs. Compared with the envy and hatred of other college students, they are more proud and proud. Because in the eyes of others, such an outstanding person is their Slytherin king and Slytherin emperor. If Boss Marks really becomes a member of the national team, by that time he can play with the super famous Will Rose Alice of the Dutch team and Jenny Virgin of the Finnish national team. Fuck, I am excited to think about it! Exclamation mark. What's more, with the amazing charm of our boss, it's not impossible to get to Virgin. A Slytherin boy forced his heartache and said, if Boss Marks is in love with Virgin, then I would never be jealous. In the curious eyes and countless murmurs of everyone, Professor Dumbledore had led the two to the Slytherin lounge. This further confirmed the thoughts in everyone's minds. Almost everyone believed that Marks-Eye's joining the national team was a certainty. Suddenly, the entrance of the Slytherin common room was surrounded by countless students, looking inside curiously. Buna. Snape stopped Bunyan, who was chatting happily with his classmates in the common room. Although Bunyal was the shadow prefect of the second grade of Slytherin, he was still very afraid of Snape, the dean of Slytherin. He quickly put away his laughing face, and responded loudly, "McClowns, Professor Snape." Snape said blankly, "Go call Markseye out." Bunyal nodded, turned and ran into the dormitory. Dumbledore greeted Jackson and Ned warmly to sit on the sofa in the common room, and introduced them to the decorations in the Slytherin common room. Find flowers middle dot. Jackson dealt with it casually, while Ned was flattered. "McClown, it's quite lively today." Marks McClown appeared at a relaxed pace. "Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, 2 good nights." Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. "Dear Mr. Jackson, you see, this polite student is the Markseye you are looking for, the only outstanding Quidditch athlete in the world." Jackson and Neb looked at Marks McClown curiously. Marks McClown looked indifferent, and in turn looked at the two people. Nebu nodded with satisfaction, sharp eyes and self-confidence all over. "Although I am not sure about his basic Quidditch level outside of his stunts, he is definitely a good seed." Jackson showed a friendly smile and stretched out his hand to Markseye. "Hello, Mr. Marks, this is Jackson Endley." Marks McClown gently shook Jackson's hand. "I am Marks McClown." Nebu looked at Markseye with piercing eyes and said, "Nebu Front." Marks McClown faintly nodded to Nebu, but he was not as excited as ordinary people heard his name in Nebu's imagination. This couldn't help making Nebu glance at Marks McClown. "Gow. What are you doing with me?" Marks McClown asked. Jackson said straightforwardly, "Then I won't be ambiguous. Neb is the captain of the England Quidditch national team, and I am the manager of Hogwarts, and I also sponsor the England Quidditch national team." He first explained their identities, so that Marks McClown could understand how prominent they were. "I learned about you in the Daily Prophet, and I saw your match against Ravenclaw. It can be described as wonderful. So I want to recruit you into the Quidditch Country of England team." The Most Powerful Mage of Harry Potter Chapter 161. "Oh, that's the case." Marks McClown suddenly realized, "You are very tempting, but I refuse." Jackson was about to put on some domineering poses, to explain the conditions to Markseye, and to take down this stunned green, so as to show some color to Snape, who didn't give himself a little face just now. Plus cool, tiger. However, what was caught off guard was Marks McClown's decisive refusal, making him wonder if he had heard it wrong. "What?" Jackson was dumbfounded. "Do you know what you just said?" Marks McClown looked at Jackson seriously, still smiling politely. "I know exactly what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, I refuse." Jackson glanced at Snape squintingly, Snape still expressionless. For tininess even, but it gave Jackson the feeling that Snape was laughing at himself. He suddenly slapped the table. "You didn't even listen to my conditions, so you dare to refuse me?" Marks McClown looked at Jackson amusedly, and said lightly, "Then Mr. Jackson has any conditions to make my heart move?" Jackson broke his fingers and said, "Join the England Quidditch national team. I can give you at least 1 Geelong in a month. Moreover, we will also ask people to do the public relations image for you, and we will also receive ads for you, and 80% of the income will go to you." The more he speaks, the more confident he is, and you only need to win a national level game, and I can still pay out bonuses based on the game contribution. The amount of bonuses is also very expensive. Jackson talked about the conditions in seductive words, and looked at Markseye carefully. Marks McClown sat on the sofa and looked down at her hand. It was as if there was some shocking secret in his hand. He didn't listen to what Jackson said seriously. It was as if Marks McClown was not interested in it at all. Jackson's condition could not even attract his attention. Seeing that Jackson showed signs of breaking out again, Neb quickly patted Jackson's hand to signal him to calm down. "Student Markseye, listen to me. You are a student of Hogwarts and a British citizen. It is the duty of each of our British citizens to win glory for your country. Don't rush to reject us, Think about it first! Exclamation mark. Marks McClown said indifferently, "In my opinion, none of your conditions can attract me." Nebu stunned. "How is this possible? Our conditions are already very rich." Marks McClown ignored Dumbledore and Snape when he heard the words. Could it be that they hadn't made it clear with the two before? But this had been wronged by Dumbledore and Snape. They had expressed vaguely, but it was a pity that Jackson and Neb turned a deaf ear. Maybe you didn't investigate me carefully before you came here, and feel that a little money and a little honor can buy me this stunner, right? Jackson was taken aback when he heard it, and looked at Dumbledore suspiciously. Dumbledore still had a gentle smile, as if Marks's choice had nothing to do with him. What the hell is going on? The more I look at it, the more annoyed Jackson is. Are you hiding something from me? Dumbledore smiled and said, "You are the one who misunderstood, Mr. Jackson." This student Marks, but the only son of the veteran pure-blooded aristocrat in the British wizarding world, is normal. The Marks family? Both Jackson and Neb took a breath. Of course, it is impossible for them to not know the meaning of this name in the wizarding world. It's no wonder that Marks is not at all enthusiastic about Jackson's conditions, and he doesn't even have the slightest interest. It's reasonable to have such an identity. Since Marks McClown is the only son of the Marks family, then money and fame are things that Marks McClown needs the least effort to obtain. No wonder Snape rejected himself so surely. He just wants to see his jokes. Jackson gave Snape a fierce look, and Snape gave Jackson a cold look, but did not speak. Nebu knew that it would be unrealistic to force Marks, let alone succeed. He gestured to Jackson. Jackson also knew that the Marks family could not provoke casually, and it would make no sense to force it. 2. Marks McClown suddenly said. Jackson and Nebu stared at Marks McClown immediately, thinking that things would turn for the better. To participate in the official competition, you need to reach a certain age. My age is far from enough. How about thinking about it when I grow up a little bit? Jackson and Neb nodded helplessly, knowing that Marks was going down the stairs, so they wouldn't be too embarrassed. At the same time, they secretly sighed in their hearts that they deserved to be the only heir of the Marks family. The higher tutoring of the pure-blooded nobles was really not covered. Obviously at such a young age, he knows not to be arrogant or impetuous in communication, and he is very considerate of the other's face. Right, I didn't consider it well. Jackson immediately put on a friendly smile. But this trip to meet the only son of the Marks family is worth it. Marks McClown smiled politely, and nodded slightly at the two. It's okay. If the two of you have no other questions, please allow me to retire first. I need to go back to review the exam soon. I don't know who leaked this conversation, and it swept across the school like a hurricane. 2.5. Have you heard that? Boss Marks actually refused the invitation of the England Quidditch national team. I must have heard of it. What is going on? Is Marks McClown not meeting their conditions? After all, Marks McClown's age is placed there. It may be underestimated by others. Speaking of this, someone immediately thought of. Indeed. That's right. Because all the things Marks McClown has done so far are miracles that will make people feel that they are impossible to achieve before seeing is believing. Chapter 162 Voldemort is here. Not really. That's the Boss Marks despised them. You don't want to think about the background of Boss Marks? None of their conditions can attract Boss Marks, so Boss Marks rejected them. Really? Marks McClown is so domineering? That is, after all, he is the only heir to the Marks family, who dares not give him face. Marks McClown's rejection of the invitation of the England Quidditch national team quickly spread throughout the 4 colleges. But this time is a little different. The students seem to be used to it. Marks McClown has been a man of Hogwarts for a long time, so for this matter, the students were surprised at the beginning, and then admired Marks McClown, and then there was nothing to follow. Marks McClown was also happy and calm, and continued to concentrate on studying potions. At the same time, however, Hogwarts was secretly surging. Hagrid raised a young dragon privately and was confiscated by the school. This gossip quickly replaced Marks's news. Looking at the night outside the window, Marks McClown lightly put down the book in his hand. He also heard the latest rumors. Of course, the man behind it was Voldemort, Marks' so-called partner. Marks McClown also began to realize that Voldemort's power was slowly recovering. This is not a good situation. It seems I should think of something. Marks McClown squinted his eyes and closed the book. Boss, are you still asleep? Steve lightly patted Marks' shoulder from behind, yawning. Marks McClown nodded and said, I'm going to sleep soon. Go to sleep first. Steve prepared to go back to his room sleepily, then go to bed early. Good night. Good night, Marks McClown said softly. In the entire common room, only Marks' was left sitting at the table, becoming silent. Marks McClown looked coldly at the common room that had fallen into silence, and a chilly feeling spread from his back. Marks McClown stood up, reached into the cloak, and held two magic wands tightly. There was a fluffy thing near his feet, arching his feet. Marks McClown looked down and saw that it was the fluctuating dog that was missing that day. It seemed to feel something wrong instinctively, so it immediately returned to Marks McClown. Marks McClown inside as a guy with a weird mentality. He was indeed extremely keen. I saw that the wave dog was looking around with a vigilant face. Marks McClown opened his mouth and just wanted to talk to the wave dog. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he immediately closed his mouth. Then Marks strolled in the middle of the common room, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. There is no snoring in the dormitory next door that I usually hear vaguely, and I can't even hear the breathing of the students. Everyone seemed to be asleep in a coffin, extremely calm, yet extremely abnormal. Good evening. Have a good time recently, Marks? A hoarse voice sounded from behind Marks. This familiar voice made Marks instantly recognize who the arrival is. Marks McClown didn't turn around, and said lightly, I think you should be here in about time. Like an ordinary dog? The bouncing dog growled threateningly at the figure behind Marks McClown, but it did not roar. A tall and thin figure slowly paced behind Marks McClown. Why? Because Hogwarts is so beautiful and life is so moist and comfortable. Don't you want to see me come? Marks McClown faintly smiled and said, how is it possible? I will still care about the agreement with you. Besides, in a sense, don't you always doze off in Hogwarts? Marks McClown released her hand holding the magic wand, and put her hand on her chest. Then the tall and thin figure paced in front of Marks McClown, revealing a pale white face, exactly the face of Professor Quirrell. Marks McClown glanced at him, and said lightly, then should I call you Professor Quirrell now, or Voldemort? Quirrell. Voldemort slowly said in a hoarse voice, I think you should not be concerned about this. Marks McClown said, well, may I ask Mr. Voldemort to come here like this? Wouldn't he just greet me? Voldemort smiled and said, of course not. Now is the time to fulfill the agreement between you and me. Marks McClown frowned and said, so fast? Otherwise, what do you think? Voldemort stared at Marks' with his eyes like dead fish. Marks McClown nodded helplessly and said, then what should I do? You have to tell your plan, right? Follow me to the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort said coldly. I'll talk to you about other things on the road. Forbidden Forest? Marks McClown asked knowingly. Are you going to hunt any magical animals? Don't worry about it. Just follow me. Foodie 583 Demon. I wanted to grab Marks' arm and forcefully took Marks' away. Marks McClown hid gently, speaking at a fast rate. Because of Hagrid's young dragon, the Forbidden Forest has recently been taken seriously by the school. If you go hunting for magical animals now, it is estimated that it will be very dangerous. Right? Voldemort's eyes glared, and the speed in his hands increased significantly. He grabbed Marks McClown's arm directly. His gloomy face leaned closer to Marks McClown, and said coldly, don't worry about so many things that are irrelevant. If you ask you to follow me, follow me. Marks McClown looked like you could not help but said helplessly, okay. Why did I have an agreement with you? The front is the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire. I want to fight with you, right? Voldemort said impatiently, what kind of swordsmanship? Don't forget, I have already set an unbreakable curse. Marks McClown spread his hands. It's just an adjective. It needs to be a bit artistic, Mr. Dark Lord. Voldemort stared at Marks-Eye coldly, without saying a word. There was so much momentum that I would shoot if you didn't leave. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 163, Forbidden Forest Adventure. It's not too late, then let's go. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown didn't do anything dangerous like Voldemort's grade S, and smiled and pointed to the door of the dormitory. This time Voldemort stubbornly held Marks McClown's hand, as if he was afraid that Marks McClown would suddenly escape, and walked towards the door quickly. Before leaving, Marks McClown kicked the wave dog lightly, and the wave dog slipped into the bed with interest. However, Marks McClown knew what he meant. The dog of fluctuation must understand. After Marks-Eye and Killuo disappeared at the door together, the wave dog immediately crawled out of the bed. It jumped on the window, flew across the wall like a cat, and ran wildly in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. The night of this day is destined to be not peaceful at all. Marks-Eye and Voldemort walked slowly along Hogwarts, which was shrouded by night. They didn't know what spell Voldemort had cast. They didn't see a single figure along the way. Hogwarts looked like a dead zone. Mr. Voldemort, you worked so hard at Hogwarts, are you not afraid of being discovered by Dumbledore? Marks McClown said slowly. Voldemort Ji smiled and said, although I am seriously injured now, I am still the greatest dark wizard. I can still do this little thing. Marks McClown couldn't say no, and asked, then can you tell me your plan now? Voldemort looked back at Marks-Eye coldly and said, I need the blood of a unicorn. But the horsemen living in the Forbidden Forest have repeatedly interfered with me, and I need your help. Marks McClown sneered inwardly, and as expected, Voldemort began to make excuses. With Voldemort's ability, even in the state of remnant soul, how could one need to find a student for help? And the biggest loophole in this excuse is that the person Voldemort is looking for is wrong. If you want to find a student for help, the Imperius Curse can be solved. So why look for Marks-Eye who is so dangerous? But on the surface Marks McClown was still surprised and said, Mr. Voldemort, your strength is above the sky. Even if you are weak now, there is no need to ask me for help. Right? Voldemort said gloomily, don't worry about my decision. Is it possible that you don't want to help me? After all, Voldemort's snake-like eyes stared directly at Marks McClown. As long as Marks McClown revealed the slightest hesitation, Voldemort would make an unceremonious move. But with the constraints of an unbreakable curse, Marks McClown would even be afraid of him. Marks McClown just shook his head gently. How come? I still abide by the agreement. Then stop talking nonsense. Go. Voldemort glared at Marks McClown coldly, then turned and walked towards the dense forest. Cool Tiger, when Marks McClown saw Voldemort turned around, he was slightly relieved and followed Voldemort's steps. Bouncing Dog took a shortcut through Hogwarts' bizarre path and finally ran into the Forbidden Forest first. The Forbidden Forest is still misty, towering trees can be seen everywhere, and all kinds of strange creatures are secretly watching the wave dog in the dark. Thinking of what Marks McClown had explained in his heart, the dog ran around anxiously. However, no creature appeared in front of it on its own initiative. Of course, the dog of fluctuation knew that there was no point in running around blindly. Suddenly, the dog raised four short legs and rushed into a bush. This action scared a deer, panicked and yearned to escape. The original deer had been secretly looking at the dog. The bouncing dog jumped directly on the back of the deer, scratching and scratching. The innocent deer screamed in pain and ran into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The wailing sound passed far away in the Forbidden Forest. What happened? A horse-shaped creature with an upper body and lower body rushed out angrily, and said furiously, alien creatures dare to stray in the Forbidden Forest? One call is accurate. It seems that I have good luck. The wave dog yelled, who is the leader here? Please call it out. I have something important to tell him. The horse-like creature raised its strong front hoof and was about to kick this arrogant Shiba Inu with a big kick. The wave dog didn't evade either. A dog face solemnly said, "Voldemort is on his way to the Forbidden Forest." The horseman froze in place, retracted his front hoof and said, "What you said is true." The dog said, "Pearls are not so real. Take me to see your boss." The horse was taken aback, and said angrily, "You let go of it first." While talking, the horseman pointed at the deer who was jumping in pain. The dog jumped from the deer's body and looked like it had nothing to do with me. The deer cast a fierce look at the dog and ran away. The horseman also glared at Washu Dog coldly, and said, "Follow me." The horseman ran in one direction, and the wave dog followed behind the horseman, not at all slower than the horseman. "By the way, my name is Firenze. Call me ... cough. Just call me the fluctuating dog." The bouncing dog didn't seem to say this name easily. It ran and jumped directly on Firenze's back. I ran over to inform me that I was exhausted. "Give me a rest first." The horse snorted and ran towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. "There is a unicorn in the southeast of the Forbidden Forest." Voldemort licked his scarlet tongue and said that he and Marks-Eye have slowly entered the Forbidden Forest. Marks McClown sighed and exclaimed, "This can be sensed. It is indeed the legendary Dark Lord. But it is said that this is the territory of the horse people. Wang Zhao. You hunted unicorns so blatantly. Voldemort's face suddenly turned gloomy, and Gigi said, "If those ignorant horsemen obstruct me again, I don't mind taking a little more effort to slaughter them." In fact, Voldemort was just a stubborn mouth. In this state, he really didn't have much ability to destroy the family. But of course Marks-Eye would not point it out, otherwise it would be no fun for Voldemort to do something irrational when he became so angry. P.S. I went home early in the morning and wrote that I can't stand it now. The rest of the update will be added during the day. Chapter 164, Voldemort's exclusive secret method. Not only did he not touch Voldemort, but Marks McClown also looked calm and calm. Don't worry, we are currently a cooperative relationship anyway, and I will find a way to help you deal with them then. You? Voldemort said coldly. The horseman is not a vegetarian. Marks McClown smiled coldly and said, Mr. Voldemort's answer is really strange. Obviously Mr. Voldemort told me not long ago that he hoped that I would help remove the harassment threat from the horseman. Voldemort was speechless for a while, and he didn't care about the reasons he was looking for. And Marks McClown said immediately, does Mr. Voldemort think I am a vegetarian? Voldemort was taken aback for a moment, and smiled deeply. It's more so-called the person with the best talent in Slytherin history, right? TSK Tusk. It's really a resounding nickname. A chill spread from Marks McClown's body, and Marks McClown looked at Voldemort deeply. He knew that Voldemort mocked him a little bit. After all, when Voldemort was a student, he was also known as the person with the best talent in Slytherin history. I heard that drinking the blood of the unicorn will continue the life, but will be cursed by the unicorn. Marks McClown broke the topic, and this is what he wants to know most. Cool Tiger. Voldemort nodded and said, that's right. Then Marks McClown looked surprised. Mr. Voldemort, aren't you afraid of being cursed? Voldemort Ji smiled and said, but I am Quirrell now. Marks McClown was surprised. You mean Quill is helping you bear the curse? Voldemort smiled, as if not wanting to explain the problem. Marks McClown took a deep look at Cheeluo, and he probably guessed something in his heart. Originally in the history of potions, there were indeed countless people who thought about using the blood of unicorns. However, without exception, they all failed. The unicorn blood obtained by any method will carry a powerful curse. It seems like the nature is cursing the sorcerers who are so stricken by the interests, who actually kill innocent lives to meet their own requirements. At this time some wizards also asked if it was because of the relationship with the unicorn. Naturally, there are also powerful wizards, who managed to get the cub of the unicorn, and then became friends with the unicorn. However, Whether it is raising a unicorn or a unicorn voluntarily contributing blood as a friend, they still have a terrible curse. Mark's eyes skills in potions are getting deeper and deeper, so naturally he is more curious about this. How did Voldemort avoid the curse of unicorn blood? If Mark's eye can obtain this secret, then he can use unicorn blood as a potion material for unprecedented use. It now appears that the answer has finally appeared. It came to be that Voldemort took advantage of his own unprecedented situation, that is, the state of two people alone. Voldemort's soul occupies a part of Quirrell's body, so Quirrell is not entirely Quirrell now, but Voldemort is still Voldemort, and he lives with such a dual identity. So when hunting for the blood of the unicorn, Quirrell can be responsible for bearing the curse of the unicorn, and Voldemort is the one who benefits. On the other side, Firenze ran into the deepest part of the Forbidden Forest with the wave dog. A crowd of horsemen appeared in front of them, and dozens of horses were on fire, singing and dancing, as if they were holding a small party. A white-haired old horseman at the head was sitting by the fire, looking lovingly at the horseman singing and dancing next to him. "Daddy," Firenze rushed in, and all the horsemen stopped and looked at Firenze. Firenze panted slightly and said, "A dog said that the mysterious man is going to the Forbidden Forest." With that, Firenze tore off the fluctuating dog that was resting comfortably on him, and threw it roughly on the ground. "Can't you be gentler?" Bouncing Dog yelled and cursed. "Mystery man?" The surrounding horses suddenly rioted and looked at Firenze grudgingly. "That mysterious man?" "McClowns," Firenze nodded. "It's probably the person you think can't say the name." "What is the problem?" The old man put away his affection and looked at Firenze seriously. Firenze told the story of the swing dog entering the Forbidden Forest, and all the horsemen fell silent when they heard it. The atmosphere of the horse-gathering place was suppressed for a while. The old horse looked at the fluctuating dog and said, "This. The dogman?" "Dog person? What dog person?" "Mum's mentally retarded." Husky Dog cried, "I am a Shiba Inu. I have already heard the news." "Then you can do whatever you like." "Daddy," Firenze cried, "let's summon the people to fight the demon. Now he is at his weakest time." The old horse was silent and did not respond. "Daddy," Firenze yelled anxiously, "the big demon came to the Forbidden Forest, definitely to hunt down unicorns. The blood of the unicorns will help him recover. And once this great demon recovers, not only the human wizards will suffer, but we who have rejected him in the past will also not be spared. Are we still sitting idly by?" The old horse sighed and said lightly, "These are destiny, we can't change it, and we shouldn't interfere." Firenze was anxious, and persuaded, "Daddy, I also respect the destiny heralded by the stars. But now isn't the time to continue to stick to the destiny. Don't we want to die?" The old horse still shook his head. "The destiny is so, it is powerless to return to heaven, nothing more." Firenze clenched his fists and stopped talking, but he already had other plans in his heart. Chapter 165 Voldemort, the King of Yanyi. The entire horse-gathering place fell into a weird silence for a while, and the horses bowed their heads as if they were making an important decision. Plus cool, tiger. Firenze glanced at the old horse and said cruelly, "Father." The old horse seemed to be aging for several decades, and slowly said, "I am old. If you are willing to go, then go." Firenze looked at the old horse sadly and shouted, "Are you willing to follow me?" Immediately more than a dozen vigorous horsemen jumped out and stood behind Firenze. "Go." Firenze grabbed the wave dog roughly, threw it on himself, and ran wildly in one direction of the Forbidden Forest. "Didn't I ask you to be gentle?" The dissatisfied voice of the wave dog came from a distance, and the old horse sat on the spot blankly, silent for a while. A tall female horseman slowly stepped forward and called out hesitantly, "Patriarch." The old horse slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine." The female horseman asked, "Will they be okay with Firenze?" The old man looked at Firenze and his party who disappeared in the distance, and said, "All of this is destiny, and their choice is also their destiny." Marx McClown and Voldemort hid behind a thick tree hugged by the two of them, and watched intently at the unicorn emitting brilliant white light all over. This unicorn has soft hair all over, radiating gentle light. And that single horn like a jade carving, like a rare treasure, is particularly moving in the middle of the night. It was also the first time Marx McClown saw a unicorn. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's a beautiful creature." Voldemort Ji smiled and said, "No matter how beautiful it is in my eyes, it is only a nutrient that I can absorb." Marx McClown looked around, looking forward to seeing the creatures of the Forbidden Forest come out to save this poor unicorn. Of course the primary purpose was to disturb Voldemort. However, there was silence all around, and there was no rescue scene Marx McClown imagined. Voldemort said coldly, "You stay here for me, have you heard it?" Marx McClown shrugged. Well, what you say is what you say, is it all right?" Voldemort stood up slowly when he heard the words, floating in the air. His large black robe hummed in the night wind, and from a distance he looked like a vampire bat, about to hunt his own prey. The unicorn not far away looked around nervously, feeling a trace of something wrong in the weird atmosphere. Voldemort floated in the air like a huge bat, slowly approaching the unicorn. The next moment the unicorn turned around and wanted to escape without saying a word. The speed of the unicorn running at full speed is not something that ordinary people can underestimate, but it is facing Voldemort, and it is destined to have no room for resistance. Is it really necessary for Voldemort to recover so successfully? Marx McClown looked around unwillingly, still calm and could no longer be calm. Upon seeing this, Marx McClown had to sigh helplessly. It seemed that her plan might not always be successful every time. Quirrell, under Voldemort's control, suddenly exploded with a terrifying speed from his thin body, and directly threw the flying unicorn to the ground. Quirrell's seemingly thin arms also pressed the unicorn firmly. His fingers clamped the skin of the unicorn, and directly pinched out the silver blood. The unicorn itself is an extremely pure creature. Using black magic to attack the unicorn is very likely to tarnish the purity of the unicorn. So Voldemort released a body-enhancing spell on Quirrell, giving Quirrell temporarily the power to suppress the unicorn. This must have a strong side effect on Quirrell's body, but in Voldemort's view, this is nothing. Marx McClown shook his head slightly, and Quirrell was in Voldemort's hands, completely a pawn to use at will. When Quirrell had no use value against Voldemort, the fate of Quirrell could be imagined. Under Voldemort's suppression, the unicorn struggled desperately and wailed quickly. Its original powerful four-legged body looked rather weak at this time, kicking the ground in a senseless resistance. Find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Voldemort showed a grinning smile, raised a hand and thrust it hard on the unicorn's neck. Suddenly, a hot, steaming silver liquid splashed out, and Voldemort stared at the blood of the unicorn greedily like a starving ghost. More silver blood gushed from the unicorn's wound and ran to the ground. Voldemort immediately took out a small bottle. The blood of the unicorn that was originally very precious. If there is a whole head to kill and provide, it does not matter if some wasted. Voldemort sniffed the smell of the unicorn blood intoxicated, and let out a comfortable moan. Marx McClown's stomach was nauseated by his disgusting face. Really incredible Yan Yi. Marx McClown could only resist the disgusting impulse now, and became increasingly disgusted with Voldemort. Marx McClown knew in his heart that he couldn't let Voldemort recover like this, but it was not the time to turn his face, so he could only forcefully suppress his dislike of Voldemort. Voldemort. The turban on Quirrell's head wriggled for a while, and the turban slowly slipped down, revealing a flesh face without obvious facial features. The blood vessels on his face are full of blood, and the slightly open mouth is the source of the comfortable moan. "Come on," Voldemort whispered with his exposed face, "contribute everything you have to the great Dark Lord." While talking, Quirrell, controlled by Voldemort, filled a small bottle with unicorn blood. Marx McClown frowned and looked at all of this. This was exactly the reason why Killua became less like a human or ghost. Voldemort has been resting on Quirrell's brain. Quirrell's actions don't have much of his own consciousness. Most of them are under Voldemort's command. Chapter 166. This is why Voldemort dared to hunt and kill unicorns unscrupulously, soaking the blood of unicorns, but did not fear the curse of unicorns at all. Although Voldemort only revealed a little bit in his words, Marx McClown now knew that he was right, because the curse of the unicorn is all acting on Quirrell. Voldemort, who is also the equivalent of Quirrell, is the last beneficiary who can simultaneously absorb the benefits of Quirrell and the unicorn. I feel a little bit at a loss. This method is not easy to imitate. Marx McClown squinted his eyes. But this is also a kind of thinking that can be referred to. Shush! A commotion suddenly came from a distance, and Marx McClown and Voldemort raised their heads vigilantly at the same time. The difference is that a hint of joy flashed under Marx McClown's seemingly worried face. But Voldemort frowned deeply. Horseman! Voldemort roared suddenly. Sure enough, my good deeds are coming. Marx McClown immediately came to Voldemort's side, forcibly disguising his feeling of gloating. The trouble is finally here, so what should we do now? There was hatred in Voldemort's vicious eyes. Didn't I say that, as long as the horsemen come to ruin my good things, I will destroy them? A gloomy breath surged from Voldemort's body. And even Mark's eye was a little unstable to stand. Obviously it's only in the state of remnant soul, and the remaining power is so strong. Marx McClown was surprised to feel the cold and vicious breath and powerful magic power constantly emerging from Voldemort's body, which made her heart palpitations secretly. Plus cool, Tiger. The most powerful black wizard in the past is really not a reputation. Even Voldemort, who was severely injured, should not be underestimated. I am afraid that it is really angry. The entire horse race can hardly escape his poison. But this also made Marx McClown's heart more and more excited. It turns out that the level of Voldemort and Dumbledore is so powerful. This completely surpassed Marx's highest imagination in the past, and made Marx even more looking forward to it. It looks like a bad person. Marx McClown suppressed the excitement and pulled out her two black and white magic wands. The ground trembled more and more, and a large number of horsemen quickly approached this area. Voldemort looked sternly at the direction the horsemen came, but his eyes squinted at Marx McClown and the two magic wands in his hand. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Plus cool, Tiger. A few seconds later, Voldemort returned his attention to the horseman. I make you regret coming to this world. Voldemort roared angrily. A strong and powerful black magic curse was about to be cast by Voldemort and hit the horseman who was about to attack. Let me do it. Before Voldemort took the initiative, Marx McClown waved his magic wand in both hands and cast a spell quickly. Flaming flames. Piles of flames smashed from Marx's wand into the pile of horsemen, and the dense bushes instantly ignited a huge tongue of flames, which spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flying sand and stone. Thunderbolt exploded, bone to pieces. Marx McClown aimed at the igniting fire again, and quickly chanted a powerful spell that was far from the first-year students' meeting. Several curses were then thrown in mercilessly, and Voldemort couldn't tell whether Mark's eye really hurt the horseman under the cover of the fire. What are you doing? Voldemort dissatisfied. Obviously he was very dissatisfied with Mark's eye's first shot in front of him. Marx McClown smiled and said, didn't we just talk about this question? I am now accepting your previous request to help you solve your problems and get the horseman. Voldemort was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that the excuse he had come up with temporarily could be used so many times by Mark's eye. And since Mr. Voldemort is so upset with these annoying horsemen, then as Mr. Voldemort's partner, I should give full play to the spirit of a contract partner to help you clear up your troubles, right? Marx McClown said it with great righteousness and awe-inspiring. The light of great light almost burst out of his face. Voldemort hummed coldly, These little trash fish are not worthy of being my trouble. Between Mark-Sai and Voldemort's words, Firenze had led the people into the Sea of Fire. Holding a broad bow and arrow in his hand, he opened his bow and aimed at Mark-Sai and Voldemort. The other horsemen also said nothing, and dozens of sharp arrows came directly. Oh, be careful. Marks McClown gave full play to her Oscar-level acting skills, screaming in panic. In fact, the flight trajectory of these sharp arrows is clear in his spiritual exploration. Therefore, this level of attack speed is of course impossible to pose a threat to Mark-Sai, but how would Voldemort know this? In the next second, Mark-Sai pretended to fall to the ground and rolled, turning behind Voldemort. In this way, all the sharp arrows will be shot towards Voldemort. Voldemort snorted coldly, took the corpse of the unicorn in his hand, and threw it directly towards the horseman. Dozens of sharp arrows instantly pierced the unicorn, and there were several sharp arrows with the strongest strength, even passing directly through the unicorn's torso. They slashed across Voldemort's face and hands, and several obvious bloodstains appeared on Voldemort's body. Asshole! Voldemort's roar immediately rang, and the rage in it made even the Forbidden Forest tremble. Soon, Mark-Sai understood why Voldemort was so angry. Of course it wasn't because of being injured. It was Quirrell who was injured. Voldemort didn't care about Quirrell's life or death. The real reason is the shards of glass covered with silver blood scattered on the ground. Chapter 167, Interest Relationship. Obviously, the unicorn blood that Voldemort had just installed was completely broken to the ground before he could drink it. And the body of the unicorn, because of Voldemort's arrogance, was thrown out as a shield. In addition to the current swift attacks of the horsemen, it is almost impossible to run to the distance to reload the unicorn blood. Success in one go. Marks McClown was very energetic when he saw it. It's a pity that he couldn't kill Cheelio by the way, but forget it. Anyway, the most basic goal has been achieved. That's right, Marks McClown actually screamed regret in his heart. Originally, he wanted to bit Voldemort once, but he didn't expect Voldemort to react so quickly to prevent Quirrell from being killed. However, Marks McClown still pretended to be concerned and asked, "Are you okay?" Voldemort suppressed his anger, and said coldly, "This body is the waste of Quirrell. How could something be wrong with me?" Marks McClown nodded and said, "Then let's run away. If there is such a big noise here, someone will come soon." In fact, the indiscriminate bombing by Marks McClown just now, the purpose is not just as simple as it seems. In addition to allowing Voldemort to lose sight of the specific battle situation for a while, it is also to make this position of the Forbidden Forest more conspicuous, the better. In the silent night, such a huge light and explosion will surely make Hogwarts discover it. Voldemort could actually realize this, but he couldn't swallow it for a while. "No," he scolded, "I want to kill all horsemen." Marks McClown hurriedly pulled Voldemort a hand, looking extremely eager. A grudge can be reported at any time, but if you and I are discovered by the school now, then nothing can be said about it. In Voldemort's gloomy green eyes, bloodshots appeared. He didn't completely doubt Marks McClown's words, because if Marks McClown were found with him, he would be in a very bad situation. Voldemort stared straight ahead, where there was a horseman who had a bow and arrow and was about to shoot a second round of arrow rain. In the next second, Voldemort said fiercely, "They will regret what they did today. These damn horsemen." "Stop talking, let's go." Marks McClown forcefully pulled Voldemort back and ran back. "Just let go of the cruel words, there is no need to fight to death and death now." In fact, Marks-Eye was even more afraid of Voldemort's reckless action here. It was a trivial matter that the Horse Clan was destroyed. It was discovered by Hogwarts and then besieged Voldemort and himself. Cool Tiger, in the second round of Arrow Rain, Marks-Eye and Voldemort poured down again. Marks McClown quickly drew out her magic wand and shouted, "Armor for body protection." A wall formed by air immediately blocked the two of them, and the powerful bow and arrow lost its effect under the curse. Taking advantage of this gap, Marx McClown hurriedly grabbed and ran desperately. "You are too slow like this," Voldemort spoke suddenly, grabbing Marx McClown and his whole body hanging in the air, moving quickly. "Go!" Voldemort roared. Marx McClown opened her mouth in surprise, looking at the scene that was moving backward. "I really did not expect that Voldemort in such a weak state could reach such a high speed." Marx McClown followed Voldemort to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and after a long escape, Voldemort's speed did not slow down at all. Marx McClown estimated that without a flying broomstick, he would not be able to catch up with Voldemort. And now it was Voldemort who was pulling him to move fast in the Forbidden Forest. The horseman behind him didn't mean to let Voldemort go, and was chasing after him. Although they don't have the abnormal speed of Voldemort, they can still chase Voldemort with their familiarity with the Forbidden Forest and their speed far exceeding ordinary humans. "They are still following us," Voldemort said bitterly. "Do you really think I dare not touch them?" Feeling Voldemort's rage, Marx McClown has no doubt, as long as Voldemort's patience is consumed a little more, Voldemort will absolutely destroy the horse people regardless of the consequences. "Voldemort, listen!" Marx McClown suddenly shouted, "You put me down now, and I will stop the horseman." "Your strength can't stop it," Voldemort roared. His anger reached a critical point. At the same time, the look of doubt in his eyes became stronger, and the doubts Marx McClown had always been intensified. How could this kid be so proactive? It is obviously extremely unreasonable to still propose to take the initiative to resist. There must be something tricky in it. "I'm not trying to stop them with strength," Marx McClown hurriedly said. "I was controlled by you to come to the Forbidden Forest as an ordinary student, and the horseman will not harm children by 280. Don't you know?" From the horseman's point of view, human children are also ignorant ponies, and generally speaking, they will not act on minors. Although Voldemort has always looked down on magical animals, the horse people are a few exceptions. Even Voldemort knows the customs of horse people better. So what Marx McClown said, he was very clear that it was true. However, Voldemort remained silent, and did not easily let go of Mark's eye. "Don't worry, I won't betray you." Marx McClown had already guessed Voldemort's thoughts, and she said with confidence, "Don't you still want to teach me black magic? You understand the benefits this brings me? But if you die, who will pay for it? Can teach me." In other words, your death will not benefit me at all. On the contrary, if you continue to live, we still maintain the agreed state of cooperation. That is the most beneficial to me. This is the most naked interest relationship ever presented. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 168, Voyeur. But Marx McClown believed that people like Voldemort trusted this most. Let him see clearly that there is an obvious interest relationship between himself and him, but it can make Voldemort feel more at ease. Naturally, it also adds countless credibility to Marx's proposals and actions. Voldemort suddenly said coldly, "But once you are discovered that you may have a relationship with me, Dumbledore will definitely pay attention to you. You can hurt me a little bit, won't that make sense? I am the best student in Slytherin, I was selected by you to enter the Forbidden Forest, and then found out by the horseman." Marx McClown calmly arranged the whole thing. "Then I can say that I was seriously injured and need to be sent to the school hospital immediately, so that you can escape smoothly." Voldemort fell silent again and began to consider the credibility and pros and cons of the whole thing. "If you hesitate, you won't be able to escape. See if you see, the direction of Hogwarts is already full of fire, and the movement on the Forbidden Forest must have alarmed them." Marx McClown urged Voldemort again, and Voldemort subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of Hogwarts. It really became brightly lit there. If you listen carefully, you can still hear the noisy noise of Hogwarts Castle. In fact, Voldemort is most worried about the horseman or Hogwarts. It should be the biggest time bomb. Marx McClown, a wicked and slippery kid. The key is to possess extremely high talent, All this is the reason why Voldemort is not at ease. Voldemort had thought that after he recovered with the blood of the unicorn tonight, he thought of a way to kill Mark-Sai and get rid of this unknown factor. But he didn't expect that there would be too many emergencies tonight. Voldemort grabbed Marks McClown's hand and slowly squeezed it tightly, thinking whether he should shoot Marks McClown directly now. It's just that in terms of the current state of weakness, the unbreakable curse previously set is really a huge obstacle. Mark-Sai could also feel the unkind breath radiating from Voldemort's whole body. Marks McClown herself had some guesses as to why Voldemort wanted to bring herself, so she specifically asked the dog to inform the horseman. On the one hand, he was obstructing Voldemort's recovery plan. On the other hand, he was afraid that Voldemort would have any way to circumvent the unbreakable curse and successfully cast a black hand on himself. Success or failure in one fell swoop. Marks McClown's eyes looked straight at Voldemort. His eyes were extremely clear, as if there were no distracting thoughts. Plus cool, tiger. As everyone knows, Marks McClown's back is a bit saturated with cold sweat. Voldemort also looked at Mark-Sai. His eyes were extremely complicated. Finally, after hearing the noise of Hogwarts getting louder and louder, Voldemort made a decision as if he had just awakened from a dream. Now even if Mark-Sai was killed for no reason, except for the huge damage caused by the unbreakable curse, it would not benefit at all, and it would be of no avail to the current situation. If you want to kill Mark-Sai, besides the price is too great, there is no benefit at all. In this case, it is better to let him go for the time being and see how he will do afterwards. I hope you don't let me down, Voldemort said coldly, suddenly pressing his hand on Marks McClown's chest. A huge magical impact instantly slammed Mark-Sai into a tree, and Voldemort disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This collision is really exciting. Marks McClown was a little dizzy by the powerful impulse, and a puff of gas filled her heart. If it weren't for his body to be level 3, that would never be possible at this age. He might have been seriously injured by Voldemort. Chow, told you to hurt me. You really did so cruelly. Marks McClown snorted and rubbed his painful chest. He felt the back of the tree hit, and it was also a hot pain. Marks McClown reluctantly tilted his head to see that Voldemort's figure had reached the farthest point of sight, slowly becoming more and more blurred, until finally disappeared. Seeing this, Marks McClown slowly let out a suffocating breath. It's just that when Marks McClown was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly his heart moved, and a feeling of something wrong came to his heart. Marks McClown looked around for a while, and quietly scanned the surrounding space with spiritual exploration. Sure enough, this voyeur, he really hides to watch me. Marks McClown immediately noticed the gloomy aura of Voldemort hiding not far away, and he was absolutely accurate. Marks McClown knew that Voldemort would definitely not leave so easily. Otherwise he would also be sorry for his Dark Lord's IQ and suspicion. Of course, Voldemort couldn't just listen to Mark-Sai's words, so he cast a spell to pretend to walk away and confuse Mark-Sai's vision, while staying for a short time to monitor Mark-Sai. Voldemort was very confident. With his magic level, a student in Marks McClown would never find himself. So if Marks McClown has any conspiracy, it will be clear at this time. It's a pity that Voldemort was too arrogant, and he didn't know that Marks McClown could clearly see his every move. Catch up. Suddenly, Marks McClown's expression changed, and he saw horses approaching during his spiritual exploration. Of course, he also found out immediately, the bouncing dog was nearby. Smelling the scent and running Marks McClown knew that Voldemort had seen the wave dog, and the appearance of the wave dog at this time was very detrimental to him. Marks McClown was anxious to Shengzi and shouted loudly, "Voldemort has gone. I am forced and innocent. I will not trouble me if anything happens." Voldemort was confused. Not far away. Although it was agreed to do this a long time ago, aren't there still no horsemen around now? Is it necessary to start begging for mercy so early at this time? P.S. The family dog not raised by me barked frantically in the morning, barked for several hours, and collapsed. Chapter 169. Questions about the Forbidden Forest. Washu Dog heard Marksai's voice from a distance, and was about to run over immediately. Cool Tiger, but after hearing the nonsensical content in Marksai's words, it instantly understood Marksai's situation. Suddenly hesitated for a while, but still stopped. After Marks McClown finished shouting, he confirmed that the dog had received his own message and understood what he meant. He also pretended to play tricks under the tree that he was seriously injured, waiting for rescue. Voldemort watched Marksai silently not far away, waited for a while, and found nothing wrong. Voldemort thought that if he waited any longer, the people from Hogwarts would come, and he could not drag on any longer, so he quickly fled in the direction of his scheduled escape. Marks McClown groaned without illness under the tree, but he repeatedly confirmed Voldemort's whereabouts during his spiritual exploration. When Voldemort had really disappeared, Marks McClown really relaxed. Looking at the vague horse figure not far away, Marks McClown sighed heavily. From the look in Voldemort's eyes just now, Marks McClown could clearly feel Voldemort's killing intent on him. But this time, Voldemort was finally confused. Not easy. DA 190 DA. A rush of horseshoes resounded in the quiet Forbidden Forest. Seeing those tall and robust horse figures rushing towards him, Marks McClown couldn't help but wonder. Before crossing over, he also liked the magical and legendary Harry Potter series very much. Recall that in Harry Potter's original book, the Forbidden Forest is recognized as a dangerous place, but the horseman guarding the Forbidden Forest can't even beat a parallel wizard like Umbridge. Umbridge had defeated several strong horsemen alone by relying on his so poor magical ability. This proves from the negative that the horseman's strength is not strong. Then why are the horses so powerful in the Forbidden Forest? Marks McClown couldn't understand more and more. Did the horsemen have such a strong real strength? You must know that the Forbidden Forest is a very dangerous place, with many magical and dangerous creatures living in it. Except for Hagrid and a few other students who like to explore, almost no one likes this place, and even some professors keep it secret. Even Umbridge thought that the Forbidden Forest was extremely dangerous. Even a great wizard of Dumbledore's level, who wanted to hide any secret weapons, would probably choose to hide in the Forbidden Forest. In addition, in the First Wizarding War, both good and evil had hoped to recruit horse races. All of this shows that the horseman may have a hidden powerful force. Marks McClown's eyes were clear, watching the horse figure approaching closer and closer, like a gay person, continuing to think about his problems. There are many races that seem to be more powerful than the horses, such as the eight-eyed giant spider, night sky, werewolf and so on. But they are very peaceful not to mess with the horses. Is this because the horses are more united than them? I'm afraid not. There should be a deeper reason. And these kinds of doubts are exactly what Marks McClown is most curious about and wants to figure out. Because of this, he chose to let the dog fluctuate to notify the horseman, so as to plan to create an opportunity to approach the horseman. Come out. No need to hide. A spooky Shiba Inu, sneaking out of the grass, is the Wave Dog. The Wave Dog looked around vigilantly. Is it safe now? Marks McClown nodded feebly. I almost thought you couldn't understand what I meant. The Dog of Fluctuation said with a smile. Of course, don't look at who I am. I'm a wise man. Seeing Marks McClown YBBDHS dangerous size fluctuating, the dog instantly changed his words. The dog raised by the master of the wise and martial arts. Okay, don't praise me, but this time I really want to thank you. Marks McClown said lightly, without your whistle blowing, there may be a big change tonight. It's not your eyes that threaten my sister, who wants to praise you. The dog was forced to complain, but he was still surprised. Is it so serious? Marks McClown nodded and said, Voldemort has already murdered me tonight. Of course I still have a way to deal with this. But if it were not for the horse race and the school as per my plan, Voldemort could successfully absorb the blood of the unicorn to restore a large part of his power tonight. The Dog of Fluctuation said, he Then it seems that I saved your life. Next time you can give me canned food. No cauliflower. Marks McClown nodded, and felt that the place where he was hit by Voldemort was still aching, and groaned slightly. Suddenly, Suibu Dog asked unnaturally, "Are you okay? Do you care about me?" Marks McClown looked at the fluctuating dog with a smile. "Who cares about you? I'm just caring about my future canned food," suddenly said with disdain. "You should first think about how to deal with horse people." Marks McClown grinned. "Dear, where I learned it. It's not cute to put it on that doge face." Firenze wielded a road knife, cutting down the branches and weeds on the side of the road. He rushed to this side with a look of anger. Although they were more familiar with the Forbidden Forest than Voldemort, the speed of chasing was undoubtedly incomparable. "Prison him, Firenze." A deep and high-pitched call sounded, but somewhat different from the human voice, pulling Marks McClown back from his contemplation. "Prison this accomplice who killed the unicorn." Although generally speaking, it would not harm human children like Mark's eye, but if they were just imprisoned, the horseman would be fine. Firenze also saw Mark's eye, and asked angrily, "Where is the big demon?" The wave dog looked at Marks McClown subconsciously, and Marks McClown pointed in the direction where Voldemort had escaped, and said with no good air, "Voldemort has already left. You can't catch up." Firenze looked at the direction Voldemort was going away. It was the place to enter and exit the Forbidden Forest. He knew that he couldn't catch up. Then Firenze turned his head and looked at Marks coldly and said, "Why did you appear in the Forbidden Forest?" Chapter 170, Oscar winner. Marks McClown looked like he had been wronged by the sky. "I am a Hogwarts student. How dare to enter the Forbidden Forest normally?" "So this is a misunderstanding. I'm just a student who has no power to bind a chicken." Marks McClown looked at the horseman who had surrounded him and shook his head. "Actually, I was smashed. I was threatened by mysterious people." Forced. Marks McClown did not directly call Voldemort's name, because this name is a taboo in the wizarding world. Plus cool, tiger. Those who dare to call that way, apart from a few top figures such as Dumbledore, there are also some people who have a deep connection with Voldemort, and there is no other person than a stunner like Harry. The change of name is because Marks I didn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings on the horse. Who will believe you? Flans let out a cry, pretending to grab Marks Eye with his hands. Based on Marks Eye's undecided words, it is impossible for any creature with IQ to fully listen to it, so Firenze thinks it is necessary to test it. Facing the hand that Firenze grabbed, Marks McClown's face was calm. His black eyes were as light as a vast blue lake, without a ripple. Such a calm attitude made Flans a little surprised. Firenze didn't expect that such a small boy would have such a tough mood. Out of curiosity, and because Marks McClown did not show any guilty panic, Firenze stopped his attack. But he still shouted, "What's the misunderstanding? We saw you and the mysterious person with our own eyes." "Think about it, I am such a weak student. Would I choose to be with a mysterious person?" Marks McClown asked in a good manner. "Know that it is a nightmare in the wizarding world. There are so many historical records, even students who just went to school. You can also know it clearly. So all that said, it was a mysterious man who threatened me. If I don't help him, he will kill me." Weak and windy. Hearing Marks McClown's words, Flans couldn't wait to spit out old blood. "You were so happy with the spell just now, so you are ashamed to tell me that you can't help but feel weak." However, after just a few attempts, Firenze still asked doubtfully, "How were you persecuted?" Marks McClown tore open his wizard robe, revealing his chest. There was a black palm imprinted there, and Firenze carefully observed the black palm imprint on Marks McClown's chest. "Will play such a bad hand." Sure enough, Marks McClown's eyes narrowed slightly, and things proceeded as he planned. Plus cool, tiger. With Marks McClown's deliberate hierarchical disclosure, his credibility in the eyes of the horse has become higher and higher. However, Firenze still didn't completely let go of his doubts. But that big demon. How could the mysterious man kidnap you to the Forbidden Forest? Does he have any unknown secrets? Marx McClown shook his head and said, "How do I know that when I was about to go to bed tonight, he came to look for me and killed me if I didn't want to go with him, so I could only follow him." After all, Marx McClown looked at Firenze with an innocent look. Firenze and the horseman behind him looked at each other and seemed a little hesitant. But Marx McClown was still keenly aware that the doubt in their eyes was indeed less and less as Marx McClown expected. Looking at the Marens' unbelieving attitude, Marx McClown grabbed the backskin of the fluctuating dog. This was his final step. Marx McClown brought the fluctuating dog up in front of him, and whispered, "This is the dog I raise. I risked being discovered by a mysterious man and asked him to inform you." The bouncing dog showed a mentally polluted expression, and protested, "Can you not lift my neck every time? My beautiful smooth and beautiful fur is almost gone by you." Marx McClown rolled his eyes to Wudong, then turned his head to face a dozen tall and strong horsemen. A warm smile appeared on his immature and delicate face. "Now you should believe me, right?" More than a dozen horsemen heard this, their tall and robust bodies inevitably shocked. Some very emotional horsemen even had tears in their eyes. Find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Hey, what a poor child. He is still the age of pony, but he was coerced by mysterious people to do such terrible things at such a young age. The horseman who had originally clamored to catch Mark's eye had completely changed his attitude at this time, comforting Chi Mark's eye. Although Firenze still feels a little confused about the cause and effect, thinking about Mark's eyes sending her own dog over to inform the news, it shouldn't be a collusion with Voldemort. What's more, Marx McClown was injured by Voldemort. It didn't look like collusion. Thinking of this, Flans looked at Marx McClown's injured chest with a caring face. If you think about it, unicorns are the most noble and pure creatures in the world. They are shaped like white horses with a spiral horn on their foreheads, and some have wings. Therefore, those who want to protect unicorns should also be noble and pure people. Firenze defined Mark's eye in his heart like this. "Let's go, child of humanity. There are other races that will haunt here. I will take you to a more secluded place for you to rest." Before Marx McClown refused, Firenze lifted Marx McClown from the ground and gently placed it on the horse's back. With a cry, a dozen horsemen left like gusts of wind and lightning. Marx McClown sat on horseback, and unlike other times when he rushed around, the horsemen marched very smoothly this time. The cool breeze gently brushed Mark's eye's cheeks, making him feel comfortable. Under the cool moonlight, the Forbidden Forest seemed to be covered in silver. After a while, the horsemen came to a secluded place. P.S. The two dogs wake me up at least 3 or 4 times a day. It's almost mentally weak. Sometimes I really want to rush down and chop soup. Chapter 171, Legend of Enchanting Potion. Mark's eye, just rest here. Cool Tiger, Flans asked Marx McClown's name on horseback long ago, but after learning that Marx McClown was a Slytherin student, he was slightly suspicious. However, after Marx McClown's rhetoric and coaxing, he completely believed that Marx McClown was not an accomplice of the mysterious man. And Firenze also trusted Mark's eye's rhetoric more because of this. Voldemort was born in Slytherin, and he was most familiar with Slytherin, so when he coerced the students to help, he must be more reasonable to ask Slytherin. Sitting under a big black tree, Marx McClown asked the question he had been puzzled by. Marx McClown asked aloud, "When I was kidnapped by the mysterious man just now, I could feel that the mysterious man actually had some 8 or 80 fears of your horse tribe. Are you really strong?" Marx McClown pretended to ask unintentionally. On the one hand, he would not let Firenze feel about his relationship with Voldemort anymore, if he thought of any loopholes that would not be easy to deal with. On the other hand, he also wanted to inquire about the situation of the horse people. Flans, who had been healing Mark's eye carefully, stopped his movements and said, "These powerful wizards basically know and are not secret things. I can tell you. Do all powerful wizards know? Marks McClown was taken aback. Sure enough, a mysterious person treats you. No, your feeling is wrong. Cool Tiger, Firenze shook his head. Mysterious man will not put us horsemen in his eyes. He is so proud. And what he fears is the king of the Forbidden Forest. With that said, Firenze looked up at the moon sky with a rare look of admiration. Marks McClown opened his mouth. The king of the Forbidden Forest? What the hell is this? The king of the Forbidden Forest? Marks McClown looked at Firenze in amazement. Even the fluctuating dog couldn't help being curious. Looking at Firenze, Firenze nodded and said, "The king of the Forbidden Forest is the king who rules the Forbidden Forest." Marks McClown wanted to learn more, and curiously asked, "Is there such a thing? Why have I never heard of it?" Firenze smiled when he saw it. "You don't have to doubt or suspect that you have heard it wrong. I didn't lie to you. The reason why our horse race can stand in the Forbidden Forest filled with dangerous creatures is precisely because we have been sheltered by the mysterious and powerful Forbidden Forest King. And our relationship with the King of the Forbidden Forest, we have to start from a long history." Flunz's eyes kept flashing, as if caught in a good memory. "Who is this King of the Forbidden Forest?" Marks McClown's body leaned forward, already looking very energetic. Plus Cool Tiger. In fact, Marks I didn't suffer much injury at all with his level 3 body, and with his level 1 self-healing ability, he didn't need Flunz's treatment at all. Flunz said with embarrassment, "I can't say that." "Obviously, I said just now, even if you tell me something that is not secret." The existence of the King of the Forbidden Forest is not a secret thing. But further down, Firenze shook his head. "It is better not to know the things that should not be known." Marks McClown still didn't give up. "Just tell me, I promise you won't tell others." Firenze directly refused. "Knowing too much is not good for you. You should heal yourself." Marks McClown shrugged. "Well, I have one last question. Why in the first Wizarding War, whether it was the Black Wizard or the White Wizard, both sides wanted to recruit you?" Marks McClown patted the dirt on the wizard's robes. "In this way, the horse people seem to be very popular. Both sides are vying to invite the horse people to join their camp. I have always been curious about the reasons." Firenze nodded and said, "There is such a thing." Fluffy Dog interrupted in no face at all. "But I feel that you horsemen are not as powerful as you imagined." Firenze's body stiffened a bit, and nodded. "Our horse race is not a nation dedicated to fighting. The fighting power is really nothing." Marks McClown couldn't help asking, "Then why?" "That's because they all want to participate in the Holy Land trial of our horse race." Speaking of the Holy Land, Flunz's eyes glowed with fanaticism. Not only him, but the other horsemen standing aside also closed their eyes religiously, as if the word Holy Land itself contained sacredness and purity. After a while, Flunz calmed down from his frenzy. With a cry, he awakened other horsemen who were immersed in faith. Marks McClown heard a new term. "For this reason?" "McClowns," Firenze sighed and said lightly. "They invited us horsemen to join, just coveting the Holy Ground trial in our clan." "But the Holy Land trial? What is that?" Marks McClown was a little stunned. The horse people really had a lot of secrets. "Have you heard of potion enhancement?" Firenze asked suddenly. Marks McClown nodded and said, "It is a legendary potion, but no one has ever seen the real thing, nor has anyone heard of a potion master who can successfully develop it. It is said that it is a kind of potion that exists in the legend." Now that he had agreed to teach Marks Snape was still doing his best. As for the existence of potion enhancement, which occupies an important position in the history of potions, Snape would definitely talk about it. Marks still remembers the expression when Snape talked about the magic potion. Although there are many potion masters who claim to have made potions for enhancing magic, they are all fake. They are just gimmicks they made to increase their reputation. Furthermore, all the magic potions sold at sky-high prices are all fake. In the wizarding world, no one has ever seen the true face of a magic potion. Chapter 172, The Destiny of Star Omen. After Snape said it, A mocking smile appeared on his face inexplicably. Cool Tiger, I don't know if he is laughing at the potion masters who have no name, or the wizards who are chasing magic potions. Does it just exist in the legend? Firenze was a little sad. In fact, the magic potion does not only exist in the legend, it can actually be made by the potion master. But I heard from the elders in the clan that one of the keys is to interact with me. The tribe's Holy Land trial is related. Marks McClown looked at Firenze with great excitement. Marks McClown, who was already quite knowledgeable in potions, was very interested in this. It seems that this trip to the Forbidden Forest is really worth it. Looking at Marks McClown's delicate and tender face, Flons continued, you don't have to believe too much. The Holy Land of our horse clan is related to the magic potion in the wizarding world. In fact, these 11 are just what I have heard. The legend of the horse race is nothing. Since there will be such a large-scale legend, it must have its origin. But in the First Wizard War, why did you reject both the good and the evil? Marks McClown suddenly asked, is you unwilling to provide this holy ground trial for human use? No, it's the opposite. Firenze recalled, there were countless potions masters who wanted to try our tribe's Holy Land trial, and we have all promised in the past. But without exception, they all failed. So the magic potion is no longer difficult to reproduce in this world. It can only exist in the legend, as you said. Marks McClown asked, how effective is that potion? Why do even wizards of the level like Mysterious Man and Dumbledore want to master this potion? Firenze shook his head and said, I don't know, I just said it. These are just legends passed down by the horse people. It's been too long since the magic potion has been lost. Except for some real long-lived races, who may know the actual effect of the potion, there is really no information at all. Firenze thought about it again and said, but since even the first wizarding wars of this level want to get a potion for magic enhancement, it is estimated that this potion is not ordinary. What then? Marks McClown asked. You seem to have not mentioned the main point of my question yet. As you know, in the end we refused to recruit! Firenze explained, we did not join any side, because we will never open the Holy Land trial anymore. This is because the clan feels that countless potions masters have failed their trials in the Holy Land before, indicating that they are not the people needed by the Holy Land. Only the people whose destiny indicated by the stars are returned can break through the trials in the Holy Land! Marks McClown understood. In other words, in your current Holy Ground trial, only those who think that the destiny foretold by the stars can participate. That's the case. People who are not approved by our race will not be allowed to participate in the Holy Land trial. As soon as he finished speaking, Firenze gently put Mark's eye on his horse's back, and when the wave dog saw it, he unceremoniously jumped onto Firenze's horse. But it's too early for a pony like you to know about these things. It better send you back to Hogwarts first. Firenze asked the other horseman to return to the horseman father first, and he was responsible for sending Mark's eye back. No, no, Marks McClown waved his hand again and again. I have almost rested, just go back by myself. Although Marks McClown said that to Voldemort, she certainly wouldn't implement this plan. If the horseman was allowed to send himself back, he would definitely have to hand over Mark's eye with the professor from Hogwarts, so Mark's eye and the Hogwarts investigator would collide with him. Naturally, Mark's eye would not do this stupid act of exposing herself. That's fine. Anyway, the road is almost the same. You can go back to Hogwarts by going a little further. Firenze nodded when he heard this. The horsemen themselves were not very willing to come into contact with human wizards. Firenze was at best an exception, but the degree of exceptions was also very limited. He gently put Mark's eye back on the ground, and the wave dog jumped down without waiting for Firenze to start. Tonight is crazy, isn't it? Firenze also took a little ease. Although the unicorns could not escape Voldemort's claws in the end, they succeeded in driving Voldemort out of the Forbidden Forest. Thank you so much tonight, let's not spend it here. Marks McClown gave a stylized gratitude, and Firenze said seriously, I should thank you. Without your dog's whistle blowing, the Forbidden Forest will not be peaceful in the future. Marks McClown smiled slightly and shook hands with Firenze. Goodbye. Firenze nodded, jumped into the grass behind him, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. A man of destiny. Marks McClown mumbled the Holy Land trial that Firenze had just mentioned, and the words of the man of destiny. The key information about the curse-free method of the unicorn blood, the existence of the king of the Forbidden Forest, the magic potion. Tonight Mark's Eye has gained enough. This adventure in the Forbidden Forest is a worthwhile trip. As for the in-depth exploration, Marks McClown was not so worried. These things can't be run here, and Marks McClown knows his current strength is insufficient. Perhaps compared to ordinary students, it was too strong, but it was comparable to Voldemort and Dumbledore, but not much different from the dust. So even if he breaks the casserole and explores it to the end, Marks McClown doesn't think he can gain anything. His strength is the guarantee of everything. What are you thinking about? Unhappy Dog said, dissatisfied. You don't really think of yourself as the man of the destiny of that holy place trial, do you? If you really believe that there is such a coincidence, then I am Mother's mental retardation. You are mentally retarded, so why add these prerequisites? Marks McClown glanced at the Forbidden Forest thoughtfully, but forget it. Tonight is a great harvest. Chapter 173 Flitwick's plea. Hey, who do you think is mentally retarded? Ignoring the dog's protest, Marks McClown waved his hand and said, let's go back to sleep. I'm exhausted to toss for so long. Don't treat it as inaudible. Amidst the quarrels that faded away, one person and one dog gradually disappeared into the Forbidden Forest covered by night. Although many students heard the explosion in the Forbidden Forest and saw the faint firelight this night, the students did not realize anything. At best, they felt that some creatures in the Forbidden Forest rioted. As for the horror of the killing of a unicorn, the school was certainly not stupid enough to announce to the students that the current trend of public opinion at Hogwarts all points to this year's Quidditch final. This year's Quidditch match was really turbulent. From Harry entering the Gryffindor team to Mark's Eye entering the Slytherin team, Mark's Eye squeezed Hisso out to become the captain of the Slytherin team, and Mark's Eye was able to catch it in seconds. The Golden Snitch. The three academies unite against Slytherin. Mark's Eye scored 1,000 points. With all kinds of big reversals, the Quidditch competition throughout the year never stopped. The final has not yet started, but the students have recognized that this year's Slytherin team is determined to win the championship. The Slytherin team with Cloud Knights cannot be defeated by other teams. On the other hand, the opponent of the Slytherin final was Ravenclaw. As the Ravenclaw team that was scored 1,000 points by Marks McClown, there is already a deep sense of fear for the name Marks McClown. The so-called timidity before a fight should be this. Flitwick, the dean of the Ravenclaw Institute, was also dumbfounded. On the one hand, he prefers Marks McClown. After all, Marks McClown's parents were also top students in Ravenclaw, but on the other hand, Roger was also the captain of his Ravenclaw Academy. Although he did something wrong, for Flitwick, it can be said that the palm is fleshy and the back is fleshy. Flitwick finally decided to go to Mark's Eye to talk about this matter, hoping that Mark's Eye would not overwhelm Ravenclaw's honor. Finding Mark's Eye is not an easy task. In addition to his own courses, Mark's Eye sometimes goes to other professional courses. He also runs to Snape's office every day in his spare time, which is simply a busy person. Fortunately, although Marks McClown had a busy schedule, there were still rules to follow, and finally Flitwick blocked Marks McClown outside Snape's office. Excuse me, Professor Flitwick. I have 10 minutes to go to the transformation class diaresis. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown said politely. I think you are not clear about Professor McGonagall's temper. I don't want to experience it myself if possible. Flitwick held up 5 fingers and said in a low voice, 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Facing the curious look of students passing by Snape's office, Flitwick pulled Marks McClown to a corner. He whispered, Mr. Marks, I want to discuss something with you. As soon as he opened his mouth, Flitwick felt that his old face was about to fall off. After seeing Marks McClown nodding his head, Flitwick slowly said, "Mr. Marks, what I have to you ... cough. Is it not bad?" Although this is true, Flitwick only felt that his face was as red as fire. Flitwick has always been very friendly to Marks McClown, and Marks McClown nodded. "Mr. Marks, then you know that your parents are also from Ravenclaw College, right?" Marks McClown nodded again. Ravenclaw College is actually an academy with a deep relationship with Mr. Marks. Flitwick wanted to induce step by step. Marks McClown frowned and nodded. "So Mr. Marks and Ravenclaw, we can actually build a very friendly relationship." Flitwick deepened step by step. "Professor Flitwick, if you go around in circles, I feel that you can't finish your words in 5 minutes," Marks McClown said lightly. Flitwick suffocated and nodded embarrassingly. As expected, he is a child of the Marks family. "The straightforward temperament is really similar to your father, Fan." Marks McClown frowned deeply and stared at Flitwick. Flitwick said with a dry cough, "That's it. I think this year's Quidditch finals, you can show some kindness to us Ravenclaw. After all, Ravenclaw suffered a lot of humiliation in the last game. If there is more, cough cough, maybe it will hurt Ravenclaw's unity and honor." After speaking this paragraph, Flitwick's face was flushed red. Marks McClown didn't expect Flitwick to come to her to talk about such things, and she didn't react for a while. Flitwick thought that Marks McClown didn't want to let Ravenclaw horse, and said anxiously: "Mr. Marks, after all, this is just a Quidditch match. We Ravenclaw made a mistake first. How about an apology?" With that said, Flitwick was about to bow to Marks McClown's No need. Marks McClown hurriedly went to help Flitwick. To be honest, Marks McClown was very good for Flitwick's senses, and he wouldn't force Flitwick to lose face. Flitwick still persuaded, "Those guys don't understand the world, so please forgive them once. I will take care of them when I go back. I really ask you to spare Ravenclaw once." Flitwick flushed as he talked, and he wanted to live Zhao all the faces he had spent so many years lost today. Marks McClown said quickly, "Professor Flitwick, don't do this for now. This is such a big deal, I promise you that." Flitwick looked incredulous. "You agreed? Don't you care about their faults?" Marks McClown smiled and said, "What is there to care about? The obstacles they have caused me are just to provide me with an opportunity to further verify my strength. The game is enough to show that they are short-sighted." Flitwick held Marks's hand excitedly. I know it. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 174, The Face Given by Marks McClown. "It's a child from the Marks family." What's that saying? The old Chinese saying, yes. The Prime Minister can hold a boat in his belly. Marks McClown patted Flitwick's hand lightly. "Professor Flitwick, I can promise you not to let Ravenclaw lose so badly, but I won't let out the victory that Slytherin deserves." Flitwick nodded repeatedly and said, "This is natural, cool exclamation mark hash. It's okay, I'm going to class. Otherwise Professor McGonagall should deduct our points again later." Flitwick nodded with a smile on his face. "Go, it's okay. How many points she deducts for you, I will give you back how many points." Is such a naked bribe really good? Marks McClown twitched the corners of her mouth, turned and said goodbye to Flitwick. For Marks McClown, this is not difficult. It's just to give Ravenclaw some face. I abused them with 1,000 points last time, and it has been enough to blow their faces. Besides, it takes physical strength to score 1,000 points, so there is no need to care. It's just a matter of keeping face and understanding. Soon it was the final of the Hogwarts 770 Quidditch tournament, the biggest annual Quidditch match, and the Quidditch field was already overcrowded. Countless Hogwarts classmates wanted to see Marks's success in the Quidditch arena again. However, it is rumored that Marks McClown has changed herself back to the Seeker, and may not see the spectacular scene of scoring 1,000 points madly. But it is also a pleasure to see the Golden Snitch in seconds, isn't it? Men and ladies, the annual Quidditch final is about to begin. The Quidditch player we care about the most, Marks, has become a seeker again. Does this mean that the game is about to end again at the beginning? Lee Jordan's voice echoed the audience, causing the audience to cheer over and over again. Let's wait and see. Now we invite the protagonists of today's game, players from the Slytherin and Ravenclaw teams, to play. The high-spirited Slytherin team waved around as soon as they came out, each full of energy. For them, today's game has already had results. The audience shouted Mark-Sai's name in a row, and Mark-Sai, who was the party concerned, just waved around faintly, carrying a surprisingly large package on his back, not knowing what it was carrying. On the other side, the Ravenclaw team, led by Roger, is obviously like a cucumber that lacks water and is listless. Plus cool, Tiger. They didn't even greet the audience, which was a clear difference from the last game. Even the people in Ravenclaw didn't even have the courage to look directly at Marks McClown. During this period, it can be said that they could see Marks McClown in nightmares. Roger even turned pale, and squeezed his hand with Marks McClown and hurriedly retracted it, as if Marks McClown were some wild beast. Please put in place players from both sides. I announce that the Hogwarts Quidditch Finals this year will begin now. Lee Jordan exclaimed passionately. Marks McClown led the Slytherin team to a high altitude, facing the listless Ravenclaw team. Lee Jordan exclaimed in the microphone excitedly, now the total score of the Slytherin team is far higher than that of Ravenclaw. As long as the captain of the Slytherin team, Marks McClown, reproduces the stunt of catching the golden snitch in one hand, then this year's Quidditch competition will soon be decided. Almost everyone believes that there is no suspense in this game. As long as Mark-Sai exerts his strength again, Ravenclaw will definitely be killed in seconds, and the annual Quidditch champion must be Slytherin. To express her importance to this Quidditch final, Mrs. Hooch personally acted as a referee. First, as a flight class teacher, encourage students to participate in Quidditch competitions. Second, I want to take a closer look at how Mark-Sai catches the golden snitch in seconds. Mrs. Hooch blew the start whistle of the game. The box containing the ball was opened instantly, and the Guyfi ball was also thrown into the air. Everyone, including Madame Huochi, looked at Marks McClown in the sky from a distance, expecting Marks McClown to catch the golden snitch again in seconds. Marks McClown also lived up to expectations and stretched out his hand, and then slowly touched the large package on his back. Guyfi ball, wandering ball, and golden snitch all lifted into the air, but Marks McClown did not move even a short distance. Didn't the game start? Someone in the audience asked. Why doesn't Boss Marks make a move? Boss Marks, the game has started, you can grab the ball. An enthusiastic audience reminded loudly outside the venue. However, Marks McClown was unmoved, as if he hadn't participated in the competition at all. He just came to be a quiet spectator. The members of the Ravenclaw team also looked at Mark-Sai in disbelief. What's the trouble now? Why doesn't Mark-Sai make a move yet? Under the attention of the audience, Marks McClown's hand that reached into the package smashed and grabbed a large bag of potato chips. A big bag of potato chips? The audience was stunned. Hey! The sound of potato chips being ripped apart was so loud in the huge Quidditch arena. Marks McClown slowly took out the potato chips and put them in his mouth to chew, as if he was eating the best food in the world. And he made a noise. Oh my god, doesn't Boss Marks know that today is the final? Or Boss Marks didn't have enough breakfast? I feel that Boss Marks is using tactics to lure the enemy, which must be the case. There was a lot of discussion on the sidelines, and they made their own opinions on Mark-Sai's unhurried behavior of eating potato chips. Marks McClown didn't seem to notice that everyone was watching him, and he pulled out a roll of newspaper from the package. That is today's latest Daily Prophet. Marks McClown eats potato chips and reads the newspaper, looking like he is about to enjoy the sunbathing. In the Gryffindor viewing area, Hermione stomped anxiously. Why Mark-Sai still doesn't do anything. Chapter 175, One of the Three Illusion of Life. Harry also looked worried and said, Is Mr. Marks running out of breakfast? Mr. Marks is not the one who eats potato chips in this kind of competition. Plus Cool Tiger. Harry would say so, obviously still not knowing Mark's Eye enough. Ron flushed and pointed to Mark's Eye excitedly, and said excitedly, "What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Look, look. He can't catch the golden snitch now." Hermione glared at Ron dissatisfiedly. "If you have the ability, you will say bad things about Marks McClown." Ron didn't hesitate to retort, "Otherwise, what is Mark's Eye doing there?" He must be unsure of catching the golden snitch again, so he pretends to be eating potato chips and hides his incompetence. Hermione said angrily, "How can you slander Marks_McClown like this?" Ron shrugged and said, "How did I denigrate him? If he really can catch the golden snitch every game with his own strength, why doesn't he just catch it now? Slytherin has a huge advantage now, so he just catches it. If you win, you let him catch it." Hermione stomped anxiously, trying to find something to refute Ron, but didn't know what to say. "It is also true that Marks McClown didn't catch the golden snitch." Hermione snorted angrily and turned her head to ignore Ron. Ron chuckled and arched Harry's hand and said, "Harry, you can see it too. Your idol is actually not a panacea." Harry shook his head. "Mr. Marks has already proved his strength in the previous games, and now there are very few people who still hold your thoughts." Ron dissatisfied. "I am not prejudiced." "Then you want to explain his current situation like this?" Harry frowned, staring at the luxuriant clouds in the sky, without making a sound. The Ravenclaw team was stunned, looking at Mark's Eye stupidly, not knowing what medicine Mark's Eye was selling. On the other side, the Slytherin team seemed to have known Mark's Eye's plan a long time ago, and they scattered around, very urgently starting to snatch the ghost ball. Roger gritted his teeth and shouted, "No matter what his purpose is, we start to grab the ball." The Ravenclaw team is worthy of being a well-trained Quidditch team, and immediately entered the fighting state. Although the morale is still low, the strength that they should play is still showing up as usual. "How is this going?" Lee Jordan's voice came from the microphone. "Slytherin's Captain Marks McClown didn't actually grab the golden snitch. He was still eating potato chips leisurely, seeing that. That's today's Prophet Daily." Lee Jordan can be said to express the doubts in the hearts of most people present. Cool Tiger, just listen to Lee Jordan continue to say, "The Ravenclaw team has started a big offense." Captain Roger grabbed the ball and crossed the Slytherin team's backline. "Is he going to score a goal? Is Marks McClown still not taking a shot?" Lee Jordan kept yelling. Beep. Madame Hooch blew the whistle and Roger successfully scored a goal for Ravenclaw. The other members of the Slytherin team seemed to be downcast. "I'm the boss of this water release." Steve winks helplessly at his teammates. "Our whole team has to accompany him to play." Caesar was also a little bit dumbfounded. "Well, who called him our boss?" Lisa nodded helplessly. "The boss is also going to give Professor Flitwick a little face. Let's cooperate and bear with it." The other Slytherin team members also taunted the ball, then threw a pass and was intercepted by Ravenclaw again. Roger took control of the ball again, surpassed the goalkeeper's defense, and successfully scored. The momentum of the Ravenclaw team was instantly ignited, and the rest area belonging to the Ravenclaw team was boiling. Although many people are fans of Mark's Eye, and many people do not deny what Roger did in the past, his score in the academy is also something to celebrate. "If this goes on, we have a chance to overtake," Roger yelled in excitement, and the members of the Ravenclaw team also ignited their fighting spirit. Find flowers. Middle. What they are afraid of is Mark's Eye. The Slytherin team without Mark's Eye is not enough to play Ravenclaw's opponent. Ravenclaw has an extraordinary momentum today. He has already scored 4 goals in a row. Slytherin is far behind. Lee Jordan shouted, "Will there be a big reversal in today's grand final? Can the Ravenclaw team maintain this posture? Will the Slytherin team captain Marks McClown stop taking action today?" The Ravenclaw rest area cheered. Their captain Roger scored again, and the score was already a lot ahead of Slytherin. But many students knew in their hearts that no matter how much Ravenclaw suppressed Slytherin now, Slytherin was far higher than Ravenclaw in total score. Ravenclaw's seeker would definitely not touch the golden snitch, and he hopes the longer the game the better. But as soon as Marks McClown made a move, then Ravenclaw's struggle would be completely gone. Of course, the premise is that Marks McClown wants to make a move. During the fierce competition, quite a few of the classmates still had their eyes on Mark's eye, because they found that the potato chips in UI's hand were almost finished. Does this mean that Marks McClown is about to make a move? Marks McClown took out the last piece of potato chips and chewed in his mouth, leaving an empty plastic bag in his hand. Marks McClown folded the plastic bag neatly and put it in the package. Many spectators watching Mark's eye suddenly held their breath. Mark's eye has finished eating. Is he going to shoot? Marks McClown raised his head and glanced at Roger in the fierce battle. Roger was already immersed in his own scoring game, and he didn't notice that Marks McClown was watching him. It seems that Marks McClown is about to make a move. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 176. Despair at the Super College level. Some spectators bit their lip and stared at Marks McClown with their eyes wide open, and refused to let go of any Marks McClown's movements. Even the referee Madam Hooch turned their eyes to Marks McClown and looked at Marks McClown. Looking at Mark's eye, he took out a bag of potato chips. Call. There was a discouraged voice in the auditorium. Marks McClown was here to watch the show at all, and he had no intention of making a move. Marks McClown suddenly drew out her magic wand and waved it twice out of thin air. The next moment, a small table with wine and crystal glasses hovered beside Mark's eye. Marks McClown changed to a more comfortable posture on Gwenlun 2000, tearing open the potato chips, tasting the wine, eating the potato chips, and reading the newspaper, looking so decadent that he couldn't be more decadent. 683, is the boss here on vacation today? A classmate was dumbfounded. I guess Mr. Marks must have not eaten enough yesterday. Pity my Mr. Marks. Why doesn't Mr. Marks eat his full meal? I feel so heartbroken. I still eat these junk food. I can cook a loving breakfast for Mr. Marks. A Nympho Girl student said immediately. Roger became the most active player in the game, several times forcibly breaking through Slytherin's rock-solid defense, scoring repeatedly. Even Madam Hooch, who was the referee, secretly gave Roger a thumbs up, and Roger was even more active. The emotions on Ravenclaw's side have been driven by Roger. Many Ravenclaw students who were jealous of Mark's eye shouted Roger's name, as if Roger was Ravenclaw's greatest pride. But more students were silent. They knew that the final outcome of this game was still undecided. Roger's current activity was very likely to be smashed by Marks McClown. Flitwick was also sitting in the Ravenclaw viewing area. Unlike the avid Ravenclaw students, Flitwick was dumbfounded. He asked Mark's eye not to kill Ravenclaw in seconds, and to save Ravenclaw some face. But Marks McClown didn't act, so he went on strike to eat and drink in the air. And through all the work he had to pretend to his men. Although Mark's eye kept his promise and didn't kill Ravenclaw in a second, Flitwick felt that Ravenclaw seemed to lose face even more. After all, Mark's eye would definitely snatch the golden snitch and defeat Ravenclaw, so now Roger's fighting and Ravenclaw's enthusiasm are all a joke by then. Marks McClown obviously gave you hope and then despair. Incredible. Lee Jordan yelled. Ravenclaw has scored 10 goals. The score difference with Slytherin has reached an incredible 100:0. No one would have thought that. We thought that Slytherin would have won a bigger game, but this would be the case. The Slytherin team faced the attack of Ravenclaw, as if they were already powerless. Even if a few Slytherin players surround a member of the Ravenclaw team, they will make frequent mistakes, allowing Ravenclaw to score easily. No matter how it goes, it is really uncertain who will win the championship. Slytherin won't work. Give it to me. Get the total score back. Roger roared. Under the blocking of the Slytherin team, Roger was unstoppable. A kind of self-respectful aura emerged spontaneously, and Roger felt that even if Marks McClown made a move now, he might not be able to block him now. All the members of the Ravenclaw team were dispatched, aiming at the goal of the Slytherin team that was repeatedly broken. Marks McClown seemed to have nothing to do with her, and continued her leisurely life of eating and drinking by herself. His own position is actually the position before the start of the game, and he has not moved at all. Those with a heart will find that no matter how fierce the battle around him is, Marks McClown will use some slight movements to avoid everyone and all the balls that might hit him. Marks McClown seems to have nothing to do with this game. He just came to watch the game, just accidentally entered the stadium. 140 points. Lee Jordan's voice slammed into the hearts of the audience. The Ravenclaw team has led Slytherin by a large margin, 1,400. The viewing area of Ravenclaw College is boiling. Come on Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw is the best. The loud roar shook the entire Quidditch stadium. They might really be able to beat Slytherin, and might really win the Quidditch championship this year. Is it finally 140 points? Marks McClown poked her head from behind the newspaper, looking like she was waking up from a dream. His eyes were still blurred, as if he had no idea what was going on. Roger grabbed the ball. Roger is about to sprint. Is this ball going to overturn the result? Lee Jordan shouted excitedly. Roger flushed. He has never been followed by so many people at the same time. As long as the ball is scored, even if Marks McClown makes another shot, he can't beat Ravenclaw in this game alone. In any case, at least Ravenclaw's reputation will be completely changed because of this game. And he will become the hero and pride of Ravenclaw. The ball in Roger's hand was thrown, and there was no Slytherin player between the ghost ball and the goal. This is usually a goal that you must score. Suddenly, a slender hand appeared in front of Guy Fireball without warning. That hand gently caught the ghost fly ball, and the ball was only 4.8 people away from the goal. Roger looked at Marks I, who was catching the ball, with an expression of seeing a ghost. Of course, not only because Marks McClown intercepted his ghost fly ball, because in his vision, Marks McClown was smiling kindly, and in his other hand, which was not holding the Guy Fie ball, he was holding a fluttering golden snitch. The Quidditch field fell into silence for an instant. Everyone looked at Marks McClown's warm smile, and everything seemed frozen. Chapter 177 Salvation 4. That ... Did you see it? Someone asked quietly. No, Mr. Marks. When did you catch the golden snitch? Neither did I see. All the Ravenclaw students stood in a stalemate in celebration, but there was an expression of disbelief on their faces. Dumbfounded on the spot, Flitwick covered his face, as if he heard the heartbreaking voices of many Ravenclaw students. Marks McClown's despair is really desperate enough. Mrs. Hooch reacted immediately and blew the whistle of the end of the game. Lee Jordan jumped on the table excitedly and shouted, Slytherin's Marks I caught the golden snitch. Slytherin defeated Ravenclaw 150 to 140. The entire Quidditch field instantly boiled, and countless Marks I fans and Slytherin students shouted Marks I's name. I know it, I know it. The boss wants to surprise people. Some people cried with joy. Mr. Marks' 11 tricks are to show the enemy's weakness, first give you hope, and then give you despair. But I give Boss Marks the idea. Some people started talking nonsense. Long live Slytherin. Long live Marks I. But more cheers for Slytherin and Marks I. The audience was boiling, yelling Marks I's name. The name Marks I is destined to become a hot topic in the school in the next period of time. The players of the Ravenclaw team were stunned in the air. There is no suitable word to describe the despair in their hearts. Roger was even more unlovable. It was obvious that the whole audience's attention was still focused on himself in the last second. But the whole world changed in the next second. All the members of the Ravenclaw team seemed to be drained. It is estimated that what they are thinking about now is not to compete for a championship, but how to withdraw from the Quidditch team. After all, the pressure Marks McClown puts on them is really too great. One blow and two blows can be motivation, but if they are crushed countless times, then they really can only despair. Marks McClown stretched her waist hard. After all, staying on the flying broom for so long was a bit exhausted. Marks McClown is still considering whether to go back and catch up on her sleep. Now she is a little bit tired. Drop. There was a sudden beep in Marks McClown's mind, and a message reminder sent by the police division system appeared in Marks McClown's mind. Congratulations, you have defeated the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff teams, and finally led the Slytherin team to the Hogwarts Quidditch final. Awarded 1,100 potential points. Marks McClown nodded in satisfaction. The potential point of 1,100 is still very good. This is almost the most potential point he has ever obtained in a single time, and it is indeed a reward for the end of the series of tasks. However, Marks I didn't plan to use up these potential points right now, but prepared to save them first and use them later when needed. This distribution method is the most cost-effective. Gryffindor viewing area on the other side. Too handsome. Hermione snapped her fingers beautifully. I didn't expect Marks McClown to like to be handsome occasionally, but he is really too handsome, as expected of Mr. Marks. Harry said excitedly, as long as Mr. Marks makes a move, he can basically establish success or failure. Ron had a sullen face and didn't speak. His face looked upset as if he had eaten a stool. How about it? Do you have anything to say now? Hermione looked at Ron disdainfully. Ron snorted heavily, his face flushed, but he didn't speak. Harry suddenly said, Mr. Marks has such a strong strength. If he can also help us find the Philosopher's Stone, that would be great. Hermione also clapped her palms and said excitedly, McClown, why don't we ask Marks I for help? No way. Ron screamed, his voice like a rooster crowing with excitement. Finding the magic stone is our secret. How can we ask Marks I for help? Keep your voice down. Harry quickly covered Ron's mouth and looked around. Fortunately, the Quidditch game is over and most of the people have left their seats. They all rushed to the court below, wanting to contain Marks McClown's demeanor. The few students who did not notice Harry this little corner. Ron also realized that he was too loud, and quickly covered his mouth. But he still said anxiously, Harry, you can't let Marks I participate in it. This is the secret between us. Hermione dissatisfied. Why do you have such a big opinion on Marks I? If you have the skills, find out the magic stone and show it to me. Ron was compelled by Hermione, and said angrily, McClown, I'm not as good as Marks I. But so what? You need to know that the people at Slytherin College are born evil. They are all the same people as the demon who can't say their names. Marks McClown may still be a spy sent by the demon. Hermione pointed at Ron angrily, you have no basis. Why do you say Marks I like this? Ron refused to accept. What did I say like this? Harry quickly held down Hermione and Ron who were about to explode, and said anxiously, don't quarrel for now. We will discuss this matter again, and the quarrel will not help. Ron snorted heavily and looked away. Hermione also sat back hard, with her back facing Ron, her face sulking. Harry said helplessly, now if we want to find the Sorcerer's Stone, we must find a way to deal with Mau Mau, but at the same time we must also beware of Snape's surveillance of us. If we are on the Slytherin side, someone can help us watch Snape. That would be a good thing. Coupled with Mr. Marks' strength, it will definitely help us. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 178. Harry, you. How can you? Ron was dissatisfied. Hermione was pleased. Plus cool, Tiger. Harry, I knew you would choose to find Marks I in the end. Ron didn't expect that between him and Marks I, Harry actually chose to support Marks I. In an instant Ron was like a crippled cucumber, his face full of disappointment. Obviously he is a good friend of the Savior. Hermione proudly said, I and Harry support seeking Marks I's help. 2-1, your objection is invalid. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder and comforted, we have been looking for the Philosopher's Stone and have not broken through. Mr. Marks may really be able to help us. You have to believe in Mr. Marks's personality. Ron nodded in despair, and said, that's no way, Harry. Do what you say. After Harry and the three decided to ask Mark-Sci for help, they quickly prepared their own actions tonight. Actually, there is no need to prepare anything, it's just that Ron is still unwilling to ask Mark-Sci for help. So in the end it was Mark-Sci that Harry and Hermione went to find. At the end of the Quidditch finals, wherever Marks McClown went, a large group of students watched. Just like a well-known celebrity, there are always a lot of paparazzi who are chasing stars, so Hermione can easily find out where Marks McClown is. It was in Hogwarts Library. Hermione rushed to the library like flying Harry with her. She was very excited, after all, she was looking for Mark-Sci. The atmosphere in the library was very strange. Mark-Sci sat alone in the center reading books, but surrounded by classmates. They kept squinting at Marks McClown's every move, but no one dared to sit in the position opposite Marks McClown. Whoever dared to sit would become the public enemy of others. Hermione, is this situation a bit? It's a pity that poor Harry hadn't finished speaking before being pressed into that position by Hermione. After that, Hermione stared at Mark-Sci earnestly and carefully. Mark-Sci, we need your help. Harry also ignored the killer eyes in the other seats. He nodded quickly and said, we really need your help from Mr. Marks. What's the matter? Marks McClown asked, half-truth in doubt. Magic stone. Hermione pressed her voice and got close to Marks-Sci. Marks McClown raised her brows and asked, as expected, you still ... Have I warned you last time? Harry and Hermione looked at each other with joy when they heard this. From here, it can be completely seen that Marks-Sci does have a certain knowledge of the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry said solemnly, the Philosopher's Stone is hidden in the school, but Snape, oh no, it is Voldemort who wants to get the Philosopher's Stone to revive himself. Marks McClown glanced around and said lightly, this is not a place to talk! Speaking, Marks-Sci stood up and was about to find a quieter place to talk with Harry and the others. Hermione held Marks-Sci down. It's useless. With the popularity of Marks-Sci at school now, we will be followed no matter where we go. So there is no need to talk more. We will start to act after the lights are turned off tonight. If you are willing to help me, join me and Harry tonight. Marks McClown was taken aback, nodded and said, okay, I will go tonight. After all, it is about Voldemort and the Sorcerer's Stone, and Marks-Sci himself intends to find a way to get in. So on the surface, Marks McClown agreed to Harry and the others without hesitation. Harry smiled and said, I knew Mr. Marks would help us. Then see you tonight. See you tonight. Marks McClown also smiled and waved. Harry hurriedly pulled Hermione away, and he felt that the hatred eyes around him could shoot himself out of the hole. Soon at night, as soon as Hogwarts lights were extinguished, Harry secretly took Ron to the Gryffindor lounge. And Hermione had been waiting there long ago. Harry snapped his fingers lightly, and Hermione nodded knowingly. The three of them supported each other and walked slowly to the door of the Gryffindor lounge. However, as soon as they left, all three of them were stunned. When I saw Marks-Sci swaying, he leaned against the door, looking around like no one. Mr. Marks, Harry reminded softly, we are a secret operation, you can't be too blatant. Ron muttered in a low voice, just say that calling him over is bad. Marks McClown smiled and said, okay, I just came over from Slytherin, nothing will happen. Harry also thought of Marks-Sci's position in Slytherin. Who would dare to speak ill of Marks-Sci? Then what shall we do now? Marks McClown feels interesting, and learns their sneaky appearance, pretending to look around vigilantly. We already know the location of the Sorcerer's Stone collection, so we just go directly to the basement of the school. Ron was dissatisfied again. Don't be too long, you should find out in a while. In fact, Ron felt that the Philosopher's Stone was searching for clues together with Harry and Hermione. So why did he tell Marks-Sci this way? Marks McClown nodded, it's okay, he'll just follow you. Don't waste time. When the four men sneaked up to the moving stairs, a sudden voice called out, Harry. You are like this. How the four of them turned their heads in astonishment. but saw Neville standing in front of the Gryffindor lounge with an angry look. There was an angry expression on his face, but his voice revealed a trembling tone. Sure enough. It's you. I really ... Nothing wrong. Neville, keep your voice down. Ron shouted hastily. Neville's face was angry, and at the same time his face turned pale with excitement, whether it was because of timidity. You three. I want to deduct points for Gryffindor, right? Harry quickly explained. It's not what you think, Neville. We have business to do. Chapter 179 Mum's mentally retarded. If you have something, you must sneak out to do it at night. Neville's face was pale. You must want to run out and play. If you are caught again, Gryffindor will be deducted again. Not like Neville. Harry shook his head anxiously, but refused to say anything about the Philosopher's Stone, and was so angry that he couldn't speak for a while. Ron hurriedly shouted, Navi, you believe us? We really have something to do this time, definitely not going out to play. Hermione also explained, you see Marksai is also with us, we really have something to do. I don't believe it. You must do something that violates school rules. Neville was in a state of extreme excitement now, and Harry and others were also at a loss for words. Indeed, Neville is right. They are indeed doing something against school rules. You must have been tempted by Marksai. This is Slytherin's conspiracy not to let Gryffindor win the Academy Cup. It must be so. The more Neville thought about it, the more he fell into his own fantasy. Or did you collude with Marksai to murder Gryffindor? I must report it to Professor McGonagall. The more Marks McClown listened to 953, the more impatient he became, and said coldly, Navi, have you had enough trouble? Neville saw that Marks McClown obviously still had a sense of fear, and unconsciously stepped back 2 steps. Marks McClown took a deep breath, knowing that it would cause big problems to oppress Neville now. After changing his mood, Marks McClown smiled at Neville and said, did you forget that I saved you during the last flight lesson? Could it be that you are treating your benefactor like this now? Neville's face became paler, and he desperately shook his head and said, these are 2 different things. They can't be confused. The fact now is that you violated the school rules, and you also conspired to entice Harry and them to make mistakes in order to win the Academy Cup. Neville was already a little bit open. Marks McClown understands that Neville, a person who is usually timid and fearful, is now one of the few times he can muster his courage. But is he mentally retarded? Even if you have a victimized delusion, you still have delusions about such nonsense. Wouldn't he think about it? How could only Gryffindor be deducted points when Marksai was really discovered together? Slytherin will also be buckled together. In this case, actions are meaningless at all. Even if you don't understand this, is it possible that the people in Gryffindor are so stupid? Neville's idiotic words and actions have already annoyed Marks McClown, and Marks McClown didn't intend to be polite with Neville anymore. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown took a step forward, and a grinning aura forced Neville to rush back a few steps. Do you think you can stop me? Neville's eyes were full of fear when he looked at Marks McClown. He stared at Marks McClown steadily. The violent mood swings made Neville sweat. If you don't want to know how dead words are written, just get out of here. Don't waste my time. Marks McClown said coldly. As long as Neville is still stubborn, Marks McClown will take action and directly deal with him with a mental shock. Neville clenched his fists, sweating like water, constantly looking back, gritting his teeth. Harry also stepped forward to persuade. Neville, can you trust me? Neville suddenly opened his eyes and changed his weak expression. He seemed to be though with strong support, and said with confidence, I can't let you go, black sheep. Marks McClown held Harry, who was about to move forward. His eyes narrowed slightly. This Neville is really a bit difficult to make. And now Marksai finds that it's useless to feint early Neville, because through spiritual exploration, Marks McClown knew immediately that 3 people were about to appear. Without even thinking about it, BBFC knew that was the source of Neville's confidence. But if all 4 of them were to be dizzy, then Marksai would use 4 consecutive mental shocks. Marx. The mental shock would use all of Marx McClown's mental power to collide, and if it was used so many times in a row, Marx McClown's mental power was greatly depleted. In the next situation where it is very likely to encounter Cheoluo, Marx McClown must retain his strength as much as possible to deal with it. With the sound of footsteps, 3 tall boys walked out of the Gryffindor common room. When Harry saw the 3 boys, he couldn't help exclaiming, "It's the prefects of Gryffindor." "No way, it's over." Hermione was also shocked, staring at the 3 figures in disbelief. The 3 tall boys who walked out of the Gryffindor lounge are actually the 3 male prefects from the 5th to 7th grades of Gryffindor. "Ron, you want to make trouble again. I want to tell Dad and Mum." Ron looked palely at the 5th grade leader, Percy. "Ha ha ha. You were looking for Marx-I in the library during the day. Everyone has seen it." Neville looked like a backer, and said proudly, "So I guessed that Marx-I will be here tonight, so I'm already ready." "I know I can't stop Marx McClown, but now the prefects are here, do you dare to violate the school rules in front of them?" Neville excitedly pointed to Harry and the others and said, "Premier Welton, see if you haven't." I didn't lie. Harry and the others were really tempted by Marx-I to plot a violation of the school rules. "This will deduct points for Gryffindor!" Neville called the prefect Dunshuili, the prefect of Gryffindor's 7th grade, and he also looked at Harry and the other 4 with a headache. It must be impossible to say that they are colluding. Marx McClown's strength is obvious to all in the school, and it is impossible to cheat. If people at this level would use this kind of indiscriminate means, they would not believe it either. Compared to Neville, at least these 3 people have a bit of IQ. But Marx-I and Harry, appearing outside late at night, is indeed a headache. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all of a sudden saw the seniors from their college come out, and they dared not make a sound for a moment, hiding behind Marx-I. Chapter 180, Foresight. Especially when he saw Ron and Percy, he whispered in his heart that the incident tonight was really caused by Neville. Cool Tiger, and heard Neville's whistleblower tonight. He felt that Neville would not lie to himself. He also heard that Slytherin's Marx-I might participate this time, so he called the prefects of the 4th and 5th grades with yourself. After all, the name Marx McClown is still quite loud at Hogwarts. "Why, I think I can go to heaven by calling 3 prefects." Marx McClown seemed to laugh at Neville, with an extremely cold tone. Neville felt tight and suddenly remembered. In Slytherin, Marx McClown is a fierce man who can pick 6 prefects with one. The 3 prefects really did not pose any threat to Marx McClown. When Harry and the others heard Marx-I's words, they also recovered a little courage. They also secretly rejoiced in their hearts, but fortunately they called Marx McClown to help. Otherwise, in such a situation, the 3 of them had no choice but to be arrested by the prefect of their academy, and then let Professor McGonagall know about it, and they were scolded. Although it is possible that McGonagall's selfishness has avoided significant deductions, they also don't want to experience McGonagall's curse. Wheaton was actually a little nervous in his heart. He was very clear about the strength of the Slytherin chief. Since none of the 6 Slytherin prefects can be sustained in Marx-I's hands, even if they add up to the 2 prefects, it is estimated that they will not end well. But Wheaton didn't have to be afraid of Marx McClown. After all, he wasn't going to fight Marx McClown in a life-and-death battle. Now only need to make a little noise here, draw people over, and you can frustrate their plans. Of course, the final result of this will result in Gryffindor deducting points, so I want to make Marx McClown understand that they have this ultimate means of harming both sides. Once Marx McClown wants to forcefully break through, they can only do this, so that Marx McClown can retreat in the face of difficulties. "Set his mind," he said coldly, "Student Marx-I, although your strength is amazing, please don't forget your identity. I heard that you are the leader of the Slytherin prefects, so you should understand your responsibilities. As long as I make a little noise here, after you are caught by the professors, I wonder if you will what caused Slytherin to deduct points. The more you talk, the more confident you are, defeating you and making a sound. But two things are completely different in difficulty. It's over, Ron murmured godlessly. This time it's really over. I'll just say don't call Shang Mark-sai, he is simply a broom star, wherever he goes. Harry also had a grey face, knowing that Wheaton was right. Although Marks McClown's strength was amazing, it was too far-fetched to say that the three prefects were killed in seconds without even making a sound. At the beginning, Marks McClown was amazing with 1,006, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Marks McClown had skill and strategy to kill one by one in batches. It is not a situation where Marks-I throws a big move and all the staff are instantly killed on the spot. Besides, what if Marks-I can defeat Wheaton? As long as there is a noise here, more people will be attracted, and Filch and the professors will definitely come. If this continues, it is impossible for them to look for the Philosopher's Stone anymore, and it may even be because Marks-I defeated these prefects, resulting in more serious consequences. Hermione helplessly pulls the sleeves of Marks-I. Forget it, we recognize it. You go back soon too, I am the one who caused you. Marks McClown slowly shook his head, lowered his face, as if thinking about what Wheaton said just now. Neville watched Harry and his party silently, jumping excitedly. Weird prefect, I helped the college prevent possible deductions. Is it also a person who has contributed to the college? Wheaton nodded slightly, but his vigilant eyes never left Marks-I. He knew that a person like Marks McClown would not be so easy to submit. However, Marks McClown raised his head with a bright smile. Premier Wheaton said that is too right. I really have no choice now. Find flowers. Wheaton still stared at Marks-I, and said lightly, Mr. Marks, you will go back to your dormitory right now. I can see that nothing happens tonight. In fact, Wheaton felt a little joyful in his heart. In the all-powerful Marks-I at school, he actually suffered a small loss for himself. How many people failed to do it? This is indeed something to be proud of. Harry and the others saw that Marks-I was also subdued, and they could only head down to the side of Wheaton. As everyone knows, Marks McClown lowered his head just now, just operating the police system. At this moment, a prompt sounded in his mind. Consumption of 500 potential points. You have successfully upgraded to level 2 mental shock. Now level 2 mental shock can attack multiple targets at the same time. Marks McClown sighed helplessly. What he had expected before was indeed correct, and it was about time when he needed to accurately use his potential points. Fortunately, Marks-I had the foresight before that. It was useless to retain the potential points, and it just happens to be able to handle this moment perfectly. Marks McClown was still smiling, but his eyes flashed coldly. Spiritual shock. A mental wave that was invisible to the naked eye swept over Neville, Wheaton and Percy in an instant. Neville, Wheaton, Percy and others suddenly felt dizzy inexplicably. Before they could realize what was happening, the four of them fell to the ground one after another, fainting completely. What happened? Harry and Ron watched this scene in disbelief. Why did the prefects suddenly pass out in the next second when they just stood well? What are you doing in a daze? Marks McClown reminded aloud. Go. Chapter 181, Boss Strategy Team. Harry woke up like a dream, and asked in surprise, Mr. Marks, what's the matter? Black magic. Definitely Slytherin's evil black magic. Ron pointed to Marks McClown in surprise. Without hesitation. Cool Tiger, Hermione, who reacted, slapped Ron's hand out of temper. Black magic, you are. It must be Marks McClown who quietly cast the stunning curse. The prefects didn't realize it, so he was hit by Marks McClown's tricks. Right, McClown. Why didn't I expect it? Harry also thought he was smart. Obviously we have watched Mr. Marks's battle before, knowing that Mr. Marks will cast a spell silently. Marks McClown gave a vague gratitude. Anyway, It is impossible to tell them that he will be mentally shocked. Hermione's statement makes sense. But he didn't even take out his wand at 017. Ron still looked surprised. Harry held down Ron. Well, anyway, the problem is solved. Let's go to the basement. Marks McClown nodded and said, then you lead the way. Harry led Marks-Eye and the others, and quickly ran to the basement he had explored before. Because of Marks-Eye's spiritual exploration along the way, they smoothly avoided Filch's exploration. Ron also exclaimed that he was so lucky that he didn't meet Filch. Cool Tiger. When he came to the door, Harry stopped and said solemnly, to enter the basement, you need to go through this first room. And the one who guards the tiger's mouth is Hagrid's pet Mau Mau. It is the legendary three-headed dog. But I haven't found a way to deal with Mau Mau. Ron said anxiously, what should we do? We can never return without success. Harry used the eyes of hope to look towards Marks McClown. Perhaps only Marks McClown's strength was here, and he hoped that he could resist the three-headed dog. This is the biggest reason why he wants to ask Marks-Eye for help. Harry said seriously, Mr. Marks, can you please help withstand the three-headed dog for a while? After Hermione and Ron both enter through the entrance, I can be the last one to leave the house. Marks McClown raised her eyebrows. Unexpectedly, Harry hadn't figured out how to deal with Mau Mau yet. Although Marks-Eye could speak directly and rely on listening to the song, it would be too much trouble to turn back and prepare after all arrived here. Anyway, Marks McClown didn't pay much attention to the strength of the three-headed dog, just because his new magic needed a more solid living target. Harry and Hermione both looked at Marks-Eye, who pretended to be helpless and sighed. Oh, co-author, you invited me to come here to be a thug. Harry said eagerly, now we can only rely on you, Mr. Marks. There was hope in Harry's eyes, but Hermione hesitated. Will this be too dangerous? Marks McClown, if you don't think it works, then we still. Marks McClown cleared his throat and interrupted, since I got on the thief ship, I can't get off anymore. Okay, I promise you. Ron hesitated. Harry, are you sure that there will be an entrance to the basement under the three-headed dog? If not, then we have to explain it all. Harry nodded heavily. There must be some. Do you believe me? Ron hesitated, then nodded heavily. Hermione was silent, raising her head with a firm gaze. That's all right. Harry and Ron are responsible for finding the way, and Marks-Eye and I will resist the three-headed dog first. I will also have a cursive attack, which should be able to help Marks-Eye. McClowns. Harry agreed. I will be in charge of the Queen when we retreat. After the four of them discussed it, Harry pushed open the door of Momo's room. Everyone looked at Harry's hand on the door, and the scene behind the door slowly emerged. Crack. The door opened completely, and a stench came out. After the door was pushed open, what caught Harry and the others was a huge black three-headed dog. The heads of the three dogs were all glowing with blood red, and thick saliva dripped on the ground. The three-headed dog Mau Mau stood up slowly, and actually hit the roof of the basement directly. It was the first time Hermione saw such a hideous monster. Her face turned pale, but she still shouted, I'm going to shoot. After that, Hermione quickly drew her magic wand, flaming. A scorching flame spurted from Hermione's wand and poured onto the three-headed dog. But this level of curse is obviously superclass, and it is useless to release Hermione's current magic power in the first grade. The three-headed dog just swung his body slightly and patted the flame out easily. Obviously, this curse could not cause harm to the three-headed dog. But facing Hermione's unprovoked attack, the three-headed dog, who was already aggressive, instantly rioted. One of the big dogs screamed with open and hideous teeth, and was about to bite at Hermione. Ron took Harry to the side and ran away quickly. At this time, Ron reacted extremely quickly, knowing that he would find his way to the entrance under Mau Mau immediately. When Harry saw this, his pupils shrank, and he subconsciously yelled, Hermione, be careful. Be careful. Marks McClown's eyes were quick and her hands were quick, and she pulled Hermione, who was shocked by her side, aside. The sharp teeth of the three-headed dog instantly gnawed a big hole in the wooden floor, and the sawdust splashed. Marks McClown basically had a general understanding of the strength of the three-headed dog at 5.5. Although the three-headed dog is huge in size, its speed is still amazing. Both the arm strength and the bite force of the mouth are extremely terrifying. No matter how many ordinary humans, they can't fight this three-headed dog in close hands. Fortunately, the three-headed dog was used to guard the entrance, and there was a thick iron chain that locked it in the room. Otherwise, Marks McClown would have dragged Harry and the others to escape, because if only Marks McClown herself, it would still be very easy to get rid of the fur. But once there was more drag from Hermione and others, then Marks-Eye would never be able to defeat the runaway hare. I saw it, I saw it, Ron shouted suddenly, pointing to a spot under the three-headed dog. Harry Potter, the most powerful mage. Chapter 182 Insurance Measures. The door is there. It moved the body a little bit. Marks McClown stared at it, and the position where the three-headed dog was lying on the ground really revealed a small corner of the secret door. But this little horn is really too small, not to mention the size of a human being. Even the house elves probably can't get in. In other words, to pass this gate, you must defeat the three-headed dog. Harry suddenly threw himself down on Ron, and in the next second a dog paw cut through the wall behind him, making a loud tearing sound. Take care of yourself. Marks McClown drew out her black magic wand and chanted the spell. Faced with such a powerful creature, Marks McClown didn't have any reservations, and directly recited his strongest self-created spell, Malnia. The magic power was condensed to 1 point, like the hammer of Thor, shot out from Marks-Eye's wand 11, directly impacting one of the three-headed dog's head. Boom! A huge sound reverberated in the room, and the huge body of the three-headed dog was forcibly knocked into the air by the terrifying impact of Mjolnir, and slammed into the wall behind. Nice job, it's Mr. Marks, Harry exclaimed. Plus cool, Tiger. But instantly the three-headed dog got up and roared at Marks-Eye. The IQ of the three-headed dog is not low. It also discovered that Marks McClown is the most difficult person to deal with. Marks McClown frowned deeply, and the strength of the three-headed dog was undoubtedly more frightening than the previous troll. As Marks-Eye's strongest self-created spell, Mjolnir could not kill the three-headed dog in seconds. Wait. Marks McClown's eyes lit up, and suddenly he discovered that one of the three-headed dogs was drooping. That had obviously fainted. It was the head of the dog Marks McClown hit just now. Mjolnir. Marks McClown roared again, and another Thor's hammer accurately hit the head of a dog next to him. The three-headed dog hit the wall hard again, and the entire basement shook. The three-headed dog screamed in pain and became obviously angry. Almost no need to go to film. Marks-Eye can see from the three-headed dog's twisted and twisted stance that the three-headed dog has no idea how many bones have been broken. However, as the saying goes, badly injured beasts are the most terrifying. Sure enough, the three-headed dog rushed towards Marks-Eye desperately with two heads drooping, as if trying to fight Marks-Eye. The momentum of dying to lose both sides was really terrifying, and the three people on the side were so frightened that their bodies froze and couldn't move at all. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown, be careful. Hermione screamed in horror. In her opinion, the three-headed dog was rushing towards the unsuspecting Marks-Eye. Mr. Marks, avoid it. Harry also roared loudly. Marks-Eye couldn't die here because of him. This way Harry feels ashamed for a lifetime. Ron was already dumbfounded, and he watched the three-headed dog open his blood basin and mouth, and was about to bite Marks McClown on his body. If it is really bitten, I'm afraid Marks McClown's whole person will be divided into two. Mjolnir. At the last moment, Marks McClown raised his magic wand again. Seeing Marks McClown's move, a hint of fear and hesitation flashed in the eyes of the three-headed dog. However, it was too late to regret it. The next moment, an almost invisible shockwave of terror hit the head of the last dog of the three-headed dog. Boom! The three-headed dog flew against the wall, and finally fell to the ground feebly. Marks-Eye. Hermione ran over to inspect Marks-Eye anxiously. Marks-Eye, are you okay? Marks McClown shook his head, indicating that he was okay. At this moment, a beep suddenly appeared in Marks McClown's mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating the three-headed dog and rewarding 1,000 potential points. Marks McClown nodded contentedly. 1,000 potential points is not a small number. It must be said that there is a certain element of luck to be able to defeat this three-headed dog so quickly. If the three-headed dog hadn't been fixed to the ground, then Mark's eye wouldn't be able to accurately hit the three-headed dog's head so easily, let alone knock down the three-headed dog with 2 or 3 strokes like this. As one of the guardians of the Philosopher's Stone, the three-headed dog Dumbledore and the others chose was indeed strong enough. It's a pity that their failure also lies in locking the three-headed dog in place. Harry looked at Marks McClown with a look of admiration and said, as expected of Mr. Marks, he can actually defeat the three-headed dog head. Ron was shocked, looking at Mark's eye, speechless. Marks McClown shook his head and said, don't waste time, we are making such a big noise here, and it will definitely wake up the professors of the school. Let's go to the next room. Harry quickly nodded and said yes. At the doorway under the head dog, Ron and Hermione crawled down. Marks McClown glanced at the three-headed dog, knowing that the professors would be attracted by the huge movement here. In fact, this is also one of Mark's eye's insurance work. After all, it is Voldemort who has to face. Even if it is disabled, Mark's eye is not blindly arrogant enough to think that he can easily deal with the Dark Lord. Facing Voldemort, Marks McClown felt that no amount of insurance measures could be overstated. After all, unlike the young and passionate Harry and the others, Marks McClown knew that if he lost his life, there would be nothing to talk about. As it is now, it is the best move to attract professors to notice here faster by fighting. This not only ensures that Mark's eye has time to figure out how to manipulate the Philosopher's Stone, but also ensures that the professors who serve as reinforcements will not come too slowly. If you think about it, if they come too fast, it doesn't seem very good. I don't have time to do other things. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 183, Lost 1 in 10,000 Opportunities. Before leaving, Marks McClown waved his magic wand again, pressing the body of the three-headed dog against the underground door. Cool Tiger. Later, Marks McClown followed in Harry's footsteps. Although he knew that it was not very useful, he could at least buy more time. It's really a technical job to control the time point for the professor to come over. Marks McClown left only these last words before entering, and Hogwarts tonight is also destined to be a sleepless night. Not long after the lights in the dormitories of the 4 colleges were turned off, I heard a beast roaring somewhere in the school. This aroused the vigilance of the professors. Filch found several Gryffindor classmates who were unconscious in front of the common room, and the whole school was shocked. After Mark's eye did his insurance work, he immediately followed Harry and the others. Harry and the others had passed the Devil's Vine with difficulty in the time just now. Watching Mark's eye come down all at once, Ron and Harry opened their mouths in a daze. Harry swallowed. I just originally wanted to remind Mr. Marks how you live the Devil Vine. There was also a trace of loss in Ron's eyes. Originally, he thought that he would finally have the opportunity to guide Marks McClown with arrogance. Unexpectedly, without even starting to pretend to be forced, Marks McClown shitted and came down naturally. Of course it's okay for Mark's eye to live with Devil Vine. He is different from you, but his knowledge is very profound. After seeing Mark's eye following, Hermione sighed clearly. But Mark's eye, what did you just do? Why did you come here after going for so long? Marks McClown shook his head slightly and said, it's nothing. I just did a little insurance. What do you think it is? Ron shouted suddenly in surprise. Following where Ron was pointing, countless golden keys fluttered with transparent wings, flying above the ceiling. They look like countless golden dragonflies, playing freely in the air. Harry paled and said, why are there so many keys? When do we have to find the real key? I saw that the keys flying in the air had various shapes, large or small, and there were also keys that looked exactly the same. The keys are moving fast in the air, and it is difficult to see the trajectory of the keys. let alone tell which one is true and which one is false. Ron gritted his teeth and said, "No matter how difficult it is, try it." As he spoke, Ron jumped, trying to grab a key and have a look. "No way!" Marks McClown called out suddenly, kicked over, and knocked Ron to the ground. At the same time, hundreds of keys passed through the position where Ron had just jumped up, and were densely inserted on the wooden wall. Ron was furious, and was about to curse Marksai why he kicked him. At the same time, he saw the dense traces of keys passing through the wall beside him. He turned pale for a moment and could no longer speak. Hermione and Harry also looked shocked. When the keys passed through the wall, there was no barrier at all. It's as easy as cutting tofu with a knife. It is conceivable that when such a key passes through the human body, what a terrible thing it will be. Seeing the battered look on the wall, Hermione said in terror, "These keys exist to completely wipe out the intruder. If we rush into it, we may have our lives here." After all, Hermione was still a little girl, and at this time she had already felt the fear of not going forward. Harry also looked terrified, and said, "We are still a bit too tender. It is impossible for us to pass this level. McClown, we are still students after all, so if we continue to break through, we really lose our lives." Ron quickly agreed. Sure enough, movies are movies, is reality reality. Seeing the embarrassed appearance of the three of them, Marks McClown frowned in thought. At present, due to Marksai's intervention, the time when Harry and the others broke into the key has changed slightly. But even a slight change is also a change, and Harry has forever lost the opportunity to find the real key in an instant. Before coming over, Marks McClown had considered it. It is estimated that the situation where Harry immediately saw the real key was that 1 in 10 million chance was met. Otherwise, the first-year students in this connection can quickly find the real key and successfully obtain it, and it would be even more difficult to stop Voldemort. So what is the significance of this level? It seems that this is indeed the case now, and Harry today has undoubtedly been completely stopped at this level. Hermione clenched her fists, her head covered with cold sweat, looking at Marksai. If Marksai couldn't help it, then they could only retreat like this. Ron looked at Hermione and Marksai, still reluctant to move, and said angrily: "Don't look. Do you really want to take your life here? If you go back, you will be punished by the professor at most. The big deal is to withdraw. Withdraw from school." Ron forced himself a bit when he talked about it. "Anyway, it's better than just playing here." Harry glanced at Ron, then at Marksai. Marks McClown frowned tightly, looking at the flying key. The keys now suddenly set off a storm in the air. The eye of the storm was aimed at Marksai and his group. Seeing that countless keys were about to swarm, Ron was so frightened that he fell to the ground and cried, "Go! If you don't leave, it will be too late." Seeing Ron's crying expression, Harry gritted his teeth and tried to forcibly pull Hermione and Marksai away. Marks McClown suddenly said in a deep voice, "Are you willing to believe me?" Harry and Hermione both looked at Marksai in surprise. Could there be other ways at this time? Harry had missed the only chance, and there should have been absolutely no way to continue. Chapter 184: Speeding Combat. However, if there is a Cloud Knight, the result is completely different. The reason why Marks McClown hesitated for so long was that he was using spiritual exploration to study these keys. In the feedback of spiritual exploration, Marks McClown clearly discovered the secret of these Winkies. In these Winkies, almost everyone has a little bit of mental power to simulate manufacturing. This makes the keys become like small magical animals, obviously possessing an animal instinct. For example, if there are countless keys, they will naturally attack or defend, expelling and killing outsiders who have invaded their territory. But there is a key in it that is very unusual, and the lazy one can only do the simplest flying maneuvers. That key is like a queen guarded by ants, a queen guarded by bees. The key that is shaped into animal instincts will follow the natural instinct to protect the key and sacrifice yourself to hunt down the enemy. Just a little simulated mental power can create this perfect and changeable defense system. To be honest, I am beginning to admire the wizard who made this level. No, Should I say that I am a professor? Marks McClown squinted his eyes and looked directly in one direction. There is a 440-blade key with wings like a queen bee and an ant, and the real key. And Mark's Eye wants to gamble for this key, I believe. Harbin yelled first, and Hermione yelled, I believe it too. You bunch of desperate bastards. Ron watched Harry and Hermione support Mark's Eye, and couldn't help cursing. Plus cool, Tiger. The two fans of Mark's Eye's younger brother and younger sister of Cho are simply helpless. But in the end Ron gritted his teeth fiercely and said, damn, he'll stay too. What should I do? What you have to do is to protect yourself, Marks McClown said lightly. Harry and the others peeked at each other. At the same time, a strong sense of unwillingness has arisen in their hearts that are difficult to control. It was like this with the three-headed dog, and it is still like this now. It turns out that they are just a burden to Marks McClown. But seeing the key cluster is about to hit, the three of Harry immediately drew out their wands. They chanted the Bacchus without saying a word, and read the floating curse aloud as they had learned before. Suddenly, the main wall that collapsed around was lifted up by the three of them, blocking them as a shield. Yugadim Leviosa. Marks McClown also waved his magic wand, and the gravel beside him slowly lifted into the sky under Marks McClown's spell bonus. Unexpectedly, a levitation curse of this scale was used by just one person. Hermione watched all this in awe from behind the wall, and saw that all the walls and stones that had just been broken in the room were gathered in the air under the control of Mark's Eye's magic. Like a sea of stones gathered together. The next moment Marks McClown squeezed her magic wand, staring at the key group that Fwan had struck, and cast a spell directly in a second. 1,000 arrows are sent. All the broken stones are also swept up, rushing to the key very fast. The two collided violently, erupting a continuous bang. Boom 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 boom. Harry exclaimed, Mr. Marks is great. However, Marks McClown frowned deeply and said, not enough. Those keys have not been lighted out so quickly. I can't finish this. Ron's joyful face sank instantly. In this smoky moment, countless keys broke through the smoke billowing and rushed towards Mark's Eye and them again. Of course Marks McClown knew that just by relying on the curse of sending 10,000 arrows, he must be unable to resist the surging storm of keys. Although there are a lot of broken stones in the room, it can't match the number of keys at all. Marks McClown only blocked the key storm for a while, and cut off the outermost group of keys by the way. Marks McClown jumped hard, facing the key storm head, and fought head-on with an indomitable momentum. Marks McClown. Are you crazy? Hermione exclaimed when she saw this. The magic wand in Mark's Eye's hand did not stop casting spells, and a familiar spell appeared on the top of the wand. All the magic power in Mark's Eye's body was condensed to the extreme, hitting the forefront of the key storm heavily. Malnia. This is Mark's Eye's fourth cast of Malnia tonight, and the huge impact energy exploded from the top of the magic wand instantly. Numerous keys were knocked off and scattered, one by one inserted into the surrounding walls. The impact of huge energy has wiped out most of the key storm. Only the last group of keys remains, floating in the air alone. They are like the last troops guarding the Queen, resolute and difficult. The last chance. Marks McClown stared closely at the core keys in the key group. These keys were all non-living entities, but they acted with a little remaining mental power. So even if they were hit by a huge amount of energy without breaking their bodies, they would eventually recover their athletic ability. By that time, everything Marks McClown did now was in vain. Why did Marks McClown not even have the same breakthrough tricks just now, just to do it in one go? Avoid repeating the fragments between tricks, and not give the key group a chance to recover. So we must get the real key now. Marks McClown stared fiercely at the core key. His mental power shot out, a level 2 mental shock. All the remaining keys trembled visibly, and then fell weakly to the floor. Marks McClown's eyesight was quick, and he immediately grasped the core key. Success. Succeeded. The three of them all watched Mark's Eye come back blankly, and Mark-Sai threw the key to Harry casually. Use this to open the door. Harry hurriedly took the key and hurriedly inserted it into the keyhole of the secret room. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 185. Hermione was holding Mark-Sai with a distressed look on her side. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown has been trying her best to help them find the Philosopher's Stone, even ignoring her own danger. Suddenly, Marks McClown's image in Hermione's heart rose again. Crack! With a crisp sound, Harry shouted excitedly, "The door is open, come in." Hermione yelled, "Ron is not yet. Hurry to help." Ron looked reluctant, but he ran over immediately to help Mark-Sai. A crowd of people walked into the room, and the keys that had been broken on the ground flopped, as if they might attack again at any time. This scared Ron G to step forward and rushed into the room. After Harry closed the door heavily, he could obviously hear the countless keys outside the door hoisting up into the air again, smashing the door frantically. It was as dense as countless raindrops hit the window, but fortunately the door was strong and the key couldn't break through. Harry sat down in a cold sweat, only to find that Hermione and Ron had long been sitting on the ground with limp legs. Marks McClown was also a little tired, slightly leaning on the side and gasping for breath. Mjolnir is strong, but it consumes too much energy. Coupled with two mental shocks, even Mark-Sai is a bit tired. Cool, Tiger, Harry said gratefully. This time I really thank Mr. Marks, otherwise we won't have a chance to come in at all. Even Ron, who was most upset with Mark-Sai, couldn't refute this sentence. After all, if it weren't for Mark-Sai, the three-headed dog might have torn the three of them to pieces long ago, or they might have been pierced by the key. Ron had to snort it slightly. Hermione said distressedly, "Mark-Sai, you have used large-scale magic so many times. Is it really okay?" Marks McClown shook his head and said, "It's okay. It's just that the loss of magic power is a little bit, just recover it." During this period, Marks McClown looked around for a while and asked faintly, "Where is this place?" Harry and the others looked around. Except for the faint light at the door, the rest of the place was pitch black and there was nothing to see. Hermione took out her magic wand and muttered, "The fluorescence flickers." A small light source appeared at the top of the wand, enough to illuminate a small area. Hermione looked around cautiously, and some faint statues could be vaguely seen. Suddenly the whole room lit up, and the dazzling light made Harry and the others unable to see clearly around for a while. The vigilant Mark-Sai immediately drew out his wand, pointed at the surroundings, ready to take action. Unexpectedly, the room didn't make any sound except the light was turned on, and there was no response to the clues fed back from Mark-Sai's spiritual exploration. Marks McClown waited for his sight to slowly regained, only to discover that this room had dozens of large and small statues, but there were no other living creatures. Ron exclaimed excitedly, "Wizard chess! This is the wizard chess! Did you recognize Harry?" Harry nodded and said, "Of course I recognize it. You win every time you play wizard chess. How can you not recognize it?" Ron looked around and said, "This room is for us to play wizard chess. Only after winning can we enter the next room." Hermione agreed, "It looks like this." Then she immediately lowered her face and said, "But my wizard chess is terrible." Ron immediately said, "It's okay. I'm a genius of wizard chess. Let me do this level." "You?" Hermione glanced at Ron suspiciously, and said, "I always feel that you are not so reliable." Ron blushed immediately, and he shouted unconvinced, "You said that I can't do anything else, but I can't say that my wizard chess is bad." "If you don't believe me, ask Harry. How good is my wizard chess?" "I really don't believe you and him singled out." Harry hurriedly said, "Ron's wizard chess is quite good." "I have seen that. Anyway, Mr. Marks has done so much for us. Just take a break." "We should also contribute," Ron echoed. "McClown's, my wizard chess level is what I am most proud of. This level can definitely be easily passed, and it is time for you to see the strength of this uncle. Find flowers. Hermione was not convinced and shouted, "Mark-Sai, do you think you want Ron to go?" Marks McClown waved his hand and said, "I'm okay. whatever you want. Regarding the final outcome of this game of wizard chess, Marks McClown had already seen the end, just to appreciate Ron's ability to be done happily, and then pave the way for himself by the way. Of course, Mark's eye also needs to take this opportunity to recover his magical and mental powers, and do a final rest. Then Hermione gave Ron a fierce look and stepped aside, as if she wanted to watch Ron's joke. Ron also snorted heavily and said, "Let you see how good my wizard chess is. Keeping it will open your eyes." Ron stood on the side of wizard chess carelessly, muttering carefully, "How to operate this wizard chess? Each piece is a large stone of several hundred catties," Harry whispered. "The handsome position of the wizard chess has no pawns. Do you want you to stand up?" Ron suddenly realized it, but he said, "I found out a long time ago." Speaking of Ron standing in the handsome position, the entire wizard chessboard flashed a soft light instantly, and every chess piece made a sound, as if there was a movement at any time. A chess piece on the opposite side automatically moved one square forward, just like playing chess with an unknown person. Ron looked at the chess piece in surprise, but scratched his head, not knowing how to operate his chess piece. "Ron, try to call it out and see if the chess piece can move by itself," Harry reminded aloud. Ron nodded and shouted, "The horse goes further." As soon as the voice fell, it indicated that Ron's horse-shaped sculpture had actually taken a step forward tremblingly. Chapter 186, Cloudgate Playing Chess. Ron exclaimed excitedly, "It can really be." But the opponent's reaction immediately, a pawn moved forward and immediately posed a great threat to Ron's horse. Plus cool, tiger. Ron shouted in dissatisfaction, "Go forward." At this time, the opponent's pawn took a leap forward, and Ron's horse chess was torn apart by the pawn. The flying stone chips instantly turned Ron pale with fright. "Just kidding. Why is this still a real joke?" Harry and the others also saw that all the chess pieces on the chessboard would be smashed as long as they were eaten. In the same way, if Ron is eaten and loses the game, Ron's end will be knocked apart. This is really life-threatening. Ron's feet trembled with fright. 093 Harry hurriedly encouraged, "Ron, it's okay. Trust your chess skills. If you win, nothing will happen." Ron glanced back at Harry, seeming to find a little confidence. Although Hermione hurt Ron on her lips, her kind nature still made her look at Ron in the handsome position with worry. Hermione asked Mark's eye anxiously, "Will Ron mess things up?" Marks McClown smiled and said, "This wizard chess is nothing more than a spell that will run automatically. Ron really can't do it. We just think of a way to break the spell forcefully. There won't be too much problem." Hermione looked at Ron, who was scratching his head in a hurry, and nodded helplessly. Marks McClown closed her eyes and restored her magic power. In his guess, Ron may not be able to win this wizard chess. One is that this wizard chess can be arranged here by Dumbledore and become one of the levels for guarding the Sorcerer's Stone. It must be unique, and Ron's student-level chess skills are not worth mentioning. The second is that Ron wants to express himself too much, and this mentality of quick success can only get half the result with half the effort. Coupled with the excitement of Mark's dazzling performance before, perhaps Ron will make more mistakes in chess than usual. Sure enough, the more Ron wanted to win, the easier it was to make wrong judgments. In addition, the opponent was not an ordinary chess player, and the situation quickly became very unfavorable for Ron. Many of Ron's pawns were knocked to pieces, and the enemy's pawns approached Ron's handsome position step by step. "It's going to be a general," Harry cried out. The opponent's pawn was about to attack Ron's position. Ron wiped the cold sweat on his head and immediately shouted, "The pawn moves to the left to block it." As soon as Ron's voice fell, Harry anxiously reminded, "No, there is an enemy car over there." Ron's face turned pale for an instant, watching a chess piece on his side leave his position and sit down on the left square, while a car-shaped sculpture is aimed directly at him. 2 steps ahead of the horse. Marks McClown's voice suddenly sounded, and everyone subconsciously looked towards Marks McClown. Marks McClown sighed. "If Ron loses before the end of the fight, then it would be too troublesome to break the spell by force. Even if you want to see Ron being fucked, at least you have to wait until Ron gets to the last step. Only in this way can it easily pave the way, but also satisfy Marks McClown's joyful mentality. "Mr. Marks," Harry said blankly, "do you also play wizard chess?" "Nonsense. My family is in the UK. Somehow it has a history of hundreds of years." Marks McClown looked at Harry with a caring look of mental retardation. "So this kind of elegant exercise among British wizards and aristocrats, I was caught by every day when I was born." Ron's face turned blue and red when he heard it. Did he make an axe at the door of the class? But the fear of being beaten still made Ron subconsciously obey Marks McClown's words. 2 steps ahead of the horse. As soon as Ron finished speaking, Hermione and Harry were surprised to find that the situation had completely changed. Originally Ron was still in an overwhelmingly unfavorable situation, but now he immediately reversed it and became evenly matched again, which can be described as a godlike hand. Marks McClown's horse that stepped horizontally directly threatened the opponent's king. If the car insists on continuing to attack Ron without returning help, it will lose all in the next step. "Marks McClown, I knew you wouldn't have nothing." Hermione hugged Bow Marks Eye happily. This remarkable effect also made Ron, who praised Haiku very much. Marks McClown smiled slightly, but stopped speaking, letting Ron continue to play chess. In fact, Marks Eye is so much superior than Ron. In addition to the high-level wizard chess matchups he has often experienced since childhood, it also lies in the spiritual exploration that allows Marks Eye to look down on the overall situation. Compared with Ron, who was in this mountain, Marks Eye's advantage in the overall situation was undoubtedly several times stronger. "Since Marks Eye can do it, then I can do it too. You show me your best." Ron was almost biting his lip with blood, and he started to command the chess game superbly. Finally, thanks to Marks Eye's off-field support, Ron miraculously reached the last step. "It's going to be an army," Ron yelled in ecstasy, but after seeing Harry's look, he realized that something was wrong. Ron looked around for a while, deduced the game in his mind, and immediately turned pale. If Ron wants to defeat the opponent's king, he must sacrifice himself and be killed by the car. Ron panted nervously for 0.3, and he was about to run off the board in fright. In the end he closed his eyes and looked like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. "Come on. The last step." In the next moment, the enemy's car-shaped sculpture rushed towards Ron, slamming Ron into the air. Ron slammed heavily on the back door and fainted. Harry ran to Ron anxiously to see if Ron had something wrong. "Ron!" Hermione exclaimed, "Are you okay?" Chapter 187, X-Level. Marks McClown looked at Ron who had fainted without anxiety. Plus cool, Tiger. He knew that although Ron was hit and flew, he actually didn't suffer much injury, at most. His skin was bruised. Hermione anxiously took Marks Eye's arm and asked, "What should I do now?" When Harry and Hermione were anxious, Marks Eye smiled slightly. "You two don't have to panic, just listen to my arrangements." Harry and Hermione looked at Marks Eye at the same time. "Hermione, you stay here to take care of Ron. It's impossible for him to break the next level with me. Harry, just go with me." When he said this, a gleam of light flashed in Marks McClown's eyes. Marks McClown didn't want Hermione to run down and encounter danger, so she let her stay. Therefore, Harry must follow Marks Eye, because Harry is an important way for Marks Eye to get the Sorcerer's Stone. The Mirror of Eris level designed by Dumbledore requires a person who wants to get the 11 Philosopher's Stone but has not used the Philosopher's Stone mind to successfully take out the Philosopher's Stone. And Marks Eye's thoughts must not work. And Marks Eye didn't know whether Dumbledore had lied to Harry at the time. If one was Dumbledore talking nonsense to comfort Harry, then Marks Eye would really vomit blood. Cool, Tiger. So the safest way is to take Harry intact and get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry also nodded and said, "Ron needs someone to take care of him." "Hermione, you can listen to Mr. Cloud and look after Ron here." Hermione smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, you don't have to take care of me like this. Mark's eye. Just now when you were dealing with the three-headed dog, you made such a big noise. Those professors will definitely come here soon. Even if Ron is left here, nothing will happen. Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment, but she didn't expect Hermione to guess what she was thinking. It was true that he was reluctant to take Hermione to face the next danger, so he spoke to let Hermione stay. And Hermione also speculated that Mark's insurance measures were indeed worthy of the smartest mind of the entire class. But Harry was still a little worried. Hermione interrupted. "There is nothing. The professors are coming. Ron is very safe now." Hermione looked at Mark's again. "Besides, I've already gotten here. Do you still want to leave me behind?" "It's really my smart little Hermione." Marks McClown shrugged helplessly. "Well, you are really right. The professors will indeed come to rescue Ron soon." "Cool Tiger, who is your little Hermione?" Marks McClown admired Hermione's blushing cheeks and smiled faintly. Then, let us rush through together. Go and see together, the man behind this whole thing." Harry put Ron, who had fainted to one side, to the corner of one side and set it up, before returning to Mark's eye. Marks McClown looked at Harry and Hermione earnestly. "You will be careful soon. It is very likely that the opponent we will face in a while will be Voldemort." Harry gritted his teeth and nodded, and Hermione also nodded courageously. Marks McClown turned to Hermione again and said, "Hermione, you have heard clearly. This is the condition I promised to bring you. If there is danger, you want to run away first. Have you heard?" Hermione didn't understand Marks McClown's words, and looked at Marks McClown suspiciously, just about to ask questions. Marks McClown said directly, "Let's go now, it will be too late if we don't go." With that, Marks took Harry and Hermione out of the wizard chess room slowly. Next is a long staircase leading to the bottom, and a neat row of stone pillars on the side, with a thin flame burning on it, barely illuminating this gloomy staircase. Harry whispered, "It seems that someone has been here. The fire on it has been burning for a long time, and it's almost gone." Harry's voice spread far away through the stairs, forming countless echoes in this narrow and semi-enclosed space. Marks McClown stretched out a finger to her lips and made a mute gesture. Harry closed his mouth instantly. The three of them walked slowly down the long and gloomy stairs, looking around vigilantly. Hermione suddenly pulled Mark's sleeves slightly and looked forward with surprise. Marks McClown followed the direction Hermione was pointing, only to find a faint light source appeared at the end of the stairs. Under Mark's spiritual exploration, that place is obviously human. The three of them calmed down and walked slowly to the room at the end of the stairs. "I saw a man in a wizard robe standing in front of a mirror." Through the mirror, the wizard saw the Mark's trio and turned his head violently. "It's Professor Quirrell!" Harry shouted in shock. Harry was obviously very confused and shocked that the person who appeared in the last room was Quirrell. This is impossible," Harry said in disbelief. "Obviously 430 should be Snape." Cheeluo looked at Marks McClown coldly and said, "He does look more like a bad guy. As long as he is there, who would doubt me?" "Poor Professor Cheeluo," Harry said in shock. "It turns out that you are the inner ghost who was in collusion with Voldemort." Cheeluo laughed loudly and said, "My master will be the master of this world. What's the problem if I follow my master?" This arrogant laugh made Marks McClown frown. Cheeluo's current torn look, and the lowness and humbleness he had shown in front of Mark's and Voldemort in the past, were completely sentenced to two people. Hermione said loudly, "So, you put in the monster that entered the school after Christmas?" Quirrell sneered, "Miss Granger, it's useless for you to be smart now, because it's too late." Marks McClown grabbed Hermione's arm and pulled her behind her. Her eyes became cold. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 188. Best Affection Drama of the McClowner. He looked at Cheeluo closely, because Marks McClown could clearly feel the killing intent flashing in Cheeluo's eyes. Quirrell dared to announce these secrets to Harry and Hermione. He was obviously determined to kill Harry and Hermione on the spot. "Remember what I told you just now?" Marks McClown suddenly leaned to Hermione's ear. and said in a low voice and hastily, "Find Dumbledore. Remember to find Dumbledore." What? Hermione hadn't reacted yet. Quirrell raised a hand and snapped a loud finger. At the same time, Marks McClown's muscles all over suddenly tightened at the same time. His level 3 body is comparable to a strong adult, and all his strength is concentrated on the arm that grabbed Hermione. With the sound of Quirrell's snapping fingers falling, a raging fire instantly ignited all around the room. Then, let's try the feeling of being the protagonist of a tragic drama. Marks McClown thought like this in his mind, and his whole body began to exert force. At the last moment when the flames completely engulfed the room, Marks McClown grabbed her unknowingly with one hand and threw it out of the room surrounded by flames. Marks sigh. Hermione fell on the stairs in a panic. Because of the perfect control of the skill, Marks' throwing force was also very well grasped, and it did not hurt Hermione, who landed. Marks McClown turned to face Quirrell, and with a voice that was worthy of the little gold medal, she shouted with her back to Hermione, "Run!" Hermione was taken aback, and tears filled her eyes as she watched Marks. But Hermione wasn't the only little girl who just cried and squeezed at the critical moment. This is what Marks McClown admired the most about Hermione. Sure enough, she turned around and ran out without saying anything. Only to find Dumbledore. Only to find Dumbledore. Can we save Marks? Who? Marks McClown let out a sigh of relief. And it still feels good to have fun like this. It's just that if there is a big idea next, it is very likely that you really have to play off. Upon seeing this, Cheeluo said angrily, "Marks McClown, you stinky kid." Marks McClown drew 2 black and white wands from her wizard robes, pointed it straight at Cheeluo, with a grim expression on her face. "Do you want to fight me?" Quirrell sneered. "Just rely on you as a first-year kid. Do you think it's possible to beat a professor?" Marks McClown squinted his eyes. "I don't need to beat you. I just need to be able to drag the time off." Quirrell was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Could it be that you really count on Dumbledore?" He grinned and said, "Let me tell you, I have long received news that Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts at all tonight. So asking Dumbledore for help is just your dream." However, Marks McClown's eyes did not waver at all. "Who knows? Or should we gamble with life and death?" Harry instantly understood Marks' intention to rescue Hermione, and immediately drew out his wand and pointed it at Quirrell. Cheeluo stared at Marks McClown stiffly and said, "Marks McClown, I knew you were not reliable, and I had already offered to my master that I would kill you bastard first." Quirrell instantly furious and drew out his wand. Torn apart. Marks McClown instantly slammed Harry down, and the stone bricks on the ground were instantly blown into countless broken stones. Harry was pale, looking at Quirrell in rage and bewilderment, only clenching his wand tightly. Faint, killing curse. In the next moment, Marks and Cheeluo chanted the spell at the same time. After the 2 fierce spells collided with each other, Marks McClown almost didn't even change her breath, and then shouted, "Accept your weapon." Marks McClown's wand pointed directly at Cheeluo, and the wand in Cheeluo's hand was instantly knocked off. This is Marks' speeding curse, relying on the perfect control of the vocal cords and mouth shapes without error, and the ability to chant faster than ordinary people. It is Marks' long-term stunt. What? Cheeluo was also shocked. He never expected that Marks McClown would chant the curse faster than he was an adult wizard. Although it was just a casual idea, when Quirrell wanted to remedy it, it was too late. Flying sand and stone. Another magic wand in Marks McClown instantly received a spell, and the clothes on Cheeluo's chest exploded immediately, and his whole body was smashed against the wall. Harry shouted in surprise, "Mr. Marks, you have defeated Professor Quirrell." But Marks McClown didn't have the slightest joy on his face. He watched Quirrell rise from the ground, his eyes fixed on Quirrell's body in the corner. Harry found out that Marks McClown's whole body was extremely tense. "Harry, get up. You have to join the battle too." Marks McClown took a deep breath. Harry hesitantly got up, looked at Quirrell who was motionless in the corner, and firmly held his wand. "Ha ha ha." Marks I should have killed you. I should have killed you. A hoarse voice echoed throughout the room, and the scar on Harry's forehead was aching fiercely again. Ah, it hurts. Harry gritted his teeth and looked around the room surrounded by fire. Except for the mirror in the middle, besides him and Mark-Sai, only Cheelio lying on the ground was left. Marks McClown said lightly, "Come out. Don't pretend to be a fool, Voldemort." On the ground Wang Qian's Cheelio grinning laughed and jumped up. His complexion was twisted, just like a ghost from hell. The bandage on Cheelio's head didn't know when it would be unwrapped, and a more hideous face appeared in front of Mark-Sai and Harry. Voldemort. Harry gritted his teeth and growled fiercely. Quirrell's eyes slowly turned into dark green. Horrible. Quirrell, no, it should be Voldemort, reaching out to pick up the wand on the ground. Don't think about it. Harry felt nervous and waved his wand to attack directly, all petrified. Chapter 189 Clouds and Knights vs. Voldemort. Ha! Useless trick. Voldemort snorted coldly, and Harry's curse disappeared without a trace with just a wave of his robe. How come? Harry retreated in a shock, and a look like this flashed in Marks McClown's eyes. Plus cool, tiger. If it was Quirrell, Mark-Sai would still beat the falling water dog, but if Voldemort wanted to pick up the wand, it would not be easy to stop it. The two are fundamentally different dimensions. Although I didn't succeed in getting the blood of the unicorn, it doesn't matter. Quirrell spoke slowly. This time it was Voldemort's hoarse voice. Although the blood of a unicorn can keep me alive, it can't give me a body. I can only deposit it on someone else's body like a parasite. Voldemort slowly sneered, but there is still another way, and that is the Philosopher's Stone. You know Mark-Sai too. This is the purpose of my coming here. Marks McClown shook his head and said, I won't let you get the Philosopher's Stone. If you can keep the half-dead state obediently, it will be good for everyone. Harry said harshly, neither can I. It's a pity. Originally, I still had 840 points of cherishing talents. I wanted to make you understand my determination to get the Sorcerer's Stone, and I would retreat in the face of difficulties. Voldemort raised his head, took a deep look at the two of them, and suddenly roared. Since it is still so decided, then you go to die. Be careful. Marks McClown's pupils shrank, and Voldemort had already raised his wand. Drill your heart out. The unforgivable curse had hit Marks McClown and Harry in an instant, and Marks McClown had to chant the curse at speeding speed to fight back. Armor bodyguard. An invisible wall appeared in front of Harry Mark-Sai instantly, and the heart-drilling curse slammed into the wall, directly smashing the armor bodyguard, but at the same time the heart-drilling curse also exhausted its magic power. The aftermath of the explosion directly impacted Harry, who had not even raised his wand, onto the wall. Harry fell heavily to the ground, coughing violently, not even knowing where his wand had gone. Marks McClown was also shocked by the aftermath, but Marks McClown's level 3 body was comparable to a strong adult, and it still resisted the shock wave. But Voldemort didn't stop there, and another heart-piercing curse hit Mark-Sai. I have to say that even though Voldemort's strength is greatly reduced now, the once strongest Black Wizard is still outstanding. His black magic spell came in handy, and it was amazingly powerful. Without Harry's drag this time, Marks McClown dodges the curse dangerously. The heart drill directly hit the thick stone pillar behind Marks McClown, and the stone pillar instantly shattered. Harry looked at all this in shock. Although many people always said that he was the savior, Harry knew his own affairs. Facing such a powerful Voldemort, he had no ability to resist. It can even be said that I don't even have reaction time. After Mark-Sai dodges Voldemort's heart-piercing curse, he knows that he can't fall into Voldemort's rhythm now and must fight back. Otherwise, facing the unfathomable old demon like Voldemort, he has no possibility of victory. Marks McClown raised her white wand, and cast a spell in seconds. Thunderbolt explodes. Voldemort waved his hand, and Marks McClown's second curse was bounced aside. Of course, Marks McClown didn't expect the curse to cause much damage to Voldemort, He just wanted to delay Voldemort a little bit of time. Marx McClown leapt up from the ground. A black and white wand once again cast 2 instant spells in the air. Fire is raging. Bar ripped apart. Quirrell's body, controlled by Voldemort, was obviously still a bit stiff, although he waved his wand and bounced Mark's 2 instant spells away. Voldemort staggered and his body slightly lost his balance. This is the opportunity. Marx McClown knew that Voldemort had no body of his own and could only rely on Quirrell's body to attack. And this was his greatest weakness. Quirrell's body is not strong, and Voldemort's manipulation of other people's bodies is bound to be unsuitable. The chance to fight back is this moment. Marx McClown concentrates his magic power on the bottom of the wand. This is Marx McClown's most powerful magic spell so far. Malnia. The powerful spell power instantly hit Voldemort. With the powerful impact of mana, even powerful creatures such as 3-headed dogs and giant monsters can hardly resist. As long as it hits Quirrell's thin body, it will definitely be able to smash. Killing Curse. An extremely evil black magic power bursts forth in an instant, and Mornell's originally powerful spell power, in the face of this extremely evil black magic power, was defeated by the touch. Fuck. Even the Killing Curse can hit such a high physical attack power. With her perfect control of her body, Marx McClown turned her body in an incredible angle. Voldemort's Avidusure Life Curse basically brushed out against Mark's eyes clothes, and hit the wall behind him straight. Boom. Marx McClown fell to the ground, his eyes fixed on the huge hole in the wall behind him. Hey. Marx McClown gave a wry smile. I haven't heard of the fact that the Avada Sorcery Curse has such a strong physical destructive power. Harry clenched his fists when he saw this, and raised his whole heart. Marx McClown's grasp of the timing just now was perfect, and he could almost kill Voldemort on the spot. Unfortunately, Voldemort's reaction was not inferior to Mark's eye. Not only did he turn Marx McClown's strongest attack into naught, he almost killed Marx McClown. Voldemort's snake-like eyes stared at Mark's eye, as if staring at some sweet prey. Chapter 190, The Despair of Death. Marx McClown, your performance is even better than I thought. Voldemort's voice was like ice. But this strengthened my determination to kill you. Marx McClown sneered and said, then you have to kill me. As soon as the voice fell, Marx McClown's body jumped again. He rushed to Voldemort's side in an instant, casting spells in seconds. Don't bombard Voldemort like money. Torn apart. Fire is raging. Thunderbolt exploded. Flying sand and stone. At this moment, Marx McClown almost used her ability to the extreme. The perfect mastery of the body, the proficient use of magic spells, and the combination of 2 wands, 1 black and 1 white, did not waste any time. It can be said that Mark's eye condenses magic power or releases spells all the time. However, Voldemort's wand also waved so much that it couldn't get in. None of Mark's eye's attacks could hurt Voldemort, and none of them could even get close to Voldemort. Harry looked at all this in shock, and after being horrified, his worship of Mark's eye had reached the extreme. Look at the spell that shoots at Voldemort like a machine gun. No matter what, Mark's eye has achieved perfection. But helpless. The opponent is Voldemort. That is the strongest and greatest dark wizard in history. Even if the strength was greatly reduced, Marx McClown could not deal with it. Marx McClown's head was covered with sweat, so violently casting the spell was also an overload. Changing to a normal Hogwarts student, even a senior student, had long been exhausted and fell to the ground. But Marx McClown must persist. Once he slows down the attacking rhythm, Voldemort's counterattack will be beyond his tolerance. The defeat of Meow Ernia just now made Marx McClown realize a little bit. That's because Mjolnir, who specializes in physical destruction, is actually inferior to the Avidusure Curse in this respect. Not so. The defeat of Malnia only shows that Mark's eye's magic power is far inferior to Voldemort in terms of quality and quantity. Therefore, The curse Marx McClown used was far less powerful than Voldemort. Voldemort's faint green eyes stared at Marx McClown's constantly leaping figure. Obviously only 11 years old, he has such a strong magic power. Release the curse at a super high speed, and it has not reached the limit until now. This shows that the magic power in Marx-Eye is absolutely far more than any student in Hogwarts, and the vast spiritual power that can accurately control magic, and the super fast spelling skills without any mistake. These shouldn't be the powers a little ghost can possess. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Voldemort's eyes was unreserved. People like Marx-Eye must be erased. Otherwise, Marx-Eye's potential will become the biggest variable for Voldemort in the future. A drop of sweat accidentally flowed into Marx McClown's eye socket during Marx McClown's high-speed movement, causing one of Marx McClown's eyes to subconsciously close. Oops. Marx McClown's agile figure appeared a little stiff. This caused his spell to slow down a bit, and Marx McClown finally began to experience exhaustion. Mr. Marx, be careful, Harry yelled hoarsely. Marx McClown blinked his eyes fiercely, squeezing out that drop of sweat. When the eyes were clear, Marx-Eye saw Quirrell's hideous face and the evil eyes that belonged to Voldemort. It's over. Boom. Marx McClown was pressed against the wall by Voldemort, and even cracks appeared in the wall. Voldemort's hands were tightly grasping Marx McClown's neck. Marx McClown was blushing with violent veins. Mr. Marx, Harry roared madly, desperately digging the rubble on the ground, trying to find the wand he didn't know where to throw. A feeling of hypoxia in the brain continuously stimulated Marx McClown. Marx McClown could even feel the sudden blood movement in his forehead. And Voldemort in front of Marx McClown was full of killing intent. Marx McClown has no doubt that Voldemort will hold his neck tightly until he dies. Find flowers. Middle dot. Marx McClown Kong opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but his vocal cords were tightly clamped, and he could only make unconscious screams. Voldemort looked at the desperately struggling Marx-Eye with a grin. The feeling that a generation of geniuses was strangled in his own hands was simply amazing. A burst of flame suddenly burst from the robe on Voldemort's body and burned alive on Voldemort's body. Unprepared, Voldemort threw Marx-Eye away with one hand and hurriedly removed his robe. It turned out that Marx McClown seemed to want to talk, but he was actually using the silent curse of flaming fire to take the opportunity to light Voldemort's robe so that Voldemort could loosen himself. Marx McClown fell heavily into the pile of rubble, staring in his eyes, and the lack of oxygen made Marx McClown extremely uncomfortable. After Voldemort took off his robe on fire, his faint green eyes stared at Marx-Eye. At that moment of life and death, can he still be clever without panic? Sure enough, I still have to kill Marx-Eye to calm my heart. Voldemort raised the wand in his hand and aimed it at Marx-Eye, who was desperately breathing the air on the ground, his eyes full of killing intent. Killing curse. The extremely evil magic power flew towards Marx-Eye, and Marx-Eye finally recovered, with black and white wands staggered in front of his chest. Malnia. Boom. Two powerful shockwaves once again exploded in this room that had been bombarded by various spells. This time, the double Estrag version of Malna smoothly counteracted Voldemort's Avada Sutra. However, this final outbreak also completely drained Marx McClown's magic power. Marx McClown finally lost the ability to fight back, and was swept away by the aftermath of the explosion, and slammed into the shattered wall. At this time, Marx McClown was full of blood, and the two magic wands didn't know where they flew. Chapter 191. Marx McClown could only lean halfway on the wall, and the light reflected on his pale face. Although Marx McClown reacted in a timely manner, and finally used the dual version of Mernia to offset the death power of Avadaso's mantra, Marx McClown was also dying. Harry was also knocked to the ground by the huge shockwave, and his body was cut in many places by gravel. Mr. Marx. Harry looked at the Marx-Eye lying on the side and knew nothing about life or death. and a despair came to his heart. Could it be that even Mr. Marks can't do it? What else can I do? He saw Voldemort's terrifying strength, and he was not his opponent at all. Is it all over? Voldemort looked at the dying Marks-Eye on the ground and laughed. 7 or 8-0. Marks McClown, Marks McClown, why are you going against me? If you follow me desperately, you will definitely not end like this now. Voldemort saw that Marks-Eye's 2 magic wands had fallen off, and his body was also seriously injured. He didn't even have the strength to stand up, and he obviously lost all his threatening power. So he turned to Harry and sneered coldly, "Harry Potter, have you seen it? No one can stop me, whether it's Marks-Eye or you." Voldemort's roar suddenly erupted and echoed throughout the room. Harry gritted his teeth, looked at Voldemort stubbornly, and shouted, "I will never give in to you." Harry closed his eyes as soon as he finished shouting. Although Harry thought that he would never succumb to Voldemort, he also knew that the result was already doomed at the moment Mr. Marks was defeated. Even if Mr. Marks was defeated, then he would definitely not be able to escape his fate. This time, everything was really over. Marks McClown opened her eyes laboriously, her face covered with blood. This was really the worst time Marks McClown was beaten in history. Now Marks McClown can easily subdue even an ordinary person. But Marks McClown didn't intend to admit defeat. He always had a complete plan and preparation for his actions, and he still had a chance to fight. For the teacher system, I need to spend 500 potential points to upgrade level 2 self-healing skills. Marks McClown gave an order to the division system in his mind to upgrade his self-healing to level 2. Congratulations on your successful level 2 self-healing. You can quickly heal non-fatal wounds. A reminder appeared in Marks McClown's mind. Marks McClown clenched his fists tightly, and countless bloodstains on his body quickly recovered from scabs. His originally weak body was instantly restored to life, and a feeling of rebirth appeared in Marks McClown's heart. Voldemort walked up to Harry, preparing to catch Harry, who was unable to resist, to the mirror, and Voldemort's position at this time is precisely facing Marks-Eye. "Let me go." Harry struggled desperately, his face extremely pale. Voldemort laughed coldly. Marks McClown's body had become riddled with holes, and there was no one who could threaten him anymore. In other words, he has completely won. In front of the winner, Harry's struggle of a loser, the more violent they come, the more they can please the winner. "Very well. You can just fear and struggle like this," Voldemort said coldly, "so that the world can see. You will be distorted to die. Let those stupid guys understand what defeated the savior of the Dark Lord. It's ridiculous. I'm like a god among wizards. How can a little devil defeat God?" However, the next moment, Marks McClown's cold voice had pierced into Voldemort's eardrum. Spiritual shock. The sharp mental impact instantly struck Voldemort's mind. A mental shock that has been upgraded to level 2. Even if you attack Quirrell and Voldemort at the same time, it will be fine. What's more, because Voldemort was in the state of remnant soul, his mental power had already been greatly reduced, and Quirrell had also become impoverished because of being bent over for a long time. Therefore, this mental shock caused Voldemort and Quirrell to be stunned for a few seconds at the same time. And these few seconds are enough for Marks-Eye to fly up. You still have the face to call yourself a god. The fighting skills in Marks McClown's mind are implemented on Voldemort through perfect control and precision. "Look at this ghostly picture of you now." Marks McClown put his foot on Voldemort's knee, and Voldemort knelt down uncontrollably. "You were never a god," Marks McClown roared in his mouth, clasping Voldemort's neck with both hands. "You are not even a human being." In the next moment, Marks McClown exhausted all the strength of his whole body and twisted his hands. Voldemort Quirrell's neck weirdly turned a big circle, making a sound of dislocation of bones. How could this happen? Voldemort's scream turned into a dark wind. "You obviously should have completely lost the ability to move." However, as Quirrell's body fell heavily, Voldemort's soul could no longer rely on it. Even with screams of resentment, Voldemort could only turn into a whirlwind and hurriedly fled the underground room. It was not that Marx McClown didn't want to remove the roots of Voldemort. After all, this was Voldemort's weakest time. Even if there was only a little chance to kill him, Marx McClown would fight for it. But Voldemort's strength 1.0 just shown was really too horrible. Plus Marx McClown's wand was not in his hand, and if he blindly chased Voldemort, he really didn't know what would happen. Forget it. It would be better for me to be alive for Voldemort. Marx McClown sighed, kicked Cheelio's body, causing Cheelio to let out a weak moan. The neck is twisted, is the one last breath. Marx McClown raised her eyebrows and looked at Cheelio's painful expression. If Voldemort knew that Quirrell was not far from death, he immediately left Quirrell and fled. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 192. Behind you. Harry looked at Marks-Eye dumbfounded. Wasn't Marks-Eye severely injured just now? What? How did you suddenly reverse the situation and suddenly win? The demon-like Voldemort won. Harry was shocked for a while before finally saying, Mr. Marks, are you okay? Marx McClown looked at Harry, nodded gently, and suddenly said, Harry, stand in front of that mirror, plus cool, Tiger. Marx McClown pointed to the mirror in the middle of the underground room. Although the battle just now was fierce, there was no sign of damaging this mirror. Harry was a little confused, but out of trust in Marks-Eye, he walked to the mirror according to Marks-Eye's instructions. Mr. Marks, what's the matter? The Sorcerer's Stone is in the mirror, don't you want to take it out? Marx McClown used words to induce Harry's thoughts a little. I don't want to look at it. What is the magical stone that a generation of black monsters desperately want to get? Does it look like, Didn't Voldemort escaped just now? Then we don't need to go and get the magic stone out again at 11. Harry was only halfway through when he looked in the mirror in surprise. Just being induced by Marks-Eye's words, Harry thought for a moment, and he thought of want to take out the Sorcerer's Stone. Cool, Tiger. And this thought is exactly the real purpose of Marks-Eye to trigger the effect of Eris magic mirror. Harry in the mirror looked at Harry with a smile, but Harry did not make a smile at this time. The next second, Harry mirror reached into his pocket, took out a dark red crystal, and played with it as if showing off. That is the magic stone Voldemort dreamed of. Mirror Harry put the Philosopher's Stone back in his pocket, and pouted behind Harry. Marx McClown said at this time, Harry, have you seen it? Have you seen the Sorcerer's Stone? While talking, Marx McClown leaned over and picked up the wand that Cheelio had dropped, with a strange voice. Harry said excitedly, I saw it. The Philosopher's Stone. I in the mirror, gave me the Philosopher's Stone. As Harry said, he touched his pocket, and as expected, there was something like a hard crystal. Mirror Harry kept pouting at Harry in the mirror, motioning Harry to look behind. Harry took the Philosopher's Stone out of his pocket suspiciously, and asked, why did I in the mirror give the Philosopher's Stone to me? He was about to ask Marks-Eye, and Harry at this moment finally saw himself behind him in the mirror. Marx McClown was holding Quirrell's wand and pointed it at Harry's back. Only then did Harry understand the meaning of Harry in the mirror. Marks-Eye wanted to do it to himself. Faint. Marx McClown was expressionless, and the coma spell instantly hit Harry from Quirrell's wand. Harry looked at Marks-Eye in disbelief, fell to the ground and fainted. I feel a little sorry, forgive me, Marx McClown finally relaxed her tight spirit, and even maliciously sold a cute. Today he was fighting with Voldemort again, and thinking of ideas to leave Harry with the Philosopher's Stone. He was really tired. Even if I use the flashback curse on my wand now, I shouldn't be able to find any traces. Marks-Eye raised Quirrell's wand and chanted a spell. The wand in his hand glowed with a faint white light and lightly tapped it on Harry's forehead. Forget it all. Marx McClown carefully cast the forgetting curse, erasing all Harry's memories about the battle between himself and Voldemort and his actions against Harry. Harry lay on the ground, frowning slightly, as if feeling pain. Marks-Eye's wand flicked, and another curse took shape again. Marx McClown looked even more cautious this time. Every movement was gentle and slow, and his wand hit Harry's head again. This spell is used to penetrate into the minds of others, thereby changing the memory of others. It is Lockhart's unique knowledge. However, if there is a slight error, it is likely to cause the caster's memory to be confused, or even unconscious. However, facing Harry, who had not matured his mental power and did not know occlumency, Marks McClown still had some confidence in herself. Harry was confused, as if he had seen himself, Marks and Hermione enter the underground room. Immediately afterwards, Harry saw Professor Quirrell controlled by Voldemort. Marks McClown was the first to rescue Hermione, and he and Marks McClown joined forces to fight Voldemort. But then Marks McClown was hit by Voldemort and flew aside and fainted. But he was threatened by Voldemort and walked in front of the mirror, and got the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror's own hands. At this time, Voldemort controlled Quirrell to rush forward to grab the Philosopher's Stone. Harry pushed Quirrell away anxiously, but found that his body had the ability to burn Quirrell for some reason. So Harry rushed forward desperately and pressed Quirrell's face hard until Quirrell was completely burned to ashes. Seeing Quirrell's horrible face before his death, Harry fainted 433 by himself. Marks McClown panted slightly, and the wand moved away from Harry's forehead. He finally succeeded in changing Harry's memory, and then it was time to destroy the evidence. Marks McClown walked up to Cheeluo and said coldly, "I'm sorry, Professor Cheeluo, it's because you have followed the wrong master." The wand in Mark's hand glowed with a dark light, like an unforgivable curse in black magic. The soul is out of the body. Quirrell opened his eyes abruptly and climbed up tremblingly, but his eyes were blank and out of focus. Marks McClown said coldly, "Go attack Harry Potter." Quirrell approached Harry step by step, his head drooping unreasonably, like a walking dead. His hands clamped Harry's neck forcefully. In the next second, Quirrell's hands made a sound of being burned, and it spread quickly across his body. Quirrell's body began to dry and crack, and it smelled of burnt. Chapter 193, on how to hide the Sorcerer's Stone. Soon Quirrell rose up into smoke, then turned to ashes and fell to the ground. It was exactly the same as Harry remembered. Marks McClown found a corner and lay down. He knew that Hermione, who had escaped, would definitely find the professors in the fastest time. So there is not much time left for Marks. Marks McClown first took off his shirt, then took out a knife and frowned slightly. "If you can, I really don't want to do that." But only this counterintuitive method can hide everyone from everyone. The next moment, Marks McClown's eyes must be certain, and he slammed his waist hard. The flesh and blood suddenly opened, Mark's eye broke out in a cold sweat, gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his waist. I saw Marks McClown cut a big hole in his abdomen with the knife in his hand. The warm blood flowed out desperately, soaking Marks McClown's hands red. Marks McClown endured the huge pain and stuffed the magic stone into the wound. Just after finishing all this, Mark's eyes level 2 self-healing started immediately. The wound that was originally slap-sized healed immediately at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon disappeared without a trace. It really deserves to be a level 2 self-healing skill. The ability to quickly heal non-fatal wounds is simply going against the sky. Marks McClown put on the clothes first, and then stopped the activation of the self-healing skills. Cool Tiger. Immediately afterwards, Marks took Cheeluo's magic wand and placed several magics randomly on herself. He didn't stop until he made himself look miserable, very similar to Harry's memory. After Marks McClown finished everything with Cheeluo's wand, he threw it directly at the place where Cheeluo died. Let the owner of the wand, the dead Quirrell and the escaped Voldemort bear the responsibility for all the pot. Then Marks McClown tilted his head to the side, pretending to faint, and quietly waiting for the arrival of the professors. Unexpectedly, there were rapid footsteps on the stairs, and there was obviously a group of people rushing toward the underground room. Professor McGonagall first appeared in front of the door, followed by Hermione, Snape, Mrs. Hooch and others. Surprisingly, Dumbledore was not among the crowd. Didn't he come back yet? Marks McClown squinted his eyes slightly and looked like he was fainted. But in fact, Marks McClown carefully watched Professor McGonagall's behavior through the corner of his eyes. Hogwarts professors were obviously shocked by the tragic signs of fighting on the scene. Not only the fight of all kinds of magic, but even the extremely evil atmosphere of black magic. The entire room was blasted in chaos. Professor McGonagall looked at the messy room, covering his mouth and nose in surprise. She really did not expect that the Sorcerer's Stone was hidden in a secret place like Hogwarts, and it was discovered by someone. Hermione was crying even more, and threw her head on Marks McClown. After all, Marks McClown fainted in a pool of blood, and she looked really miserable. Snape took the magic wand and looked around the room vigilantly, but he glanced at Marks McClown with concern, and Marks McClown caught his subtle movements. Hagrid squatted down and probed Harry's body before he breathed a sigh of relief. Little Harry just fainted, no life is in danger. Hermione also reacted and hurriedly put her hand under Marks's nose. Marks McClown's breathing was very gentle, and Hermione let go. Marks McClown still breathes. McGonagall stomped anxiously. "What are you still doing? Send them to the hospital." Hagrid immediately put Harry on his shoulder in a hurry, and Hermione also lifted up the comatose Marks and gave it to Hagrid. Hagrid carried Harry in one hand, and Marks McClown under his arm with the other, rushed to the hospital. Marks McClown was extremely uncomfortable being pinched by Hagrid, but after all, he is now a coma person and can't do anything. However, Marks McClown was not without things to do. With his eyes closed, Marks McClown opened up the teacher system in his mind. Defeating Voldemort this time, even if it is the remnant of Voldemort, it will definitely be a big gain. Sure enough, Marks saw that there was an additional reward item in the system. Sure enough, he defeated Voldemort's reward. But this reward was unexpected and only won a chance to draw. Marks McClown immediately realized that this is the super high quality lottery that the system said before. The things that come out of this kind of lottery are absolutely amazing things. Marks McClown felt that everything tonight was worthwhile. Not only got the Sorcerer's Stone, but also this high quality lottery. In contrast, it was not unacceptable to be caught by Hagrid under his arm. Hagrid carried Marks and Harry to the school hospital. He had received news from Madame Pomfrey, who was ready, and hurriedly put the two on the hospital bed and carefully checked their bodies. Marks McClown closed her eyes tightly, and through perfect control of her body, she adjusted herself to a coma but no serious problems. Madame Pomfrey carefully checked Marks McClown's body. Although Marks McClown had traces of being injured by the curse, after all, this is Marks McClown's own masterpiece and there is no major problem. Madame Pomfrey turned to examine Harry's body, and Harry was actually hit twice by the aftermath, and said that the injury was less severe than Marks' own injury. Dumbledore didn't good money knew when he had already appeared in front of the ward. Hagrid nodded respectfully to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore said, Hagrid, you go back first, here I will take care of it. Now, Hagrid knew that Dumbledore was in a mixed mood now. Obviously, the Philosopher's Stone had been hidden in such a secret place, but it was still found by Voldemort. It was the children who discovered Voldemort's conspiracy first. Hagrid himself was also responsible. He had leaked a lot of relevant information to the effect, otherwise Voldemort would not be so easy to sneak in. Then leave it to you, Professor Dumbledore. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 194, Silent and Invisible Contest. After nodding, Hagrid walked out of the room respectfully. Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore carried his hands on his back. As Hagrid thought, all of this was beyond his control. He never expected that his seemingly seamless protection of the Philosopher's Stone would be broken by Voldemort so easily. And let the children, Marks and Harry, first know about Voldemort's conspiracy, which is undoubtedly a face slap for Dumbledore. How are they? Dumbledore asked lightly. Madame Pomfrey said, bless Merlin, these two children are fine, and they will wake up soon. Harry's hand twitched, and his eyelashes trembled. Dumbledore walked quickly to Harry, and Harry opened his eyes slowly, completely blank. Dumbledore held Harry's hand and looked at Harry seriously. Madame Pomfrey knew that Dumbledore had something to ask Harry, so she wisely exited the room and closed the door. Dumbledore didn't rush to ask questions. Harry had just woke up, his consciousness was still a little fuzzy. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, and then questioned, "Professor Dumbledore?" Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "Fine, Harry!" Cool exclamation mark hash. Harry looked around for a moment, his eyes still blank. "You are fine, this is the school hospital," Dumbledore explained. "Right." Harry seemed to react suddenly. "Mr. Marks ... How is Marks McClown?" Dumbledore squinted slightly before saying, "Don't worry, he's fine." Harry breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Scare me to death. Just fine, I thought I was about to die." Dumbledore patted Harry on the shoulder. "Now that everything is fine, can you tell me what just happened?" Harry nodded, took a deep breath, and recounted the memories in his mind. Marks McClown rescued Hermione, and then he and Marks McClown lost to Voldemort. After Marks McClown was defeated, he was threatened to take the Sorcerer's Stone, only to find that his body could burn Quirrell, and then Quirrell was burned to ashes. He also fainted in the past. This was exactly the fictional memory Marks McClown had in Harry's mind. Dumbledore frowned slightly, always feeling that something Harry said was wrong. But he didn't find anything illogical. Dumbledore had just returned from the underground room, and Quirrell was indeed burned to ashes by the power of Harry, and there had indeed been fierce magic fights in the room. Plus cool, tiger. In fact, the memory Marks McClown wove for Harry was basically what would have happened. Except for the absence of Mark's eye, there is no loophole in everything, because as long as Mark's eye is not present, it will actually happen. So of course Dumbledore could not find anything wrong. Just because of his character, Dumbledore was still cautious. "Harry, do you mind if I test it?" Harry didn't know what the test Dumbledore was talking about, but out of trust in Dumbledore, he nodded. Dumbledore put a wand into Harry's hand, which was the wand that Harry had lost in the lower room. "Do you remember the last spell you used?" Harry blushed slightly and said, "It should be the disarming curse." "But at that time Voldemort's offensive was so fierce that I was blown away before I could cast it." Dumbledore smiled, and said with a very understanding Harry, "It's okay, after all, the other party is the Dark Lord." When he said this, Dumbledore didn't idle his hands. He drew out his wand and waved it lightly. Flashback to the previous curse. Dumbledore's wand tapped the wand in Harry's hand lightly. Harry's wand seemed to think about it, and as expected, a disarming spell hit Dumbledore directly. Dumbledore waved his magic wand at random and flew the disarming charm directly. "It seems right." Dumbledore thought about it. The memory of the wand could not be changed, which indeed showed that Harry's last spell was a disarming spell. "Then do you remember what Marks McClown's last curse was?" Harry thought for a moment, and said Marks McClown's modified memory. Dumbledore used the same method to cast the flashback curse on both Marks McClown's wands, once again proving the accuracy of Harry's memory. "I tried it on Quirrell's wand, and everything was exactly as Harry remembered. Almost exactly the same." Dumbledore thought to himself, his heart gradually relieved. "I think this is indeed the case. I am still too suspicious." Moreover, if you think about it carefully, the opponent is Voldemort, the most powerful dark wizard in the wizarding world. Even the remnant soul of Voldemort, relying on the ability of the students, is absolutely impossible to defeat. In any case there will be no second possibility. And many more. Dumbledore shuddered suddenly, and he found that he had missed one of the most important things, the Philosopher's Stone. "Harry, is the Philosopher's Stone on you?" Dumbledore asked Harry nervously. Harry hurriedly fumbled for his pocket, and said in amazement, "Not on me." Dumbledore stepped forward and fumbled for Harry's pockets, but found nothing. Harry hurriedly said, "Aren't you in the underground room?" Dumbledore shook his head with a sullen face, and walked quickly to the bed of Mark's eye, who was still in a coma state. Dumbledore fumbled for Mark's eye's tattered clothes, but also found nothing. Marks McClown seems to be awakened by Dumbledore's actions, opened his eyes confusedly and asked, "Where is this?" Harry was pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Marks, Are you okay? That's great. Marks McClown looked at Harry lostly and said, Are we not dead? Where are we? Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 195. The Older the Shameless. Marks McClown looked at Harry lostly and said, Are we not dead? Where are we? Harry said, We were rescued. In the school hospital. Cool Tiger, Dumbledore interrupted. Marks sighed. Do you remember what happened just now? Marks McClown frowned, as if thinking about what happened just now. I went to the underground room with Harry and Hermione just now, and then saw Professor Quirrell and Voldemort. Marks McClown suddenly was sober from scared, and the big man said, Voldemort. He is here too. Then Harry and I couldn't beat him, so I was knocked out. In the end, Marks McClown lowered her head very self-blaming, as if blaming her for not being strong enough. Dumbledore stared carefully at Marks McClown's eyes. 4477. Marks McClown looked ashamed. It really didn't look like a lie, and what he said was similar to Harry's. Dumbledore's face was as deep as water, and he didn't expect that the Philosopher's Stone was stolen in the end. This is really bad news for Dumbledore. Well, you two can take a good rest. The school will remember your contributions to the school. Dumbledore smiled reluctantly and walked out of the school hospital. Marks I could see that Dumbledore still had many questions hidden in his heart. This time the Philosopher's Stone was stolen. Dumbledore will definitely continue to investigate it, but no matter how he traces it, there will be no results, because the Philosopher's Stone is hidden in his body. To be honest, the feeling of having a foreign body in the body is really uncomfortable, and it feels uncomfortable and painful whenever I move a little bit. Fortunately, when Marks McClown was questioned, she basically lay still in bed, and her mental power was much stronger than that of her peers, so she was forced to suppress her without revealing herself. However, Marks McClown was also secretly grateful. Fortunately, this was a wizard's hospital. There were no X-ray instruments that could see through the human body, otherwise they would have discovered that the Philosopher's Stone was in her body. Marks McClown and Harry's injuries will be discharged soon, and Marks McClown also finds time to take out the Philosopher's Stone. As for Ron, who went through the barrier with them, there was no major problem, and he was discharged with Harry. After the turmoil that night, the school's security was significantly strengthened. After all, even such a secret Philosopher's Stone could be broken by Voldemort to the last level, which meant that the school still had many loopholes. Although Dumbledore did not announce the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, many professors have guessed from the details that the Philosopher's Stone may have been lost that night. The most direct and obvious evidence has always pointed out that Voldemort finally obtained the Philosopher's Stone. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to the professors, and no one can forget how much shadow Voldemort caused to the wizarding world when he was still alive. Now that the Philosopher's Stone has fallen into Voldemort's hands, it is definitely not a lucky thing. So in the following days, whether it was Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and even many professors who knew the inside story, they were in an impetuous mood, and it was easy to lose their temper with little things. Hogwarts students also realize that the professors have been bad-tempered lately, and they are trembling in get out of class, for fear that their words and deeds will accidentally deduct points from their college. After all, it will soon be the end of the term, and the selection of the Academy Cup is coming soon. At this time, every score is very important. After the final exam, Hogwarts soon held the Academy Cup award ceremony. In the Hogwarts auditorium, countless suspended candles float freely under the ceiling of the starry sky. 4 long tables are filled with students from 4 colleges, waiting for the award ceremony to begin. The long faculty table at the front of the auditorium was filled with Hogwarts professors. McGonagall gently knocked the cup in front of him, and a crisp sound spread throughout the auditorium. The students in the 4 colleges below immediately stopped the noisy noise and looked at the professor's dining table. Dumbledore stood up and said, "Another school year is over, and now it's time to award the Academy Cup." All the students underneath calmed down and looked at Dumbledore nervously. Dumbledore continued, Now I announce the score for this school year. Gryffindor is 312. Gryffindor's classmates all bowed their heads unanimously. After all, according to the habits of previous years, the first college to be announced is usually the bottom college. Hufflepuff 352 points. The students at Hufflepuff College are also not as embarrassed. After all, the penultimate is not glorious. Dean Sprout also shook his head slightly, expressing dissatisfaction with the performance of the college. Ravenclaw 426 points. Ravenclaw College greeted warm applause and was already satisfied with the second place result. Dean Flitwick also smiled and applauded, and the first place was Slytherin, who was the most popular this year. They had no opinion at all, and it was pretty good to get second. Finally Slytherin 472 points. The already agitated classmates of Slytherin College instantly cheered. Marks McClown also looked at the excited classmates with a smile, and Snape clapped vigorously with a rare expression, as expected. But Dumbledore spoke suddenly, and a turning point caused the Slytherin students in the audience to stop cheering and look at Dumbledore suspiciously. Dumbledore said slowly, "Since it's the Academy Cup, some recent 1.6 things have to be added. So I still have some points to add that need to be included." The classmates all looked at Dumbledore questioningly, not knowing who Dumbledore would reward. Dumbledore suddenly turned to Gryffindor and said, "Miss Hermione Granger." All eyes were on Hermione, and Hermione looked at Dumbledore blankly. When others are in a trap, she is calm, cleverly displays her talents, and rewards 50 points. Chapter 196. The Real Hero. What? Come and cleverly play your talents. Miss Hermione Granger. In which world does this describe? Why, as the client, I don't know. Hermione was completely taken aback for a moment. Gryffindor's classmates immediately cheered, and Harry clapped vigorously, smiling brightly. Even Professor McGonagall on the professor's seat was relieved and clapped vigorously. Dumbledore continued, "And Mr. Ron Weasley." Ron pointed at himself at a loss, as if he called me just now. Can he get extra points? He showed his superb chess skills. Hogwarts has not been able to outperform him for many years. He has awarded 50 points. Gryffindor greeted enthusiastically again, and Harry repated Ron, who was stunned. Ron didn't expect that he could really add points to the school, and he would only smile silly for a while. "Mr. Harry Potter," Dumbledore said again, this time Harry's name. The faces of the students at Slytherin College were already very ugly. With Dumbledore's crazy extra points, the final result of the College Cup was really hard to say. Because of his courage and his courage, I awarded him 60 points. The Gryffindor classmates stood up and cheered, so Gryffindor's score would be even with Slytherin. Ron jumped up and applauded in excitement. Professor McGonagall looked at the classmates at Gryffindor College with satisfaction, and the applause never stopped. There is one more person, Dumbledore said lightly. Slytherin College and Gryffindor College are now equally divided, and any changes in scores are now particularly important. Neville Longbottom, upholding principles to the enemy. Fighting to resist requires courage, and even more courage to upholding principles to friends. I award you very much. Neville was stunned at the table, as if he hadn't slowed down yet. In the end, he was rewarded very much for the final decision. Gryffindor exploded the nest, from the last counterattack to overtaking Slytherin. This ups and downs of emotional changes infected everyone in Gryffindor, and the 4 people who received extra points were regarded as heroes by Gryffindor classmates. DSK, this is too obvious. Samuel snorted disdainfully. Marks McClown just drank water faintly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. After all, this is just an Academy Cup, a good honor, and no substantial benefits. Plus cool, Tiger. On the contrary, Snape's face was sullen, as if dripping water. His face was hard to see the extreme. Looking at the other students at Slytherin College, they all looked pale. The Academy Cup that I had held firmly, has slipped away like this, and whoever is in a different mood will feel bad. Slytherin has won the Academy Cup several times in the past. If the defending is successful this time, it will definitely become a new record. Is it possible that the previous efforts will be in vain? Although Harry and Hermione were still happy, they also knew that a large part of these credits belonged to Marks-Eye. Whether it's Hermione's Devil's Vine, which can barely be counted as calm when others are in trouble, or Ron's Wizard Chess, which is praised as Hogwarts, no one can beat it. Basically it has something to do with Marks-Eye. The Devilfuge Momoya was the calmest one, and he could take everyone there with or without Hermione. And the Wizard Chi Marks-Eye turned the tide at a critical moment, and that magical pen directly turned the game over, so that Ron would not sacrifice in vain. Not to mention there are three-headed dogs and Winkies that are all Marks-Eye's contributions. It can even be said that they would not be able to do this without Marks-Eye. But Dumbledore didn't mean to praise the next person. Hermione gritted her teeth and stood up and said, "Professor, I have a question." The whole audience was stunned and all looked at Hermione. Isn't Gryffindor already the highest score now? Any questions? Harry also stood up. Ron realized what they were going to talk about next, and stubbornly held Harry, but he still couldn't stop Harry. Harry said loudly, "I think Professor Dumbledore should also praise Mr. Marks." As soon as this statement came out, the audience was in an uproar. No one wanted it. As Gryffindor Harry, he actually took the initiative to ask the principal to help Slytherin Marks-Eye add points. Hermione also said loudly, "McClowns, if there is no Marks-Eye, we would not be able to reach the underground room at all. I apply for a professor to give Marks-Eye extra points." Marks McClown looked at Harry and Hermione with a little astonishment. He didn't expect that they would also apply for extra points when their academy was about to win. Didn't they understand that Gryffindor is only 10 points more than Slytherin? Harry gritted his teeth and said, "Although we also want Gryffindor to win the Academy Cup, I think that if one person pays, there should be gains. Since we all have extra points, then we pay far more than us. So should have extra points too." 653 inches. Dumbledore looked at Harry and Hermione, and the audience was quiet, waiting for Dumbledore's decision. Dumbledore laughed and said, "How could I forget Marks-Eye? I'm about to say it to the end." Marks McClown made a cut in his heart. This old fox ... If Harry and Hermione didn't mention it, I guess Dumbledore would just fool it. Harry and Hermione looked at each other with a sigh of relief and laughed comfortably. Ron, who was sitting on the side, stomped his feet angrily, muttering what was really stupid. The rest of the Gryffindor students also had an unclear premonition in their hearts. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said, "The knight at Slytherin College won the Quidditch championship this year, and even shocked the national team. For your great talent and potential, reward 5. Very." The Slytherin Academy boiled for a moment, and then Slytherin would overtake Gryffindor and win the first place again. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 197 Marks-Eye's Summer Vacation. But Dumbledore's words did not stop. After Christmas, the main contributor to the defeat of the monster is Marks-Eye. For your courage and courage, reward 50 points. The whole audience immediately exploded. The troll incident was raging in the school, but it was unexpectedly solved by Marks-Eye. Snape's hands clapped desperately, but there was no expression on his face, once again taking it for granted. In fact, Dumbledore was also talking about this, only to realize that Marks-Eye came to the academy and did too much to be commended. Even Harry and the others went to find the Philosopher's Stone, mostly relying on Marks-Eye's shot. Marks McClown also defeated the terrifying three-headed dog. Your strength is admirable. You will be rewarded 30 points. You can find the real key from a large group of flying keys. Your insight is amazing. You will be rewarded 30 points. The points added by Marks-Eye alone is equivalent to the sum of Harry and the three of them. Slytherin has no suspense to win this Academy Cup. This was because Dumbledore realized that something was wrong when he talked about it, and forcibly reduced the points added later. Otherwise the scene would be more crushing. Dumbledore didn't count Marks-Eye's contribution anymore, and he didn't know how many points he would add after counting down. Dumbledore announced directly. So this year's Academy Cup is won by Slytherin. Slytherin College is already boiling over. Countless Slytherin students threw the wizard hats above their heads in the air, shouting the name of Markseye, and cheering the name of the King of Slytherin. With a wave of Dumbledore's hand, all the flags on the auditorium turned into Slytherin flags. Countless sumptuous food appeared on the table, and the entire auditorium began a carnival feast. The Hogwarts academic year also ended with the Academy Cup Awards. Hogwarts students began their summer vacation. Marks McClown led the dog on the train back to England and returned to his home. Both Marks McClown's parents stood at the door to greet Marks McClown. Marks Fan gently slapped Marks McClown's shoulder. He knew about Marks McClown's performance at Hogwarts this school year. As Marks McClown's father, Marks Fan was right. Marks McClown was extremely satisfied. Marks Sixuan even embraced Marks McClown enthusiastically. "My dear, I finally look forward to your return. I miss you at school, too." Marks McClown smiled. Marks Fan pulled Markseye into the house and said, "I have heard about your performance this year. You are really getting more and more promising." The dog followed Marks McClown and walked into Marks McClown's home, and said with a grin, "How are you?" Marks Sixuan looked at the fluctuating dog in surprise, and said, "Oh, you too, really a cute creature." The dog murmured a few words, but in the end he still didn't say it. Marks Fan said, "Since we are back home today, we will not let the house elves do it, but make something delicious by ourselves. How about?" Marks McClown nodded and said, "Everything is up to you." Marks Sixuan pressed Marks McClown to sit on the sofa and smiled and said, "Xia McClown, it will be your birthday soon. Do you have any gifts you want?" Marks McClown shook his head, with an obedient face. "As long as it is a gift from my parents, I like it." Suddenly, the dog almost vomited when he saw it next to him, feeling that he had never seen a guy who was better at pretending than his owner. But fortunately, Marks McClown's eyes had been staring at the fluctuating dog, so that he could only swallow into his stomach no matter what he said. Marks Sixuan pinched Marks McClown's mouth gently, and said affectionately, "Xia McClown is really more and more able to talk." Marks Fan also sat aside, and said with interest, "Xia McClown, come and tell my dad about the school experience." "Of course, no problem." While enjoying the warmth of family, Marks McClown talked about his school experience. Of course, he had something to do with Voldemort. He did not tell his parents. The warm days passed quickly, and soon it was Markseye's birthday. Just like the birthday of the previous year, as a veteran pure-blooded nobleman in the wizarding world of Britain, the Marks family invited many celebrities from the wizarding world to participate in Markseye's birthday. It can be said that Marks McClown is celebrating his birthday, but it is like a common reason for these celebrities to hold exchange parties. Just when Marks Sixuan directed the house elves to be busy, and personally helped Marks McClown set up the birthday party scene, the current Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge walked into Marks McClown's house with a smile. "Hello, little guy." Fudge patted Markseye's shoulder lightly. "I haven't seen you in a year, and it's getting stronger and stronger." In fact, Fudge felt right. With Markseye's current level 3 body, it was almost comparable to the strongest adult. It was not a difficult task to punch Fudge, who was fat on the outside and weak inside. Marks McClown smiled and said, "Mr. Teofuji, your blessing." Fudge approached Marks McClown with a mysterious expression. "Tell me the truth. Did you ride the Light Wheel 2000 that I gave you in the game you played against Ravenclaw Quidditch?" Marks McClown took it for granted. "Of course, Mr. Fudge's gift. I will definitely use it well." Marks McClown feels that the best thing she learned from Hogwarts for a year is that she is more and more able to deal with middle-aged or elderly foxes. Fudge heard the words and said with joy, "I'll just say, the group of Magic Zhao department still don't believe that Xiao Markseye set the world record on the flying broomstick I sent." At this time, A golden curly little lily plunged into Mark's arms. It was Astoria. "Big brother Marks McClown, long time no see. I miss you so much." Astoria opened her big watery eyes, looking expectantly at Mark's eye. Marks McClown smiled and said, "Astoria, are you going to study at Hogwarts this year?" Astoria nodded excitedly. "McClowns, yes, so I can see you, brother Marks every day." Chapter 198, Lucky Potion Bonus Draw. At this time, Theodore and Malfoy also came to Mark's home. When they saw Mark's their expressions instantly became unnatural, and they did not dare to step forward to say hello. Marks McClown also saw the two of them, but now they were nothing in Marks McClown's eyes, and Marks McClown didn't have the energy to take care of them. Pansy on the opposite side came forward generously and said, "Marks McClown, we have met again, and I wish you a happy birthday." Marks McClown nodded politely and said, "Thank you. Cool exclamation mark hash. Brother Marks please tell me more about Hogwarts." Astoria urged. "Marks McClown, I recently saw a very interesting thing in Diagon Alley." Pansy suddenly interjected. As Marks McClown's mother, Marks Sixuan looked at his son caught between the two girls with a good face. Bouncing Dog murmured what he didn't know, and ran around Mark's house, walking around with a ham sausage from time to time. Too casual. Marks McClown sat between the two girls, asking questions on the left and caring on the right, which made Marks McClown's heart tired. Many people attending the party looked around with gossip, laughing and talking about the situation here. Of course, Marks McClown couldn't leave the two girls behind without being polite, so she had to bite the bullet and communication with the two girls at the same time. The two girls seemed to be in harmony, secretly vying for the right to communicate with Marks McClown, desperately trying to say a few words with Marks McClown. Astoria and Marks haven't seen each other for a year, so she must hurry up and chat with Marks Pansy also had too few opportunities to get in touch with Marks at school, and now is the time to seize the opportunity. Marks McClown's current mood is extremely complicated. If BBBJ gives Marks McClown a chance to choose, he would rather fight a three-headed dog than to be caught by two women. In the middle of the night, Marks sorted out her birthday presents, and found nothing particularly valuable. Most of them are novel magic items recently released, but they are of no great use. Marks McClown flipped through it, and suddenly saw a delicate little bottle. That was the blessing potion that Mr. Holers gave Marks before. This was a magic potion that many people were jealous of. As a kind of magic potion, it is said that the good luck it can bring makes people feel that everything goes smoothly. Marks McClown played with this bottle of blessing, with a smile on his face. As for how to use this bottle of fooling potion, Marks McClown had planned for a long time, so he didn't drink it. Now that the conditions required in the Cloud Knight project are all in place, the lottery obtained by defeating Voldemort is absolutely top quality and will not bury the effect of the elixir. Thinking of this, Marks McClown opened the blessing potion and drank it in one gulp. It's not as good as expected. Marks McClown frowned, tasting the smell of fooling. The smell is a bit strange, a bit like the famous 100 Flowers snake grass water that Marks McClown drank in his previous life, but it was all swallowed by Marks McClown. After that, Marks McClown opened the police division system and defeated the super high quality lottery obtained by Voldemort before. He hadn't used it to lie there quietly. Start the lottery. Marks McClown gave an order, and the police division system flashed colorful lights. But I don't know if it was Marks McClown's illusion. Marks McClown always felt that this time was a lot more brilliant. Finally, the flashing words stopped, and a skill name appeared in Marks McClown's eyes. Animagus. Marks McClown looked at this skill suspiciously. The explanation behind the skill was blank. In other words, there was no explanation for this skill. But the so-called Animagus is not just a skill that turns a wizard into an animal. Marks McClown frowned, drank the blessing potion, and finally got this skill in the lottery. Marks McClown can be sure that he is a black question mark face at this moment. This is too weak and too rubbish. Chapter 199, Return to the Capital. What's the use of just being an animal? Now, no matter what wild beasts in nature, Marx McClown can unceremoniously say that it is okay to fight 10. However, Marx McClown thought for a while before, when he got level 1 perfect control and level 1 discriminating eyes, he felt that his skills were a bit tasteless. But it turns out that none of the things given by the military division system are useless, and it should be the same for this animagus. Looking at this skill, Marx McClown had a few impulses to try what kind of animal he could transform into. But Marx McClown turned to think about it. If the animal she wants to transform is too huge, won't she be discovered by others? Moreover, the Ministry of Magic has strict regulations. All animagus must be registered with the Ministry of Magic, otherwise it is illegal. If you are discovered using animagus yourself, you will definitely be required to register. As a skill given out in a lottery by the division system, Marx-I is still very much looking forward to this skill. Naturally, Marx-I could not publish the abilities that might be used as his own cards. So about trying to use his animagus skill, Marx-I decided to give up temporarily after thinking about it. Marx McClown stayed at home for a while, and received a letter from Hermione, inviting Marx McClown to play at Hermione's house. Of course, Marx McClown agreed. Although Hermione's parents are moles, since Hermione was selected for Hogwarts, they have also begun to try to understand magic, and they have been extremely friendly to Marx-I, the child who once helped them. Before Marx McClown arrived at Hermione's house, the Grangers had already waited for Marx McClown at the door. Upon seeing Marx-I coming, Mr. Granger took the lead to give Marx-I a big hug. Mr. Marx is really willing to come to our house as a guest. It is an incredible honor. Mrs. Granger looked at Marx-I with a big smile, and said as if she was looking at her son-in-law, "You don't know, Hermione is calling at home every day and wants to invite you home as a guest." Hermione blushed, but she walked out openly and said, "Welcome, Marx-I." Marx McClown said, "Hermione is my best classmate. She invited me to be a guest. I am definitely coming." When Hermione heard Marx McClown say her best classmate, her eyes revealed a little disappointment, but she was happy immediately. "Marx McClown is coming. I will make cookies for you." After that, Hermione pulled Marx-I into the house, leaving the Grangers and his wife looking at Hermione with happiness. Mr. Marx is really a good boy who knows well, and it would be best if he and Hermione really became. Mrs. Granger said. Mr. Granger nodded and said, "Young people have a world of young people, so let's do everything." And Hermione is happy. Hermione picked up the freshly baked cookie and handed it to Marx-I. Marx McClown picked up one, took a sip, nodded and said, "Well, it's not bad, it's delicious." Hermione's nervous expression immediately eased, and she smiled openly. "Marx-I, you like it?" Marx McClown nodded and ate Hermione's cookies. Hermione stared at Marx-I's face and suddenly said, "Marx-I, I have something to ask you." "What's up?" Marx McClown looked at Hermione suspiciously. Hermione's face was flushed, and slowly said, "Why did you only rescue me in the underground room that time?" Hermione was talking about Marx-I throwing Hermione out when Voldemort was about to seal the entire underground room with flames, leaving him and Harry to stay against Voldemort. Marx McClown was taken aback for a moment. In that case, he must have thrown Hermione out. Harry is the key to Marx-I obtaining the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry must be left behind. Hermione's staying will only make Marx-I feel in the way. Of course, there are some thoughts to protect Hermione, but Marx-I definitely can't say that Hermione is taking up too much space. "So she threw you out." Such hurtful words first, so he hesitated. Hermione was nervous and would be wrong, thinking Marx McClown didn't know how to explain. Hermione said, "At that time you could have thrown Harry out, but you just threw me out and gave me the best chance of escape for me. Do you even want your life?" Find flowers At the end, Hermione's voice was almost inaudible. Marx McClown obviously knew that Hermione would be wrong, but she couldn't tell her real intentions. Marks McClown nodded her head, let her want to go whatever she wanted. Hermione looked at Mark's eye with flushed face and whispered, "Thank you." Marks McClown said slightly stiffly, "No thanks, I should." The atmosphere at this time was a bit subtle, and Marks McClown felt embarrassed in the air. After a long silence, Marks McClown couldn't stand the embarrassing air anymore, and said, "Well, do you mind if I make a call?" Hermione nodded quickly, as if Mark's eye had asked her a very important question. "Of course, I would." After speaking, Hermione blushed and walked away with no complacency. Marks McClown didn't respond yet, walked over and dialed a number. "Hello, distinguished member of the Royal Club, Mr. Marks McClown, QO is at your service." "It is the phone of the Royal Club." "Hello, I want you to help me inform Mr. Huck Burrows. I will go to him to learn martial arts tomorrow, and you will let him free up time for the rest of the day." The other end of the phone said, "Honorable Mr. Marks McClown, I will help you complete the incident immediately. Please Mr. Marks McClown to the University of London where Mr. Huck Burrows is located tomorrow, and you can find Huck Burrows at the previous address." Mr. Rose. "Okay, thank you. Hofand is extremely honored to serve you." Marks McClown hung up the phone. He had already contacted this Huck Burrows in the last year and asked him to be responsible for teaching himself fighting skills. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 200, Cough. But because Hogwarts was about to start school, training was terminated, and now the long vacation is just right to continue learning. At this moment the Grangers walked in, and Mr. Granger asked suspiciously, "Where has Hermione gone?" Marks McClown pointed to Hermione's room and said, "It seems to have entered the room." Mrs. Granger said, "It's okay, come. Let me help you put your luggage in the guest room you lived in last year. I have always cleaned it up to ensure it is clean and tidy." Marks McClown quickly took the luggage herself, and said, "Mrs. Granger, I should do this by myself." Marks McClown stayed in Hermione's house and got along well with the Grangers. Hermione was full of thoughts, but she still regarded Marks McClown as her magic teacher, and often consulted the magic problem 6-10 inches. The Grangers are dentists, and they have to work as usual even during the holidays, and Hermione is also busy studying her homework. So early in the morning, Marks I woke up, walked into the University of London, and found Huck Burrows according to the address of the previous year. "Morning, come so early." Burrows obviously received the notice long ago. "Waiting for Marks I here." "Have been waiting, Mr. Burrows." Marks McClown politely shook Burrows' hand and took off her jacket, leaving only a vest inside. Burrows patted Marks McClown's sturdy body and laughed loudly. "Not bad. This year, I have gained a lot of strength." Marks McClown nodded and said, "Come on, let's warm up." With that said, Marks McClown jumped onto the side of the ring. Burrows also jumped onto the ring and said, "Come on, let me see if you have forgotten what I taught you this year." Marks McClown first shot a quick straight punch, and Burrows dodged him. Burrows quickly hit back with an uppercut, the target being Marks' jaw. Marks McClown leaned back proficiently, avoiding Burrows' uppercut in time. "McClown's, the response is okay." As Burrows spoke, Marks' calf side-legged fiercely. Marks McClown jumped and escaped Burrows' attack again. "You don't need to test my basic fighting skills, come on." Burrows smiled. "Then don't blame me." Burrows' speed suddenly doubled, and a punch quickly hit Marks McClown's forehead, and at the same time, his foot also lifted and kicked, pointing straight to Marks McClown's cross. Relying on the perfect control of the body, Marks McClown made a dangerous twist to avoid Burrows' attack. Who knew Burrows took advantage of the situation and directly clamped Marks McClown's hand and twisted. There was no way to control Marks McClown's perfect control. He was thrown to the ground directly, and then Burrows' hand touched Marks McClown's neck lightly. This technique is the signature close combat technique of the British Special Forces. Burrows smiled and let go of Marks' eye. "If you use it properly, you can attack others at any time and put others to death. so that they can't react at all. Marks McClown nodded, and based on the impression of Burrow's movements, he was able to operate it roughly, and it was quite decent. Burrows nodded and guided Marks McClown's movements, and Marks McClown's perfect control played a huge role at this time. The complicated fighting skills explained by Burrows can be perfectly controlled by Marks Sai, mastering the secrets of fighting tricks at a monster-like speed, and perfectly reproduced. During the next period of time, Marks Sai ran to Burrows every day. Burrows was also amazed at Marks Sai's potential. From Burrow's point of view, Marks Sai's physical ability, learning ability, imitating ability, and even actual combat ability are extremely amazing. After just 1 week of study, Marks McClown has actually used all of Burrow's fighting skills to the math. However, there is no other way. As long as Burrows explains an action, Marks McClown will be able to master the trick of this trick immediately, even without Burrow's explanation. In the experimental action, Marks Sai, who has level 2 self-healing, was unscrupulous and increased his efficiency by more than 10 times. In the face of Marks Sai by analogy, Burrow's lifelong learning of fighting and fighting skills only needs to fight once in front of Marks Sai, and Marks Sai can basically learn it. A week later, on the ring, Burrows was already doing his best, and his tricky technique was directed at Marks Sai's ears. Marks McClown tilted his head slightly. Burrows wiped Marks McClown's ear with Burrow's hand. Marks McClown was also sweating from the fierce battle, and the arms and legs that fought Burrows were already red and swollen. However, these rednesses and swellings were just a flash in the pan, and they were quickly healed by level 2 self-healing. Soon Burrows didn't even notice Marks Sai's redness. This is their fiercest battle. Damn, is this the agility and strength that a child can have? Burrows groaned inwardly, only feeling that every time he fisted against him, it was not the boy who seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old. And it is a very strong adult. Although his physical fitness is still slightly worse than Burrows, this not so distant distance also makes it more difficult for Burrows to deal with Marks Sai's attack. With the size of the child, Marks McClown jumped to Burrows' back and made a straight punch. Burrows hurriedly dodged, but Marks Sai still hit his chest. Burrows is obviously stronger than Marks Sai, but Marks Sai also uses a smaller body and agile speed against Burrows. 4.2 Burrows bullied himself and grabbed Marks McClown's arm, trying to knock Marks McClown to the ground directly. Marks McClown jumped up directly, dodged Burrow's sweeping legs, was grabbed by Burrows and threw it toward the ground. At the moment Marks McClown fell to the ground, he bounced back on the ground with one hand, and jumped to Burrows' back again at the most impossible angle. Even if the skills of the two are not far apart, Marks McClown's perfect control can make every detail of his every move reach a level of accuracy that humans can't reach.